Going to call the BZA meeting to order, and we have a request for an extension.
All right, in case 6419, there's a May 15th, 2023 letter from Keith A. Heindel to the board. For the notice of decision dated December 1st, 2022, the BZA case 6419 concept site plans are required to be submitted to the Bureau of Development Review by June 1st, 2023. Due to our workload, we are not able to begin design until recently. We are currently working on the site design and plan preparation and will not be able to complete the plans and submit by the aforementioned deadline. As such, we hereby request an extension of the BZA approval for a period of not more than 6 months. Keith Heindel, Professional Land Surveyor.
I'm sorry, what was the case number again?
6419. It's a request for an extension.
I would move that in the case 6419, that the extension be granted.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries.
All right, our first case is case 6450.
Wait a minute, don't we have another one?
No, that's the only one.
Okay, but I granted the one, the
Postponement.
postponement.
For Friday,
We don't have to
yes.
do that as a board.
No, it's done.
Okay, very good. The letter's already been sent. Okay, very good.
Yes, that's been done.
Okay, so our first case here this morning is 6450. Mr. Dixon, would you go ahead and introduce the file for us, please?
All right, case 6450, a request for conditional use for an outdoor recreational area with an accessory caretaker's dwelling and an accessory nursery school and other necessary structures. The site is located at 175 Clees Mill Road, Sykesville, Maryland, on Property Zone A, Agricultural District, and Election District 14, by Sickles LLC, in care of Robert Sickles. Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, Sections 158.071.01, 158.071.02, and 158.002. A site visit is tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, May 17th, 2023, at approximately 10 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. There is a email from a Chip Horman. At the bottom, it's signed by an Austin Horman. He's submitting via written testimony on this case, not able to attend in person. He's in opposition to the proposed conditional use on this property. He's opposed to it. There are the site minutes for the case. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Thomas Harris, Permits and Inspections. His comments, all comments will be addressed during the site plan and building permit process. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Laura Mateus, Bureau Chief, Development Review. A site plan shall be processed in accordance with Chapter 155. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Jay Voigt, Zoning Administrator. An outdoor recreation area can consist of many activities on one property. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Andrew Gray, Comprehensive Planner, Bureau of Planning. Mr. Gray has a May 11th, 2023 memo. The above referenced BZA case has been reviewed for consistency with the policies and recommendations contained in the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019. the Carroll County Water and Sewer Master Plan and other functional plans. Planning staff finds this request for conditional use is consistent with the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019 and may have an adverse effect on the current use of the property and surrounding area with the conditions that a site plan be submitted to the Carroll County Bureau of Development Review and Zoning and the zoning administrator and/or the Board of Zoning Appeals. There's a May 10th, 2023 letter from Linda D. Eisenberg, Secretary to the Planning Commission to the Board. After having reviewed the information contained in the attached analysis, the facts as presented in the application, the relevant portions of the plan, and in accordance with the provisions set forth in the land use article, this conditional use request, if granted, is not inconsistent with the policies, timing of the implementation of the plan, timing of development, timing of rezoning, development patterns, land uses, and densities or intensities. This is May 1st, 2023, notice of public hearing for this case. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Janet O'Meara, Bureau Chief, Resource Management. She has an attached document. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from J.P. Smith Jr., Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. This property is not in agricultural preservation. I have no comments at this time. Hearing notice was posted April 26, 2023 by Inspector Scott Robinson. There's an April 14, 2023 letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to Jay Voigt. There's an April 14, 2023 letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to the board. And then there's an application, and it includes a plan to accompany conditional use application from Development Design Consultants. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
A motion to enter the following evidence.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
And all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. We will enter the file into evidence. Before we get started on the case, there's a clipboard over on the side. If you haven't signed in on that clipboard and you're interested in this case, please do so before the end of the hearing. And would like to remind everyone to go ahead and make sure that you leave by the same door that you came in so that they're not trying to track you down at the end of the day. For those of you that haven't been here before the Board of Zoning Appeals, I'm going to attempt to explain what our procedures are. Ms. Miller, I'm assuming, is the legal counsel for the applicant. She will go ahead and call witnesses. After each witness gives their testimony, anyone from the audience can ask questions of their testimony. So again, questions of their testimony only. And then the board will have the same opportunity to ask those witnesses questions. After Ms. Miller is finished with her witnesses, then anyone in the audience can go to the microphone, identify themselves, and go ahead and then ask questions, or not ask questions, but give their own testimony. But then you'll be subject to answering questions by Ms. Miller and this board. So I promise you, at the end of the hearing, you'll understand our process. So if you plan on testifying here today, could you please stand and raise your right hand? You might as well.
It's free.
Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Very good. You can take a seat. Ms. Miller.
Thank you. Good morning. Kelly Schaefer Miller, 73 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. I'm here this morning with a frog in my throat, apparently, on behalf of Bob Sickles and Sickles LLC, the applicant in this case. I will make a brief opening, but for ease of walking back and forth today, I made everybody packets. I'll explain in a second, but Mr. Constance is much larger than the others.
Thank you. Mr. Dixon, how are we going to handle this? Just as one exhibit?
Well, she's got them numbered 1 through 7, so
Okay.
we'll go with her numbering system.
Okay.
I will refer to them throughout the case by number and then just ask that they all be entered as at the end of the case, if that makes the most sense, but I'm happy to do it in whatever order you think is most appropriate.
We can handle it all at the very end instead of each one individually.
Okay, thank you. So what I've handed you is a packet of exhibits that I will be referencing throughout the case today. The first exhibit in here is really just a copy of the county code definition section. So that's perhaps not necessary as an exhibit, but I thought it would be helpful to have that in front of you if you didn't already. And the second is a letter that's also already in the file, but that I just wanted to make sure you all had a copy of. The seventh exhibit there is I did not make individual copies for each of you because that's close to a 200-page document. So what I did there is I gave one copy to Mr. Dixon that I hope he can pass around as necessary during that presentation. So as Mr. Dixon introduced, we are here today requesting conditional use approval for an outdoor recreation area. That is a conditional use in the agricultural zoning district. The definitions in the county code, which is what I provided as Exhibit 1, support this use defined as an outdoor recreation area with accessory uses to that primary use. The reason I've also provided a copy of Exhibit 2 there, which is already in the file, is because prior to submitting this application, we did have the opportunity to sit down with Mr. Voigt, the county zoning administrator, and talk through the plan with him, and he agreed with that interpretation as well, which is also reflected in his comments that are in the file, but I just wanted you to have a copy of that letter. Mr. Sickles has owned, I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with this use, but it has been a use that has been going on at this location, not this exact property, but the adjoining property for several years. There has historically been a children's camp at the intersection of Bartholomew and Clees Mill. Excuse me, today apparently I've just got to clear my throat a lot. I'll blame my allergies. So a few years ago, Mr. Sickles took ownership of that existing children's camp. And when he took ownership of that, he also purchased the adjoining parcel. That is what we are here about today. So the camp that you see out there, the existing camp, children's camp, is on property that is actually zoned C1. So that is commercially zoned. And then there are 2 parcels that are commercially zoned out there, and then another agriculturally zoned parcel, and then this agriculturally zoned parcel. So it's a unique little area out there that compromises the children's camp. But what you'll hear testimony to here today is that this request is really just a continuance of that existing camp onto the adjoining agriculturally zoned parcel, if you will, that Mr. Sickles took ownership to a few years ago from the Poblitz family. So all of the testimony you'll hear supports the conditional use standards set forth in the Schultz v. Pritz Maryland case. And with that, I will begin testimony.
Okay, you can call your first witness.
Thank you. I would first call Mr. Sickles. Mr. Sickles, can you please state your name and address, spelling your last name for the
Sure.
record?
Full name is Robert Edward Sickles, Sickels. My address is 11601 Louis Court, Potomac, Maryland, 20854.
And Mr. Sickles, can you just tell the board a little bit about yourself and what you do?
Yeah, my wife and I own a company called Kids After Hours, which has been in business since 1989. We provide before and after school childcare services in 27 public elementary schools, Freedom Elementary School being the closest one to where we're sitting right now. In addition, we also provide childcare at what we describe as Red Barn Ranch, the property at 175 Clees Mill Road. And it's a family-owned business that has been, like I said, running since 1989. It's always been our dream to have our own private land as opposed to using all the public elementary schools. And so when we saw the Sunshine Kids Camp, which had been there for a better part of 20 years, go up for sale, we became very interested and started following the property until we were able to come to an agreement with the past owners to purchase it. It was in some amount of disarray. We had to kind of redo everything that was on the camp, and we did everything we could to make it look as gorgeous and as safe and as beautiful for the kids in Lower Carroll County to come and enjoy.
Okay, and is it true that you have applied for the conditional use request for an outdoor recreation area?
Yes,
And is it accurate that you own this property?
yes.
And you heard me in my opening statement, Mr. Sickles, talk about kind of the overall camp and the adjoining parcels. Is it accurate, to the best of your knowledge, that those adjoining parcels that comprise the camp, the existing camp, are zoned commercially?
Yes, all except for the smallest one, which I believe is agricultural.
Okay. And is it accurate that those properties have what you identified previously as I'm sorry, what was the
It
name
was
of it?
Sunshine Kids
Sun-
Camp for, I think since sometime before, back in the 1990s or 1998 or something like that. So it has been a camp property, like I said, for years. I think they ceased to be in business somewhere around 2015. Property sat, unfortunately, to Kang for some number of years until we bought it, and then once again resurrected it to be what it was, which was a kids camp.
And the subject property that we're talking about here today, the agriculturally zoned portion, that's currently unimproved, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I have included in our packet that the board has, and I'll show it to you, marked as Exhibit 3. What I've done in this packet, just for reference, is I've included page numbers and for the entire package too, just so we can easily reference everything. So Mr. Sickles, I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 3, which is page 15 of this packet. Is that a Google aerial that shows this site?
I'm assuming you got it off of Google, but yes, that clearly shows the existing camp, the new parcel that we're here for today. So yeah, that's the space.
Okay. And can you describe to this board has seen the property through a site visit, and they've also have a copy of the plan that we submitted with the application. But can you explain the intent and how you plan to use this agriculturally zoned portion?
Oh, sure. When we purchased the original camp, which was on like 8.5 acres, it did have places for everything we'd want to have in camp except adequate field space. There was basically one soccer field. So when I spoke to the Poblets about their property, what I see is an awful lot of grass, and that's what I want. There's an awful lot of grass. I need soccer fields, I need baseball fields, I need lacrosse fields. And so most of what you're looking at is going to stay green because that's, other than, soccer goals and lacrosse goals, that's my, that to me is the main purpose of the property when we bought it. And it's still our main purpose today, is to make sure that we're able to have adequate field space to go ahead and have kids running around and doing what they want to do.
Now, Mr. Sickles, let's talk specifically about some of the things that are shown on the plan that accompanied this application. You just spoke about kind of the multi-purpose field that would comprise the center of the property. Is that the approximate location that you envision that?
Yeah, pretty much the center of the property. You know, I'm not good at guessing acres, but out of the 20 acres, I would assume, you know, definitely more than 15 of them would be saved for, you know, something we're going to do on grass.
Plan too, so you've got this in front of you if you need it. So in addition to the multi-purpose field that you've talked about, does this plan also show some additional restroom facilities?
Yes, it shows, I'm sorry, I gotta take a look here. Yeah, it shows, I see one, I was hoping for two. Oh, here's the second one. Two restrooms. You know, please keep in mind our campus for kids entering kindergarten up until high school. And if we go ahead and put a ball field, some ball fields in the middle of that property, currently those kids would be walking essentially a quarter of a mile to a bathroom. So the first goal would be to get bathroom facilities, so that way I don't have to worry about getting a 5-year-old to a bathroom when they need to. That actually would be the number one priority in my mind.
Now, I'm just going to kind of walk through this plan with Mr. Sickles, so if it's helpful, I know that there's a copy in the file, but just so you know, that's what I'm referencing as I ask him some of these questions. So, Mr. Sickles, on the plan, there's also a multi-purpose building. Can you explain what that would be used for?
That would be for, think of in a children's elementary school, an all-purpose room, a stage, something that we could go ahead and have drama programs and dance programs and things in. It's a place to go in for rainy days. Basically, you know, one, you know, larger space to go ahead and do different larger games, larger group games and things. But mostly we're envisioning drama, music, things like that.
And there's also a pole barn indicated on here. Can you explain what that would be used for?
Well, if I'm going to try to maintain, you know, lots of fields, I'm going to need lots of stuff to do that. I got to store the stuff someplace. So the main there would be, you know, storage and maintenance for the equipment we'd need to keep the place looking beautiful.
There's also an amphitheater on here, and included in this packet of exhibits as Exhibit 4, which starts on page 16 of this packet. Can you just walk us through, are those photographs of the quote-unquote amphitheater?
Yeah, I think amphitheater is a little bit of a misnomer. It's would better be, if you thought, you know, of a more of a campfire-esque type place. But this is what we meant by amphitheater. It's there's 6 bleachers for kids are in groups. You can see the group names on the back. And so that way, if we're having, you know, our morning
Let me
roundup.
interrupt you real quick. I have an extra copy of this that I'm going to set up here. That way, if anybody wants to grab it and flip
Yes,
through
could
while
could
we're
you,
looking.
could you
Yes.
take that? I'm assuming they're residents back there?
Most of them seem like neighbors to me, yeah.
Sorry.
No,
It
that's okay.
occurred to me that I wanted to make sure everybody else could see what we're seeing. So, okay, so you were describing the
Yeah, so
quote-unquote
I think amphitheater might be a little full of ourselves. I would best describe it as think of a campfire type setting without the fire. I mean, it's a place where we're going to have our music person go and start the day. Kids are singing songs. We're doing our morning roundup, talking about the fun activities. Same kind of thing happens in the afternoon. If we have a special guest coming, you know, whatever, a magician, an animal show, a reptile show, things like that, that's where that would take place. So I don't want you to see the word amphitheater and think that we're putting in some, Pier 6 looking, music hall. That's not at all. It's pretty much what you said.
And this, just to clarify, I think you've said it, but this is really just for use for the campers, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure who else would want to use it, but they're welcome to now.
The
but that's
pictures
just us.
speak for themselves, but I think it's just worth clarifying. So, Mr. Sickles, you've also noted a few different they're quote-unquote children's villages, children's pavilions, kind of around the property. Is it likely that you're still going to need those with this amphitheater? Explain that to us.
So the original thought with the villages is that each group would have their own meeting area. But if you look at the pictures of the amphitheater, we actually have spaces for each group to meet. We have a place for the kids. We have cubbies for the kids to put their things. So honestly, the children's villages are something that was an idea as we started this process that I don't see us following through with, and actually could probably be removed for the purpose of what we are doing here. I would see instead of villages, a possible, some possible tents and things to, for breaks from the heat. But I'm not envisioning building any kind of, pavilions for the kids to go and meet in. We've got indoor space, or we've got, pavilion type space and a place for kids to keep their things. So that's not really in the plans.
Now, I think it probably speaks for itself, but there's also a building on here labeled gymnasium. Is that also just for use of the campers as well?
Yes, campers during the summer, and then during the school year, I would think, we hope to expand our before and after care, childcare that's currently on the property. I would think we'd be using the gymnasium as well during, after school time. Basically, if it rains, we need some place to go in and play, and that's, it's typical basketball court. It's our intention to have the building look like a great big red barn, hence the name Red Barn Ranch. And so, but it's just going to be a nice gym to go in and play basketball and floor hockey and any other game we want to play.
Now, you spoke to the ages of the children that come to the camp and to the before and after care programs. Is that what would be used for this, what's marked on here as the daycare / nursery school? Is that just a before and after care facility?
So this is one of these things where our business since 1989 has been primarily school-age childcare. We're not looking to change that. That's what we specialize in. It's what we're very good at. But my crystal ball doesn't tell me what might happen 5 or 10 years from now. So, the additional words nursery school, not my intention, not my area of expertise, not necessarily in the plans, but I wanted to at least have the ability, if we decided to have a small nursery school program in that space, that would be available to us, and wanted to make sure we were opening up front. But we're really thinking primarily before and after school for kids, primarily from Lytton Springs, Eldersburg Elementary School, Carrolltown Elementary School, Piney Ridge, Winfield, basically the 5 closest elementary schools to our property.
And for your before and after care programs, you also have to go, is it accurate that you also have to go through Maryland state licensing requirements for those?
Yeah, MSDE, state licensing, which is slightly different than our summer camp licensing, so we actually hold 2 licenses, MSDE child care license, and then a state of Maryland youth camp license, as well as we're going through the accreditation process from the ACA, which is by far the strongest accreditation for summer camps. So, yeah, we are, and so I expect by, when we get our inspection from the ACA to be fully accredited by July 31st.
Now, also on this plan, there's an accessory caretaker's residence. Can you describe what that is?
Once again, I'm currently 56 years old. My wife is 54 years old. We've got 2 grandkids. my crystal ball doesn't tell me what I'm going to be doing in 15 or 20 years, but I absolutely love the property. I love being there, and I would say if that's going to be anything, that's going to be a place where I could see myself and my wife retiring. And but once again, not in the plans anytime soon. But I would think that would be, frankly, my house.
Is it a fair and accurate summary that the first goal of this property would be the multi-purpose field and restrooms that you spoke to at the beginning?
But yes, first we're looking for fields and we're looking for bathrooms and water, obviously. But that's the first goal, and honestly, that could even end up being the end goal for quite some time, because that's the true need, especially if you look at how tightly packed everything is on the other 8.5 acres, and I mean, you know, field space for me is at a premium. That's the most. That's what we need.
So a lot of the improvements shown on this plan are potential future down the road improvements and not necessarily indicative of what you would see next year at this site, correct?
Well, one, I couldn't afford to do all this by next year, but no, I have no immediate plans to really put any of these things in place other than the restrooms, which obviously would require septic and water. And then the restrooms would obviously be in some form of a building to, you know, that would be the only thing I see happening quickly, or really the only thing happening in the next probably 5 years at a minimum.
Can you walk us through a little bit? You've talked about your before and after programs. Can you explain your hours of operation? And I know that they vary between school year and non-school year. So just walk us through your hours of operation here at this site.
Sure. Let's start with summer, because I think that's the largest impact. During summertime, depending on the week, we could have as many as 300 kids on the property. We open up at 6:30 in the morning. We are open until 6:30 in the evening. We have lots of parents who start dropping off through 6:30 to 8:30. They come sporadically. They're dropping, you know, so it's 1 or 2 cars every, you know, whatever, every few minutes. And then from 8:30 to 9 o'clock would be the probably the busiest time of our drop-off time from parents. And then, but even that might be, you know, 60 or 80 kids being dropped off. Most parents do still need the before and after care to some extent. In the afternoon time, our camp day ends at 3:30, but our aftercare goes until 6:30. In the afternoon, same kind of thing. At 3:30, if you were to think of a typical elementary school, you know, car pickup line that every elementary school in the world has, we would have that kind of a thing, but on a much smaller scale, because we're only having 80 of our kids or 100 of our kids picked up at that time. Most of our kids are staying and then being picked up sometime between 4 o'clock and 6:30. And so I might have gotten sidetracked just talking about parents dropping in and dropping off. Was that the question that you asked?
No, that was the question. So you just spoke to kind of the summer hours. Are those the same during the school year, or are they different a little bit?
Okay. Yeah, so during the school year, we still open at 6:30, we close at 6:30, but obviously there's elementary school during the middle of the day. So Linton Springs sends a bus and picks up kids to go to the elementary school. We then have a series of vans that will take kids to the other elementary schools, which I've mentioned. But between the hours of 9 and 3:30, there's really nobody on the property from September to June during the school year hours, with the exception of the few, you know, teachers in service days, the full days, Christmas break, spring break, things like that, where we're unable to be in the local elementary schools because they're shut down for childcare. So on those days, we would have kids with us on the property. Once again, a dramatically smaller number than during the summertime. Currently, during the school year, we see about 25 kids. We are optimistic that by the fall, we'll have that number be up to 60 kids. So it's not the, 300 kids that we see day in, day out during the summertime.
So what you explained is kind of for before and after care is kind of a tapered drop off and pickup, but they consistent, middle of the day hours, correct?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. And what days of the week is this operational?
Monday through Friday.
Are these, the hours that you just described, these are the existing hours of your camp, correct?
These are the current hours and the hours that our programs have had for the last I don't know how many years it's been since 1989. So for 33 years, 34 years?
That was the year I was born, so 34.
Oh, good, thanks. I just got 6 more gray hairs.
I know exactly how many years ago that was, is what I'm saying. So is it fair to say that you intend on keeping those exact same hours at this site that we're talking about today?
Yes, of course.
And you talked about your current capacity for campers, and does that include staff? Can you just explain to us what your current capacity is and then what your desired capacity is with this site?
No, for staff, so we have 77 staff hired for this summer. They don't all work at the same time. Some folks work a before and after shift. Some folks work, 8 to 4 kind of thing. It's usually fairly staggered. We want to make sure that we have a real good staff-to-child ratio, particularly with our younger groups. Lots of our staff are, high school and college kids. A lot of them are coming in the same car. They're carpooling. They're dropped off with their mom and dad. During the school year, our staff, like right now, I think we have 4 or 5 staff, depending on the day, for the 25 kids that we have on a day-in, day-out basis.
Okay. So for this site, you've described the sorry.
You know what? I didn't talk about our future. You asked about future use.
Yes, future.
Yes, it is our intention. The camp started being full with a wait list very quickly. There's a dramatic need in the area for childcare, and I know it's a summer camp, but really all summer camp is childcare with an awful lot of bells and whistles. Parents still need to work, even after the pandemic, whether they're working at home or getting a car and driving to Columbia or Baltimore. Parents still need to work. There is a need for childcare, particularly in Lower Carroll County. So I would anticipate trying to take our license capacity number during the summertime from 300 to 400. Obviously, we would then probably have our staff number go from 77 to about 100.
Okay.
So anyways, I want to make sure I cover that as well.
No, I appreciate you backtracking on that. Okay. So you spoke at this site to the multi-purpose field and then that kind of amphitheater, like gathering space for the campers. Does that kind of accurately summarize the outdoor activity that would be taking place at this property?
The other thing, and we are doing it now, and I think you can probably see it in the picture, we do have an ATV track that is used basically between 9 and 3:30. The ATVs are specifically purchased these are younger kids. These are not, big ATVs making lots of noise. In fact, you can barely hear it when you're on the property. So the ATVs are not a noisy thing. They also, using the word ATV is, once again, a little overkill, similar to amphitheater being used for that. Some of these things go slightly faster than the Barbie car you bought your child when he or she was 5. They range in speed from 6 miles an hour to 14 miles an hour. So these are not, these are not some, I don't know enough about ATVs, some big, 250, whatever that stands for, ATV. These are, very kid-purposed, kid-centric vehicles. That we used last summer on the property and intend on continuing to use. Other than that and the fields, that's the only way I see the space being used.
And what would you say, in your opinion, having operated the camp itself for a while now, is the loudest part of the day on site?
Loudest part of the day is between 9 and 9:30 and between 3 and 3:30. That's when we do our morning roundups, and that's when, kids are doing their, rah-rah, yelling, screaming, chanting their group names and that kind of stuff. That, and we do have music playing throughout the day. We did recently change our sound system from having, 4 loud speakers that were pumping out music. We now have, I think, over 32 speakers on the property, so that way all the speakers can be turned down, and we've had the speakers turned so it's actually facing inside on the property to try to cut down on sound and volume so it doesn't affect neighbors, because we do have neighbors that are working from home, and we are aware of that, and we want to make sure that we are cognizant that we're not, stopping them from being able to do their jobs as well.
Those are my only questions of Mr. Sickles, unless the board or anyone from the audience has any.
Okay, members of the audience, questions, remember, questions of Mr. Sickles' testimony. Does anyone have any questions? Go ahead and go to the microphone. And when you go to the microphone, please state your name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Okay. My name is Sarah French, French, and I'm at 4637 Bartholomew Road. I'm sorry, the other question, my occupation?
Yes.
Okay, I am a manager at T. Rowe Price in the participant engagement department.
Okay.
So my question is just about the hours. So first, so I'm only asking questions, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can give your testimony. I promise you, you will have the opportunity for testimony.
Okay,
So
I mean, I
only
wanted to say
questions.
something nice, but I'll hold the nice part. My question is just about the hours, because I've just been aware of some weekend events happening, and they sound like birthday parties, and there also is advertisement on your website for an invitation for people to have their events at the property. So could you describe for me what your intention is for weekend hours?
And just, I know I'm supposed to turn and face them, so I don't want you to be offended.
Yeah, that's fine, and I'll sit down so you can do
Okay.
that.
I made sure he knew to talk into the microphone.
The, once again, not really knowing how we, what the future holds for us. One of the things with the property was, well, okay, how can we make sure we can afford everything we're doing on this property? So we did go ahead and advertise things like birthday parties and other, rent our space or whatever. The birthday parties, we have had a reasonable amount of success because we've kind of pushed that a little bit. And the main reason for that would be also because it helps kids see the camp, it helps parents see the camp and that kind of stuff. I can tell you during the summertime, we are not doing any birthday parties because frankly, we're just focused on camp. And as far as any additional, event rentals and that kind of stuff, well, we haven't had any. So I don't know that that's something that's going to be a part of our business plan. That was just something we were just trying to do to get our word out there and that kind of stuff. There are events that we do run. We had a fall festival for a few days last October. Those hours were, I want to say they were 11 to 4. It might have been 10 to 3, Saturday and Sunday for, I think, 4 days in October. I think we had some open houses, which obviously is a fairly normal thing for summer camps. We had some open house activities on Saturdays and Sundays. I think we did 3 open houses throughout the springtime. I'm not looking to be a rental facility. We're here to provide, care and activities for kids. The birthday parties, like I said, do help promote that. Additional event rentals, like I said, that's not something we're necessarily looking to do. But yeah, I'm sure it's on my website just because, you don't know what you don't know. So I figured, well, we, see if that's something that's worked out. But like I said, at this point, I don't think we've had any event rentals like that. With the exception of elementary schools, we do have, all the schools I've mentioned are coming out mostly during the week to have end-of-the-year parties. I have one mom and sons event from Piney Ridge from 3 to 5 on Sunday, but these are like end-of-the-school year things that we do not charge the elementary schools. We just let them come and enjoy our space. We provide staff for free. We do not ask the school to give us any money. Those kind of community events. We also had Liberty High School. Their teachers come out to use our ropes course. I did some team building with them. And I do plan on continuing to be a community-minded guy and let the public school system take full advantage of my property. We have, the only other weekend thing we have is for run by Carroll County Public Schools, is running something for children who have lost parents due to drug overdoses. They will be out on a weekend in the middle of July. But other than, things for the community, I'm not planning on, renting out this space because frankly, nobody's going to treat it the way we treat it, and I don't even want to have them out, so.
Bob, just real quick follow-up. Everything that you just talked about in terms of the birthday parties, are those all happening at the existing camp facility?
Yes.
Okay, so if and when this gets approved for the adjoining property, would people also have access to that, or do you envision that kind of staying on that existing?
If we continue with the birthday parties, I wouldn't see any reason to have people go down there because frankly, they want to use the playgrounds, they want to use the pavilion, they want to use the things that are centrally located on the commercially zoned section of the property. If you look back at the map, you can see that's where all the stuff is. And I do have, a close enough field, there's no reason for them to, unless somebody's just in the mood to walk 1,000 feet, there'd be no reason for them to go, 1,000 feet away when they have everything they need for their child's birthday party and that kind of thing.
I just wanted to clarify because this is all, one camp, but it is different properties, so I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, but our end goal is not to become a birthday party place. We will never, I'll emphasize that again, never be a retail place where people can just come up to use our zip line and pay, $30 to go use a zip line, and we just have random people coming in. This is a membership only kind of thing. If you're a part of the Kids After Hours community and you come to Red Barn Ranch Monday through Friday, come and enjoy our property. If you want to reach out to us about a birthday party, sure. But once again, that's not the driving part of our business.
Okay, any other questions of Mr. Sickles' testimony?
Douglas Becker, Becker, 243 Clees Mill Road, right next to the farmland. Automotive painter for Barnes Body Shop. I just saw this map, so I have a question. What are the buildings that are right next to my property?
So there's the proposed daycare center.
Do you want to come up here so you can see what he's pointing to? Because this is just
No,
a
this
bigger.
one's bigger.
This is a bigger
So,
version.
this is a proposed daycare center, and just so you know, I did not make this, obviously, I'm not equipped to do that, but I am not married to this being here for any reason whatsoever, and like I said, I'm not even sure that does take place.
Are these roads?
This is parking lot, this would be a.
Blacktop.
Blacktop, and this would be a driveway back to eventually my house, which, I guess, that is your house right there.
Mm-hmm.
So
So all those buildings are right next to my property.
on this, yes, they are, but like I said, I'm open to, adjustments if needed.
Any other questions of Mr. Sickles' testimony? Hey, board members, Mr. Caldwell.
Good morning, sir. I have a question about your site plan. You've got a pole barn there. What is that going to be used for?
I'm sorry, you said the pole barn?
Yes.
The pole barn, basically, to maintain you know, acres and acres of field space. I need a place to park, you know, tractors, lawnmowers, a place to put weed whackers. It's basically just an equipment shed.
Okay, understood, thank you.
Mr. Snyder?
Sure. And thanks for coming in today and explaining this to us. Outdoor recreational areas, they seem to evolve, somewhat into things that are not originally discussed, and it's such a broad area of what can be done and cannot be done, and not limited to. And your attorney was kind enough to point out, what an outdoor recreational area can include, but not limited to: miniature golf, golf courses, skating rinks, ball fields, and on and on and on. So it's a really broad scoped approval. So as a member of the board, that's where my biggest concern is. That when someone comes in and asks for this type of approval, that we have a firm understanding of exactly what that is going to entail versus it morphing into something that was not originally envisioned. So with that said, and I know you've testified to some of this, but if I can get some clarity.
Sure.
You're currently within an operational discipline now, that there's things you do, whatever the case may be. Can you give me an idea of how you see your operation changing from a matter of scope to what that would employ looking forward if you did receive approval?
I'm sorry, if we did receive approval? Sure. So a couple of things. I can tell you that, a lot of the things that you mentioned, you mentioned, just doesn't fit with what we do. Miniature golf is great when you go to the beach, but after you play it once, you never want to play it again. So it doesn't work in my setting. Skating is completely impractical because, one, I'd have to have a zillion skates, and two, too many kids can't skate. My arms would be killing me at the end of the day. So right now, like I said, what I'm truly envisioning is grass, it's fields. It's not, frankly, if you look at the commercial zone side of the property, I can't think of anything else a summer camp doesn't have. And I don't want to say that to sound full of myself, but we're good. I just need land. And so I need, land and bathrooms. I need bathrooms and water. No, I would even be completely comfortable if you wanted to run down a list of things, literally putting it, I'm sure she's going to tackle me for saying this, saying, I will never do this, I will never do that, I will never do this, I will never do that. And I'm completely comfortable running down, you run down a list and I'll just be like, nope, 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 nope. Because that's how confident I am that, I need grass. I can tell you that I could see us doing a small, I'll say victory garden farm, planting some things, but more, for kids to go and, so some portion of this could be, I could see us doing a place where kids are planting some stuff and that kind of stuff. So a small garden. I'm not going to say we're going to turn this into a farmland, but other than really just getting out and having grass, that's what I need.
Thank you. I see that, I believe in testimony I heard that you currently have 25 after-school folks. You're hoping to have that grow to 60. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess my question then is, how does the traffic and flow, because typically after school is kind of condensed, they get dropped off at a certain time and parents come, and that somewhat varies. But again, as you add more and more people, we've all gone by the schools where parents are picking up kids. Okay, and I understand it's not that rigid of a time frame that they all show up at the same time, but by the same token, there is a reality that the more kids, the more cars coming,
Of
the more
course.
traffic involved. Have you explored that? Have you considered that?
Yeah. So for the school year, keep in mind, during the school year, it's our intention, like I said, we probably don't really need to come down and use this property because with 60 kids, the field space I have, which is located behind the pavilion, behind the pool, is completely adequate. So between September and June, frankly, I don't know how much of this space we'd be really using. I can tell you that the restrooms would be, shut down and winterized because I just won't feel the need to have them. And when we are leaving at 8:30 to go to school, that's on a school bus or that's on one of our 2 vans. So it's not a series of 60 cars leaving. And the same thing in the afternoon. Big yellow school bus comes in and drops off 20 kids from Linton Springs. We have a van that goes to a couple of schools, brings them in. So, and if you look at you can kind of see on the commercial side of this plat, there's a driveway that comes in and does kind of a big circle and goes out. During the school year, parents drive in that driveway, they drive back to what is listed here as classroom and classroom, and that's where they pick up and drop off. So we have no effect on the road. I mean, I could literally park 100 cars along that driveway, but, people come in sporadically, they come in, they pull right up to, right next to the building. I mean, envision a cold, dreary day in November. Parents don't want to have to walk 1,000 feet to pick up their kids, so we have them come right to the building. And then they go ahead and drive right out, which is different than, I think the bigger issue is going to be summertime, because I know 60 sounds like a lot, but compare that to the average elementary school. 60 kids getting picked up from an elementary school is nothing in their scheme of things. And it's nothing in our scheme of things, especially when it's sporadic. Our biggest issue is going to be drop off at between 8:30 and 9 o'clock, when 100 parents or 80 parents or 80 kids, 100 kids are being dropped off in a 30-minute window. And I can tell you, we do have a good system for getting the cars in and out. Parents have the option to park or drop off and go, because we want to make sure we're just kind of moving them forward. That's going to be the bigger issue in the summertime. During the school year, I don't see any traffic issues. I mean, it's.
Thank you. I was going to segue into that one next, so
Okay.
thank you for answering the question.
So the bigger issue, frankly, is going to be between 8:30 and 9 in the morning, and then 3:30 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon during summer months. So we want to make sure we're doing things like we're getting all the cars off of Clees Mill. We've got plenty of space on our property to have the cars come in. We have an orderly fashion for having the kids ready to get picked up and, get into their car. So that way we have a constant line. We did put a lot of signage so parents can see we have one entrance, we have one exit. We have signs reminding parents that, hey, this is a stop sign. You have to, because it's right at where Bartholomew hits Clees Mill. It's a stop sign. We can't just, pull out willy-nilly. And so we've got signs reminding parents of that. But those would be the traffic times.
Understood.
No other
Your facility has lived within the neighborhood for an extended period of time. Actually, I think 2 of my children may have gone there for summer camp years ago. Are you saying, and is your testimony that it's not going to be a public event venue? And that is a key element, because you have the programs in that you have, for lack of a better description, a contract to subscription, whatever the case may be, where people bring their kids to summer camp. It's a window of time. Daycare or after-school care is a set number of people, and those situations could be, have worked for years. So why would they not continue the work, just with some expansion and some consideration in that regard? However, to ever see the place transition into a public event facility changes the dynamic of the use of the property. So with that, my question is it envisioned to be seen as a public event facility?
The short answer to that's no, but I also don't want to tie my hands to events that fit with what we're doing. So like, the Fall Festival, which we had take place, and we did have I think our most popular day, we had about 325 folks there. But it was something that, we did. It was various fundraisers for various schools. We did a fundraiser for, I think it was Carrolltown, because their playground was getting redone, and so it was a fundraiser for them to be able to raise the money for that. So is that technically a public event? Yes. Will we do some of those throughout the year? Yes. But it is not my intention to, like I said, I've got a very nice facility. It's not my intention to have, public events running throughout, because I don't have the control. And my wife has pointed out for 34 years, I'm a little bit of a control freak. So, no, I mean, I can tell you what's not going to morph to that. That's not a business I want to get in. I don't think it's a business that's sustainable. And frankly and selfishly, parents pay me a certain amount of money every single month to make sure their kids are safe and have a blast. I'd rather make a little bit of money every single month for the rest of my life than to have some big event that, could destroy everything. So, will we have some public events throughout the year? We will have, I'd like to be able to have some. Once again, they're all going to be community-based, usually with some fundraising element behind it. But no, this is not going to become a public event facility. That's not, it's not why we bought it. It's not why we sunk every time I had into it. It's not,
And had Bob explained that as his intent, I would have told him we were applying for the incorrect thing and we should apply for a banquet/event facility, not outdoor recreational. So we did talk,
We know all the subjectivity that happens after the fact. Well, if we really intended this, and
Well, to your point, so even like our barn, right? We completely redid our barn, and frankly, I think it's stunning. But I have no intention of having barn weddings in our barn. It's not why it's there. It's not what we're doing. There's plenty of other places where you can go and do that. And then the biggest problem I have is, are people bringing alcohol onto my property? That's not something I'm going to allow. And so that kind of puts a big damper into an awful lot of public events. Not for me, but for lots of other folks. So no, that's just not our design.
Good. That's my question, sir.
Mr. Colwell.
Another question for you, sir. You said you're going to be open from 6:30 to 6:30, a 12-hour period. How do you handle catering and food arrangements for the kids?
Yeah, so during the school year, it's easy. We provide breakfast in the morning, which is fairly standard childcare practice. Keep in mind before 9 o'clock, they're leaving us to go to school. And then, so they're eating school lunch, they're bringing their lunchbox to school, that kind of stuff. In the afternoon, they come back, and we have snacks in the afternoon. And all of this is overseen by the MSDE, childcare licensing. We have to submit our menu plans and that kind of stuff. We are not cooking. We don't have a kitchen facility there. We're just providing snacks. Same thing during the summertime. Parents do bring, the kids do bring lunches. We provide, once again, a breakfast in the morning. And by breakfast, I mean it's a bowl of cereal. It's something simple and quick and easy. Most of the kids don't take advantage of it, but if you're getting dropped off at 6:30 in the morning, you may not have had time for a bowl of cereal at home, and so you can have that with us. In the afternoon, we provide a snack for kids as well. We do have one building on the property that the whole building is a walk-in refrigerator. So during the summertime, when kids come with their lunches are not sitting there cooking in the hot sun. That doesn't go over well. So we do put those lunches in a walk-in fridge. But that is the extent of our food service. I do have a popcorn machine that the kids like, but other than that, that's about it.
Okay, so you're not going to have a kitchen?
Oh, no. No. I can't cook in my own kitchen. I'm not going to try to cook for 300 kids, no.
Okay, it's not going to morph into a restaurant?
Never.
Okay, all right, thank you very
I'll
much.
be more than happy to put that in writing.
Ms. Ford-Mel, do you have any questions?
I just have two. So do you have a legal capacity there? How many children can?
Yes, so the capacity during the school year right now is set at 30. Once again, it's MSDE does the licensing there. And like I said, we'll be moving that to 60. And to do that, we need to show staffing, we need to show the space. They know the space. During the summertime, we deal with the health department, and our capacity is based on the septic systems that we have. And for this summer, I have worked out that I will be pumping out our current septic system every single week and bringing up a 4-person, very nice bathroom trailer, which will be emptied and cleaned every single week. I'm not a big fan of porta potties. But one of the goals that we would have here would be, obviously, we're going to need bathrooms, we're going to need septic. So really, the only short-term improvement on this property is going to be the septic, wells, and the bathrooms.
And so for that, for summer, that would allow you to go from 300
To
children to 400?
to 400.
But is there a legal max that you're allowed to have? Like
That will
once-
be, whatever, I can tell you
400.
whatever that legal max is, and they do break it down by kids and staff. So I won't know exactly what that is until they see, I guess, the capacity of the septic systems and that kind of stuff. So when I'm saying 400 kids, I'm going, the assumption I'm going to have 400 kids, I'm going to have 100 staff. If they come to me and they say, hey, you can only have 382 kids and 82 staff, whatever the health department tells me is what we're going to go with.
Okay. And it's not your intention, once you get soccer fields, lacrosse fields, to ever rent that to the public?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
One question, and I don't know if you'll know this, maybe Mr. Matthias will know this. So the property that we're talking about is agriculturally zoned. So it has a building right, a building lot right with that property.
I believe it does. There's a plat, there's a plat that, the reason I say I believe is because I don't have the plat in front of me that accompanies that, but I believe from my recollection, because I've been familiar with this property before Mr. Sickles purchased this, and I had taken a look at it on behalf of another client, and I do believe that from my recollection, that is correct per that plat.
Is it further subdividable?
No, it is not. It's a remaining portion.
Okay, so there's no issue with your future residents, somewhere down the road, being sold off of this property. It would remain there.
Correct.
Okay, that was my concern.
I have another question.
Mr. Caldwell?
One more question for you, sir. Do you have any contingency plan if you can't get a successful perk test?
Well, I can tell you that somebody had recently done a perk test on the property. I don't have the date that was done, but like before we purchased it, there were recent perk tests that were successful. So I'm fairly confident. I don't know that the geology has changed dramatically over the last 4 years, so I think we should be good. So I guess right now I'm just rolling the dice and hoping, but, so no, I don't necessarily have a contingency plan if we don't get the perk test that we need, but I would like to think on 20 acres, we got to be able to find some water.
Well, I hope you're successful finding water on the property by well. So, okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Very good. Thank you, Mr. Sickles. Ms. Miller, would you want to call another witness?
Thank you. I'd like to call Jim Matthias, please.
Do I stay here or do I
You
go
can stay
someplace?
here.
Okay.
And Jim can sit right next to you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Jim, can you please state your name, spelling your last name and your address for the record?
James Matthias, Mathias. My business address is 192 East Main Street, Westminster.
Mr. Matthias has appeared in front of this board on several occasions as an expert. I'm prepared to qualify him if you would like me to, but if you are willing to accept him, I would like to qualify him as an expert in the area of land use and site design.
We will accept him as we have in the past.
Thank you. Mr. Matthias, were you present and did you hear all of Mr. Sickles' testimony in this case?
I did.
And were you asked to prepare a plan to accompany this Board of Zoning Appeals application?
I was.
In preparing that plan, did you have the opportunity to visit the property, take a look at the zoning, the surrounding properties, the topography, the screening, and everything in the surrounding area?
I did.
Can you tell us what the zoning of the subject property is?
It's agriculture.
And I've included in my packet here, marked as Exhibit 5, page 20. Is that a copy of the county zoning map?
It is,
Does that show the subject property that's been applied for?
yes,
And is that indicated in agricultural zoning?
yes.
Okay. And what is the zoning of the adjacent properties?
The property immediately to the south is Zone C1. The property immediately to the west is Zone R20, and the remaining adjacent properties are agriculture.
And what is the acreage? I believe Mr. Sickles said it, but can you tell us what the acreage of this site is?
It's just slightly over 20 acres, 20.1, I believe.
And how does this site access public road?
It accesses directly onto Clees Mill.
To the best of your knowledge, is Clees Mill a county-maintained road?
It is.
Okay. And in your opinion, is it capable of handling the traffic that you heard Mr. Sickles testify to?
Yes.
Okay. If approved here today, are you aware of whether this plan would be required to go through a site plan process at the county?
It certainly would.
And in your experience, would you say that this use is more or less intense than other uses allowed in the agricultural zone?
I would say it's comparable to any other use that would be allowed in this zone.
And in saying that, you are familiar with the county zoning code, correct?
I am.
Okay. And are you also aware of the definition of an accessory use?
I am.
And having heard all of Mr. Sickles' testimony to all of the future, kind of, I'll call them hopeful future plans for this property, which may or may not play out, do you believe that the proposed buildings on this site are accessory to the primary outdoor recreation use?
Yes, as I worked with Mr. Sickles and his planner, it was clear that the other structures were accessory.
And are you familiar with the Schultz v. Pritz Maryland case law standard for conditional uses in Maryland?
I am.
Having heard all the testimony, having looked at this site and the surrounding property, are you aware of any adverse effects above and beyond those inherently associated with such a use, regardless of its location in the zone?
I am not.
Okay. Those are my only questions of Mr. Mathias.
Anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Mathias's testimony? Board members? The only question I have for Mr. Mathias was previously answered. So, we good? Okay, Ms. Miller, would you like to call another witness?
I would. I'd like to call Mr. Nick Durbin, please. Thank you, Jim.
Did you ask about people in the audience?
Yeah, I did.
Good morning.
Morning, Nick. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Nick Dribbin with Lenhart Traffic. Office is located at 645 Baltimore Annapolis Boulevard, Suite 214, Annapolis, Maryland.
Nick, you just stated where you presently work, but first I'll call to the board's attention that Exhibit 6 in this packet is a resume for Mr. Dribbin. He has testified before. I'm not sure if you've been in front of this board, but in front of many other boards in Carroll and Planning Commission. If this board would like me to, I'm happy to ask him the qualifying questions. If not, I would offer him as an expert in the area of traffic engineering.
We'll accept that based on your exhibit, what is that, number 6?
Thank you. Mr. Dribbin, we're going to be short and to the point with your testimony. So did you prepare a traffic impact analysis in contemplation of Mr. Sickles' proposed request?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I have included that. That is the large document that has been included as Exhibit 7, but that I only provided one copy of to Mr. Dixon. So hopefully he can pass that around. Nick, in preparing that traffic impact analysis, did you communicate with county staff to scope the area that needed to be studied for this type of project?
Yes, we did. After coordinating with Mr. Sickles regarding what his plans were for the property, we reached out to Andrea Barco, who is the transportation coordinator for Carroll County, and we scoped the study with her.
And in preparing this study, did you take into account everything that you heard Mr. Sickles testify to, the current use and the proposed future use?
The study, yes, the study focuses primarily on the summer camp, which today you heard Mr. Sickles testify accommodates up to 300 students, and in the future he's proposing that it could go as many as 400. So that was the focus of the study.
And can you generally describe to this board, it's quite a lengthy document. I will preface this by saying that this, to the extent necessary, will go through any site plan review and additional county review. But because we had this prepared, we felt like it was appropriate to make the board aware of this traffic impact analysis. So with that, Nick, can you just briefly summarize the conclusions of this study to the board?
Yeah, so based on the travel patterns to the site today, as well as in the future, and you heard testimony about carpooling and things of that nature, we looked at the increase in traffic that would result from going from 300 to 400 students, which of course is an increase in the number of pickup and drop off, but also an increase in the number of staff. And of course, with any traffic impact study, we look at existing conditions. We look at conditions, what we call background, which is existing plus growth in regional traffic or other sites in the area, and then we added what we call total traffic, which is the site traffic, to those conditions. The county's ordinance calls for us to look at least one arterial in every direction from the site, so we actually had a fairly large study area consisting of 7 intersections for this study. And the results of the study showed that under existing background and total conditions with the site, all of the intersections operate at level service A or B. In Carroll County, anything level service D or better, so obviously A and B are better than that, is considered acceptable. So all the intersections with the increase in traffic, as well as today under existing conditions, operate well within acceptable thresholds for the county.
So obviously, having not gone through an official site plan process for this project yet, from your experience, can you say whether it appears this project will meet the adequate public facilities ordinance requirements?
Yes, I think it would easily.
Those are my only questions of Mr. Dribbin.
Okay. Audience members, any questions of his testimony? Board members?
Just one, if I can, I neglected to ask Mr. Sickle this because we talked about the number of aftercare of children that you're looking at from a capacity. I would assume that the capacity is going to increase with the summer camp and the expansion of the facility. With that said, what number was used as far as the summer camp drop-off, just for situational awareness?
Sure, yeah, so I had a number of close conversations with Mr. Sickles as far as how his travel patterns today and what those would look like in the future. As you heard, he's been operating this camp and the before and after care programs for quite some time, so he has very good situational awareness of morning and evening pickups. Today, so when we look at a traffic impact study, we look at what we call the peak hour, which is the single busiest hour of traffic between 7 and 9 in the morning and 4 and 6 in the evening, so just the highest volume of traffic, right? So if you have 300 students coming to the camp, as you heard, not all 300 of those students arrive during 1 hour, they're sort of spread out. And so based on, and then again, there's also carpooling that occurs. I believe there's incentives that the camp offers for carpool. So based on the analysis that we conducted on the information from Mr. Sickles today, there are a total of around 147 trips during each of the peak hours. When I say a trip in traffic engineering, that's an in or an out. So, so it's a total of 80 vehicles in and 67 out in the morning, and then the reverse of that in the evening during the highest hour. And again, that's based on data from the site and the carpooling and the dispersion of both staff and students that occurs over that time. With the increase to 400 students, the net change, so the total difference between what's out there today and what would be out there in the future, is around 48 trips during both the AM and PM peak hour, 26 in and 22 out. In terms of additional vehicles, that's what somebody looking at the site would see. And I should note that in terms of the Carroll County ordinance, when we were coordinating with Andrea Barco, the county's ordinance makes it optional for them to require a study between 30 and 50 additional peak hour trips. We're at 48. So, in speaking with Andrea Barco, she said, she was of the opinion that it may or may not be necessary here, but that, certainly wouldn't hurt to do the analysis and kind of see how things are operating.
Understood. Well, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, it's a little out of order, but I'll allow it since nobody did. So please go to the microphone.
Apologize. I thought that as we were
That's okay. And as he was giving his answers, I thought maybe there were answers that he was giving that would generate more questions. So name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Barbara Savaliski, Savaliski. I live at 4641 Bartholomew Road, Sykesville, Maryland, and I am an IT manager for Carroll County Government. My question just really was basically, maybe you already spoke to it, the bus stop aspect. So there's vans coming and going to several schools. Is there also buses going to be stopping from high school, middle school, elementary school, morning and afternoon?
Well, I can answer that one.
I was going to say, I think.
We're only in the busing area for Lytton Springs Elementary School. Although there are numerous buses that do come up Clees Mill Road from Lytton Springs, one of them does stop right at our driveway. Right now we get about 18 kids a day that come off that bus. I would anticipate that number going up slightly for next school year to 24, 25. But that's the only school bus that comes and stops in a roadway. Our vans obviously are pulling into our parking lot. They're pulling down around our circle and going straight up next to our buildings and that kind of stuff. But we don't have any busing from a middle school or the high school. So I'm not sure how the staff get there. That's their own issue. I assume they're driving or mom's driving them or whatever. But just that one bus is the only thing that does stop traffic while 20 kids get on and off, just like any other bus stop.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good.
That was Linton Springs?
Lytton Springs Elementary School, yes.
Okay. Ms. Miller.
That concludes my presentation of testimony. I would like to ask that all of these exhibits 1 through 7 be entered.
And we will accept those into evidence.
Thank you.
Okay, now as promised, you can go to the microphone one at a time, identify yourself again, and you can give your own testimony. Anyone want to give any testimony? Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Again, I'm Sarah French, 4637 Bartholomew Road, Sykesville, Maryland. So our property borders two sides. So we may be one of the most impacted neighbors to the camp because we have the side property and the back of our property. We've got two borders. It does not border the property that is in question that we are talking about today. So I want to acknowledge that. I also want to acknowledge that Bob has been incredibly gracious in handling any of my concerns. So I really appreciate that. We've had some discussions about some concerns about noise level or things going on, and he's been very gracious to put in bushes and fences and things like that. So I really appreciate that. That was not the case with the previous owner. So in my mind, this is a huge win to have a neighbor running the camp that I can actually work with and talk with about my concerns. He's also done a beautiful job. The facilities are very, very nice. The renovations of the barn and all of the facilities are really beautiful. So I appreciate all of that. It is, as a neighbor, it's a little bit hard to see a camp that is significantly larger than the previous operation. So that's just a little tough to get used to. And as we see requests to get larger, it's hard not to be a little concerned about the future and what that may look like. My other concern is, will there be a future owner? I mean, who knows what happens if it gets sold? We've already been through one selling where we knew what we were getting into, and then it changed hands. And what may happen in the future if it changes hands again. And Bob's intentions sound good, but the future is still unknown, and will it open us up to it becoming a retail facility, it becoming a 7-day-a-week operation? It's just some unknowns that I'm not sure how to handle that from a law perspective, but I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Wait, stay there. Ms. Miller, do you have any questions?
I do not have any questions, but because Mr. Sickles actually has a response to one of Ms. French's concerns, I would like to give him the opportunity. It feels
Okay.
appropriate right now to just give him the
Mr. Sickles,
opportunity.
would you want to respond to anything Ms. French said?
Oh, well, thank you. The one concern I can definitely belay right now is the property is in a generation skipping trust. It will be owned by one of my, or a group of my children. I have 6 kids. I plan on having zillion grandkids if my kids are anything like my wife and myself. It's in a generation skipping trust. It is not going to be sold. This property is going to be this property owned by a Sickles family for as long as the Poblets had that property before I bought it. So whether you like me or not, you're stuck with me.
Okay, is that it? Does that answer your question?
And
It
she
does.
didn't really ask it as a question,
Well,
but I
but
just felt it was appropriate for him to say that because
Okay,
does.
let's
Okay.
stay
Thank
right
you.
there. Any questions from the board members from Ms. French's testimony? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Barbara Savaliski, 4641 Bartholomew Road. Do I have to say my job again?
No.
Okay.
And wait a minute. Mr. Dixon, did you get the spelling the first time?
No, I can find it, though.
Okay.
It's phonetic, Savaliski.
Okay.
I just wanted to state, I also echo Sarah French's remarks regarding the quality of the structures they have put up. Obviously, they spend a lot of money. They have a good eye for what if I was a child, I would want to go and play there. I just want to make a statement. Our property does back up to the back right-hand corner. And my only concern is quality of life. We lived there for 23 years. We did have the other kids camp, which I didn't really realize it had been in operation for 20 years because I don't think it really operated for that full time. And it was very noisy, a lot of loudspeakers and things like that. We haven't heard loudspeakers, but there's music. And just mostly concerned about, keeping the rural looking and feel of our properties. We have 3¼ acres, which we really enjoy. We enjoy the nature and the quiet and sitting outside and things like that in the summer and enjoying that. And I'm just concerned about the impact on that. And this is the first time I've met Mr. Sickles, and I'm happy to meet you. And yeah, so that's really just what my comments.
Okay, Ms. Miller, any questions?
no questions. Thank you.
Board members, questions? Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Hi, my name is Michelle Becker, Michele Becker. I live at 243 Cleves Mill Road. Full disclosure, I am the assistant principal at Carrolltown Elementary School, and as an assistant principal, we have a relationship with Mr. Sickles, and he has been very community mind oriented, so I can speak to his character in that fashion. But I'm not here speaking as a Carroll County Public School employee. I'm here speaking as a resident who, our land is the land adjacent to where the buildings are going to go. And I just have a procedural question, more so for the board, just so I can understand the process a little bit better. The application here today is for temporary approval. Is it to turn the land from commercial, or from agriculture to commercial?
No, it's for conditional approval.
Conditional.
Yes.
Okay, so is there a timeline on that? Let's say 5 or 6 years, since we don't have that magic ball of what the land could be used as. Is there a reevaluation at any time, couple
Look,
years?
I'm not to offer any testimony.
Sure.
Mr.
I can answer just
Okay,
briefly.
well, Mr. Voigt is in the audience. I didn't know whether Mr. Voigt would be better at answering that.
I'm happy to summarize, and then we can call him if we need to, just to
Okay,
avoid
let's,
intrusion.
and I'll just look at Mr. Voigt, and if he's
And if he's
going
saying,
emphatically like
"No,
that,
Ms. Miller
then
is
we're
wrong."
calling him to the microphone. So Ms. Miller, would you address those two questions?
Yes,
that
I'd
she
be
had?
happy to. So the application is for a conditional use, which is a Board of Zoning Appeals process. To effectuate that approval, if this were approved today, Mr. Sickles would then have to go through a site plan process or any building permit process required through the county to then confirm and solidify the approval here today. But the request is not to rezone the property. So nothing about this will change the zoning. This will not become a commercially zoned property that is inherently eligible for other commercial uses.
Okay, so what distinguishes it then? Because the buildings on the land will be used for making a profit. The children coming in will be giving money to the landowner to use it as a business.
So there are a list of uses in our code. If you were to buy a piece of property that was in whatever zoning district, the zoning code has a list of uses that allow you to apply, just as we have done for a conditional use request. And this use is within that list of uses for the agricultural district. And so it's eligible to come with this application.
Okay. So within the agreement of the use of the land, is there any way to have the buildings that are currently proposed, it looks like they would need an easement, like an access route. So there would be pavement between our property and the current agricultural property. And cars would be utilizing that. And that's next to our bedroom window, just a matter of feet from our bedroom window. So my question is there a way that it could be written so that those buildings are closer and adjacent to the current buildings on the commercial side, instead of on our side, a residential property?
So the placement of the buildings will be dependent upon two things to the extent they ever are actually developed by Mr. Sickles. Number one, Mr. Sickles' kind of desire in placing them, which he's communicated, would take into consideration some neighbor concerns, but also county requirements. So this plan, this approval here today does not approve this. Doesn't mean he can go pull building permits. This is just the first step. He would then have to go through a site development plan process, which will require him to meet all of the code requirements in terms of development and where it can happen next to property lines and, all of those specific details. And that is also a public process as well.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Mr. Becker.
Douglas Becker, 243 Cleveland Road.
Get a little bit closer to the microphone. You don't, well, just yes, there you go.
243 Cleo Mill Road.
Okay.
I'll just say that we've been there for 26 years and counting. And my neighbor used to be a cornfield, nice and quiet. I didn't have any issues. Now I have kids, I have people, I have strangers that come up along my property line. I don't know who they are. I don't know what they want. I grew up in Woodlawn, so you can understand I have issues with people. So when I see my neighbor to my one side, he gets approval for a 40 by 60 building. That's an eyesore. Now I see a proposal for more buildings to my other side, while I look at my property value as going in the toilet. How am I going to sell? I don't know. So that's my concern, is I'm losing my privacy. I'm losing the country life. So that's my biggest concern. My thing is, the cornfield used to feed many people. Now it's just going to feed one man. I don't understand what's going on in Carroll County anymore. So that's all I have to say.
Ms. Miller, any questions?
I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Board members?
No question.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Becker. Okay, presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summations are in order. Ms. Miller.
Good morning. I think we're still morning. Yes, good morning. Thank you all for being here and listening to all of this testimony today. As you heard from Mr. Dixon's introduction of the file, this request is consistent with the Carroll County Master Plan. This area, you know, it's been difficult to differentiate between the property that's the subject property here and the whole camp use. Because as you heard through Mr. Sickles' testimony, this was an established existing camp that was purchased, and now what we're talking about here today specifically is the adjoining agriculturally zoned portion. Historically, but in more recent history, I will say, those adjacent properties that Mr. Sickles also owns are commercially zoned properties. So those have different uses that are inherently allowed on them than the property we're here talking about today. That being said, Mr. Snyder asked a very good pointed question, which was, how will this property change the overall use? And I think I wanted to bring that up because you can't differentiate the use. It's all of the properties, so it really won't change the existing camp. What it will do, this property will allow for that outdoor recreational area for those fields primarily, and any sort of restroom capability that can be approved on this property to kind of complement that use as well. We've gone through a lot of changes in the county over the past several years, and one of them was a comprehensive text amendment. And I think it's worth pointing out just because it sheds some light on why we're here and these type of uses. Previous to the agricultural text amendment that occurred, oh gosh, Mr. Voigt might be able to tell you specifically when, but within the last year or two, a non-commercial facility exactly like the one you heard testify to was a principal permitted use in the agricultural zoning district. So if you wanted to operate a public camp that had all of the exact same characteristics that you just heard testified to, that would have been a use that was allowed by right. The difference was in the code at that point in time was the commercial nature, which I think Ms. Ford Mount pointed out as well. That commercial element then required a conditional use request. And that's what we've seen carried over into this new, I'll call it new, but this most recent agricultural text amendment to the ag zone, which has been that we still see this outdoor recreation area as a conditional use. There are several other conditional uses in our agricultural district that are commercial in nature. Wineries, farm alcohol production, which is kind of like a farm brewery type of thing. So this is not unique from that standpoint. This is akin to many other of the conditional uses that are listed in our ag zone, and that's what part of the testimony that you heard from Mr. Mathias as well. Mr. Snyder also asked a good question, which was how to distinguish this from a banquet/event facility. And I do think it's important to understand that the request before you is for the approval, the conditional use approval of an outdoor recreational area. If and when those characteristics ever started to shift, because a banquet and event facility is a defined use in our code, that would require a different approval, and that has a different set of characteristics that have to come before you and ask these same questions and for your same determination. So although Mr. Sickles has testified that that's not his intent at all, should it ever change to be his intent, he would need to reapply to this board, assuming that use were still a use in our code, and make that request of this board. But that is not what's being requested here today. Mr. Sickles, when fleshing out these questions to ask him, I realized how closely entwined I am in this, because my child goes not to his camp, but goes to a different institution and goes to before and after care and participates in summer camps. And so a lot of the things that are just second nature to me are not second nature to everyone. And so I wanted to kind of create a very clear picture of what this use looks like. But the use that he's described to you is the exact same use that a lot of people, I would submit, with young children are using around the county to provide childcare, before and after school care for their children. And the summer camps really truly are, like Mr. Sickles said, a form of childcare for working parents during the summer. It's not necessarily, I mean, my children enjoy it, right? But it's childcare. And so this is a use that has a need, and something that he's been involved in for many, many years. And I found fascinating understanding a little bit more about his business and the before and after care programs that he offers. But I do think this is a great community asset, I would say, and something that has the potential to really serve the citizens of our county, but specifically that area of the county. So all of the testimony that you have heard supports the Schultz v. Pritz conditional use standard. There are no variances being requested here today. This will have to go through a site plan process should Mr. Sickles ever fully develop it to, pursuant to these plans. I only say that because he's really communicated pretty clearly to you that this is really all a long-term vision. This is not these are not immediate plans for this full property, but we did want to provide you kind of with the full future picture. So with that said, I think we strongly meet the legal standard for conditional uses, and I think this is a really great asset to the community, and I would request that this board approve the conditional use that's been applied for here today, the outdoor recreational area with the additional accessory buildings that you've seen on this plan. Thank you.
Okay, the hearing and record of this case is now closed. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland, the board will now consider the case. Board members, who wants to start?
I can start.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Julie.
So I agree with Ms. Miller that, to me, this seems like a really big community asset. You're experienced in childcare and aftercare, and I appreciate that. I actually live at the opposite end of Clee Mill Road, and have seen that camp for years, and it is greatly, greatly improved from when it was 10 years ago. So I see no reason not to approve this, and that's my vote.
Mr. Colwell.
As usual, the issues that come up, noise and traffic, values of property, are a concern. Mr. Sickles, though, has been quite clear in his presentation that he's willing to work with neighbors to try and ameliorate these concerns. I have a concern about the traffic. I was almost hit sight on a car that came flying down Bartholomew, failed to stop, and just came straight at me as I was trying to make a turnaround. The sight lines in that area are pretty short, so that traffic study needs to be looked at really carefully to see if it can handle the extra volume during the peak times. I don't think it's particularly safe there. But that was just a personal observation on my part when I was going to do the site survey. Noise issues, again, I think Mr. Sickles is willing to work with the neighbors who are going to be most affected, and I would encourage him to do so and keep that dialogue open. One of the neighbors, I think was Miss French, was a strong advocate in his behalf about his willingness to work, and hopefully Mr. and Mrs. Becker take advantage of that. Other than that, I can't see any reason not to approve this.
Ms. Eckert.
I think this clearly meets the Schultz versus Pritz standard. I can't imagine that this use at this location would have any more adverse effects than in any other location in the Ag District. My only concern and Mr. Snyder touched on this or alluded to this, is that we don't let this approval get out of hand and morph into something that we're not anticipating that would be detrimental to the neighborhood. I greatly appreciate the testimony that was given on your behalf, and I certainly believe everything that you intend to do, and I think your intentions are good, and I think this is a great community service that you provide, recognizing that you plan to own this or your family will own this for many, many years. I just don't want to create something that's going to be completely different than what we approve today, if we decide to approve it.
Mr. Snyder?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Notwithstanding the Schultz thoughts relative to the approval and its impact on the area, what probably is unique about this particular case is we're often, as a board, asked to entertain a request like this in an area that has not experienced it yet. It's just vacant land, and we're dealing with the neighbors, and there's a lot of unknown there. I mean, is it going to function well? Is it going to be functioning well? Is it going to impact the neighbors? Isn't it going to be impacting the neighbors? The unique thing about this is it's contiguous to an existing facility that's been there for many years. Obviously in harmony with the neighborhood. There certainly is no testimony to indicate anything to the contrary. So I'm very much inclined, to vote yes for this, noting I always extend my sympathies to applicants of going through the full site plan process. It's arduous. It's very challenging. And what I would offer to the neighbors is that it is a public forum, and your testimony can certainly impact much of that outcome in the site plan. The site plan is really the nuts and bolts of this approval becoming reality. And so I invite you to share any concerns you have within that forum. But for face value relative to the testimony today, I don't have any problem with the approval.
I pretty much echo what my fellow board members have said. Again, Ms. Becker asked some questions because she absolutely has never been involved in this process. And what we have is the existing facility is commercial. The subject property today is zoned ag. This request for this conditional use for an outdoor recreational area with accessory caretakers dwelling and accessory nursery school plus other necessary structures, that's allowed as a conditional use. Ms. Miller pointed out that before, the outdoor recreation area was a principal permitted use in the ag zone. That means it didn't have to come before the Board of Zoning Appeals. You could go right straight to development review. I appreciate Mr. Stickles' concerns of the neighbors. I think it does say something to the use of the property when he actually wants to build a home there and live there at some point in the future. And I think that shows a commitment to making sure that the neighborhood is not adversely impacted. And again, the legal issue that we have here is the Schultz v. Pritz standard, and is this going to generate dislocation, more adverse conditions than any other place in the ag district? And that would have to be absolutely no. So with that, board members, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll write one for you.
Okay?
In the matter of case number 6450 before the Board of Zoning Appeals, that the board approve the request for an outdoor recreational area with an accessory caretaker's dwelling and an accessory nursery school and other necessary structures.
I have a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by this board. The board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court for Carroll County, in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Thank you very much, and this is adjourned.
Thank you.
We're going to call the BZA back to order here, and we have before us case number 6387. Mr. Dixon, could you introduce the file for us, please?
All right, case 6387, a request for conditional use for a contractor's equipment storage yard and multiple variances for area and distances. The site is located at 2331 Hampstead, Mexico Road, Westminster, Maryland, on Property Zone A, Agricultural District and Election District 8, by Jonathan Villanova, Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, Section 158.070, 158.071.01A, 158.173, and 158.040. The site visit is tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, May 17th at approximately 9:30 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Site minutes. A response to Joe Vance's request from various state and local agencies from Andrew Gray, Comprehensive Planner, Bureau of Planning. All right, Mr. Gray has a May 11th, 2023 memo that states the above referenced BZA case has been reviewed for consistency with the policies and recommendations contained in the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019, the Carroll County Water and Sewer Master Plan, and other functional plans. Planning staff finds this request for conditional use and associated variances is consistent with the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019 and would not have an adverse effect on the current use of the property and surrounding area. There is a May 10th, 2023 letter from Linda D. Eisenberg, Secretary to the Planning Commission, to the Board. After having reviewed the information contained in the attached analysis, the facts as presented in the application, the relevant portions of the plan, and in accordance with the provisions set forth in the land use article, this conditional use request, if granted, is consistent with the policies, timing of the implementation of the plan, timing of development, timing of rezoning, development patterns, land uses, and densities or intensities. There's a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Jay Voigt, Zoning Administrator. Comments, no additional comments at this time. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Janet O'Meara, Bureau Chief, Resource Management. She has an attached sheet. Hearing notice was posted May 1st, 2023. There is a response from J.P. Smith Jr., Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. Comments? I have no further comments. Hearing notice was posted April 26, 2023, by Inspector Scott Robinson. There is a response from Scott Newell, State Highway Administration. MDOT SHA has no objection to the proposed distance variances. There's an April 24, 2023 letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to the board. And then there's a zoning plat for the property by BPR. Let's see, there's a March 16th, 2023 letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to the board. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Thomas Harris, permits and inspections. If the site is not open to the public, there are no comments at this time. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Laura Mateus, Bureau Chief, Development Review. A site development plan shall be processed in accordance with Chapter 155. Let's see, I'm looking at another letter from Linda Eisenberg, February 28th, 2023.
Mr. Dixon, I think there were 2 rounds of comments on this because this application was initially submitted and then it was revised
Oh,
for
okay,
this hearing. So when I reviewed the file, that's how it was explained to me.
okay. Yeah, well, there's a similar letter, February 28th, from Linda Eisenberg, and a similar response from, instead of Andrew Gray, it's Abigail Rogers, February 28th, 2023. And then there was a notice of public hearing, February 27th, 2023. And the hearing notice was posted originally March 21st, 2023 by Inspector Scott Robinson. So there's a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Andrea Hanley, Carroll County Environmental Health Department, February 23rd, 2023. Proposed use may not be acceptable unless it is demonstrated that there is an adequate water supply and adequate area for the installation of an initial and 2 replacement septic systems for the proposed use and any existing uses of this property. J.P. Smith had a response to their first request. This property is not in ag preservation. I have no comments on this matter. Okay, there's a note from Scott Newell, February 21st, 2023. MDOT SHA has no comment nor objection to approval of the setback variances requested. If a site plan is required by the county, MDOT SHA will review the plan once received. Joe Vance sent a February 17th, 2023 memo to various state and local agencies. And then there is another plan by BPR. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
So moved.
So we have a motion to enter the file into evidence. We have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
We'll go ahead and move the file into evidence. Before we get started, I think everyone signed in on the side sheet there, the clipboard on the side table. Make sure that you do if you haven't already. Make sure that when you leave today, that you leave by the same door that you came in and turn your temporary ID badges in, so at the end of the day, they're not trying to track you down in the building. If you plan on testifying here today, could you please stand and take the oath? So if you want to testify, go ahead. I promise I won't charge you. Okay, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. You can be seated. Mr. Voigt, there's no need, is there any need for you to explain anything before we get started?
Not that I know of unless I'm called upon.
Okay, but next case, you will definitely be here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Ms. Miller.
Good
Wait
morning.
a minute, let me explain our procedure. Ms. Miller is the attorney for the applicant. It appears she's gonna have two witnesses. She'll call the witnesses. After they give their testimony, you have the ability to go to a microphone and ask them questions of their testimony. The board members then can ask questions of their testimony. After she goes through all of that, then you can go to the microphone and give your testimony. But at this point, after the witnesses give their testimony, you can only ask questions of their testimony. Promise, when it's all over, you'll understand it. I say that every time. Okay, Ms. Miller.
Good morning, Kelly Schaefer Miller, 73 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Jonathan Villanueva. He is present and seated to my left. Mr. Bale is correct. I will call two witnesses this morning, Mr. Villanueva and Mr. Randy Bechtel from BPR. So as you heard Mr. Dixon introduce the file, this is a request for a contractor's equipment storage yard with an associated area variance and several associated distance variance requests. The reason that there were 2 rounds of county comments is not really because the use requested changed at all. We just needed to fine tune the application a bit to include the correct variance requests. So that's why you see 2 rounds of county comments. Most of them, if not all of them, are the exact same because, like I said, there's really been no change to the actual plan or use requested. I am going to provide you, similar to the previous case, with a packet.
Pardon me?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Thanks.
I also have an extra one that I will place up here too in case anyone wants to look through it as well. The exhibits in here, again, similar to the previous case, are all individually marked. So I will reference them throughout, and then at the conclusion of my testimony, I will ask that they all be entered. I do have 2 additional ones that I'll handle separately, but I want to call to your attention Exhibit 1 in this packet. The plans have been slightly tweaked just to more accurately show one you probably wouldn't even notice it if I didn't show you, but one small corner of the existing yard needed to just be more accurately drawn. It did not change any part of the request. It does not change any of the variances that are requested, but I did think it was important for you to have the most up-to-date, accurate plan in front of you as well. So those are the 2 plans that have been included as Exhibit 1. Like I said, they don't change any part of the actual application or requests here at all. So just to provide the board a little bit of history, because I think it's kind of important to understand how we got here today. Mr. Villanueva has owned this property for a few years. When he purchased this property from the previous owner, upon visiting this property, it appeared that a similar use was being conducted at this property. So he believed that he was within the confines of continuing that sort of use at this property. There is an old zoning conditional use approval for this property from 2005 that I have included in the packet here for you. It's applicant's Exhibit 6. It was not for a contractor's equipment storage yard. And it specifically stated a condition that it was not transferable. So for those reasons, we are not here asking you to modify or affirm or amend or anything about that application. We have submitted a new application to you for a contractor's equipment storage yard. But I think it's just important to understand kind of how we got here today and why Mr. Villanueva established this use prior to submitting this application to you, because it was just his opinion based on looking at the property that it was already being used for something similar. So there was a complaint filed with the zoning administration office. That's who then notified Mr. Villanueva that he needed to submit this application to the board. And then it was after that that I became involved and we amended the application and are now here before you with this request. So, like I said, you will hear testimony today from Mr. Villanueva about the characteristics of his use, and you will hear testimony from Mr. Bechtel. So with that, I would call Mr. Villanueva. Mr. Villanueva, can you please state your name, spelling your last name, and your address for the record?
Hi, my name is Jonathan Villanueva, Villanueva. My address is 2331 Hampstead, Mexico Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21157.
Mr. Villanueva, is it accurate that you have applied to this board for a conditional use request for a contractor's equipment storage yard with an area variance and several distance variances?
Yes. And
do you own this subject property?
Yes.
Is it also accurate that you and your family live on the subject property?
Yes. Myself, my wife, and my 3 sons.
Beat me to the punch. That was my next question. Okay. So specific to this property, you heard me say some of this in my opening, but I'd like to hear your testimony. Do you know what this property was used for before you purchased it?
The previous owner used it for a heavy-duty truck mechanic shop.
And approximately when did you purchase this property?
January of 2018.
And what is your line of business?
I am a home improvement contractor.
Is that the business that you conduct at this property?
No, we go to the clients' houses. The yard is where I store my equipment.
Okay. So since you've purchased the property, have you used that yard for the storage?
Yes.
And how did you come to learn that you needed to apply for this contractor's equipment storage yard?
I received a letter in the mail from the Department of Zoning, and there was a complaint filed.
So is the use that you're requesting here today before this board substantially similar to the use, to how you've been using this property since you purchased it?
Yes.
Do you have any kind of massive plans to expand if you were to get this approval?
No.
Prior to filing this application, had you personally ever been approached by any of your neighbors with a complaint?
Yes. Just basically just about like what I do, and not really complaints, just asking me like, hey, what are you, like your trucks, like how many trucks do you have? And never really like said, oh, you can't be doing this. Just kind of just more curious, just asking me like, what do I do? And I get along with most of my neighbors, so they kind of just ask me, and I just tell them like, this, and if they have an issue or if, for making a little bit of noise, they tell me, and instantly I'm like, I shut it down real quick.
Okay. So, Randy, do you have a copy of that you can put closer to him too, so you can look at it? Okay. So, Jonathan, you're looking at the drawing that was submitted with the application. Can you just kind of walk the board through the property? How does it access? Let's start there.
So it accesses on 482 on my neighbor's property.
And so that's one point of access that goes up to your house and the yard. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's the same access.
Okay. So the yard area is the board conducted a site visit. So on the board's site visit, if they were to drive up the driveway, the yard area is primarily to the left, correct?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
And then that structure to the right that you see is your personal residence, correct?
Yes, I keep them separate. Yes.
Okay. Can you explain or walk the board through what a typical day at your site would look like?
Yeah. So my crew gets to the shop at about 7:30. They load up the trucks with the necessary supplies and tools for the day, for the job that's scheduled for that day. They head out. Normally that takes about an hour. Sometimes a guy will stay back in the shop and just help out, like if the guys forgot like some wood or some pipe, we'll load it back up to the truck and then I'll send them back out. But normally they're one guy at the shop throughout the day. If not, there's none. And then at the end of the day, at around 5, maybe 6, they get back to the shop. They unload the trucks, put away the tools, put away the supplies that they didn't use during the job, get back in their cars, and they head home.
And what days of the week is this occurring?
Monday through Friday, unless it rains. If it rains, they don't come in. And then some Saturdays, depending on how busy we are and if we got a little bit held up. But it's very rare that we work on Saturdays. It's like maybe once a month, maybe like once every 2 months.
If you were to work on a Saturday, in that rare occurrence, would it be the same hours or are the hours different at all?
Sometimes they come in like around 8. They like to sleep in, I guess, a little bit on Saturday, so they'll come in at 8. And they normally like to work like between 6 hours on a Saturday. They'll be back around 2, maybe 3, latest 4, and then they head home earlier on Saturdays. They don't really work late on Saturdays because they got plans with their families.
And approximately how many employees do you have?
10.
Does that include yourself?
Yes.
And are they coming from Carroll, are most of your employees Carroll County citizens?
No, they all live in Reisterstown, Maryland.
And are all of your employees coming to this site in the morning, as opposed to, you know, some businesses operate where they meet at the site? Can you just explain that to us?
Mostly yes. Sometimes if a guy sleeps in, like we won't wait for him. We'll just tell him just go straight to the job, and he'll drive his car to the job site. So, but mostly yes.
Okay. Now explain to the extent that any activity other than the loading in the morning and the unloading in the evening that you just described, aside from that, explain any other activity that happens at this property.
We process all of our own intake from our jobs.
So explain that to me in layman's terms.
So basically, like, let's say we were to do like a cleanup on a job. We have like a takedown on a tree. We'll have the logs. I will store the logs for winter, and then I'll have a firewood processor. It's not that big. It's probably like 15 feet long. And we process the logs into firewood, and then I deliver them to my like yearly clients. Or like the brush that's on the trees. If we have wood chips, I'll put them through a grinder, and then I create mulch out of that.
So approximately how often would you say that activity occurs on the site?
The firewood processing only happens in the winter, and if I'd have to say how often it happens, we can get a lot done. So in a day, so maybe about a week throughout the entire year, we'll process firewood. In terms of the mulching, maybe like 2 weeks out of the year 2 weeks out of a month only in the winter months. So at most, it's about maybe 6 weeks in the entire year.
Does that occur during the same hours that you described previously, or is that other hours of the day?
No, it's the same. So normally, like, I won't have a job schedule for that day, and then we'll be processing either the firewood or the brush.
Okay. And all of the materials for that are coming from the jobs that you're doing. Like, you're not separately getting materials delivered for the purpose of that, correct?
No. Everything I take from my jobs is for my clients. I recycle it and I sell it back to them as either firewood or mulch or wood chips for like playgrounds also.
Okay. Is it fair to say that most of the activity that you're doing in your job is occurring at the job site and not at this property?
I'd say about 90% of like our actual work takes place on the job site, like a client's house. Maybe 10, at most 15% of it is back on the property, on the shop, at the shop.
And do you also, as part of your business, do snow removal?
Oh yeah. Obviously last year we had a really, really bad one, so I didn't really do anything last year, honestly.
A really bad one in terms of not having snow.
Not having any work, yes. No, I didn't have any work, so we didn't even go out, honestly. I think we went out twice the salt, and it was like 1 or 2 trucks, and maybe like 4 guys came in. So last year was a really, really bad year. But previous years have been better. But last year was a really bad year.
So is it fair to say that in general for that portion of your business that those hours vary depending on weather and need?
Yes, that is correct. I don't have a set time on the snow removal, only because the properties that we take care of, I take care of a lot of properties in Westminster. Like I've done the Westminster Walmart, the Hampstead Walmart. I've done the Carroll County, it's a retirement center in Carroll County. It's a really big one too. Carroll Vista. I've done a lot of really big retirement homes, and they have what's called 2-inch triggers. So if it's 2-inch trigger at 3 in the morning, I got to be there at 3 in the morning on a 2-inch trigger. So it really depends on how much snowfall we have. So I can't really give an hour timeline based for snow. But like I said, if we keep having winters like we've had, that won't be an issue at all, which is not a good thing, but it won't have that issue.
In terms of the vehicles and equipment that are stored at this site, on the day the board came out for its site visit, is that kind of what one would typically see?
Yeah, most of my equipment actually doesn't even stay back at the shop. It kind of just gets transferred from one job to the next to the next. It comes back really in the wintertime, and I keep it organized. Like if you look at the site plan, I kind of keep everything as organized as possible so that if somebody does show up, they don't say this place looks like a mess. I keep my materials in one spot. I keep my materials in the storage bins, and I keep my equipment on the other side, like to the left of the existing shed. I keep it really organized to try to promote organization. Also, if people show up like the county and they see it doesn't look like a mess. So that being said, most of my equipment actually stays on jobs. I have 3 skid loaders, but if you go back to my shop right now, you won't see a single skid loader. Because that goes from one job and then they move it to the next job, and then they kind of just jump it around, and then it comes back. Like if a hydraulic line breaks, I'll have to put it on a trailer, bring it back, and then we'll fix it and take it back out to the job, because most clients don't like you fixing stuff in their front yard.
Fair enough. So when you spoke to the employees who come to the site and then load up and leave the site, are they all leaving in an individual truck, or are they is it a crew?
No. I think it's about 3 cars. One truck carries my 3 head guys, and then sometimes they all pack into one car and they carpool. Not all 10. The laborers pack into all one car. The foremans have their own car because they're all brothers. But sometimes it's 3 cars. At most, it'd be 4 cars that come in, but it's 70 to 80% of the time it's 2 to 3 cars.
But I appreciate that explanation. But then also when they're leaving to go to the site, are they in a crew that goes out in one truck?
Sorry, yeah. No. Normally I run 3 crews on a daily basis, 2 to 3 crews on a daily basis. So each crew is a truck. So 2 or 3 trucks will leave to a job site.
Okay. And do any of the vehicles that you use backup alarms that beep?
Actually, they used to. I removed all of my backup alarms because I found them obnoxious, and I put on what's called white noise machines. And basically, when the car gets put in reverse, it makes like a shh sound. And I'm sure you've all heard it. FedEx, UPS, Amazon drivers, all of their cars have it, and that's kind of where I got the idea from. They'd be backing up, instead of hearing the really obnoxious beep beep, you hear it's like a static sound, and it is DOT approved, so the DOT does allow you to put this on vehicles because Amazon, FedEx, and UPS all have it. All of my trucks have it. And it's actually not obnoxious. It's you can barely even, unless you're right behind the truck, which is the purpose of it, you can't even hear it. It's not even noticeable anymore.
And do any of your customers come to the site?
No, never. I mean, I've had customers ask me, I just tell them just to meet me at their house to hand me a check, but I do not allow clients on the property because we're not allowed to do that.
Is there any component of your site that has lighting that's greater than that of a house?
No, just the shop light, the house lights, and I think that's it. I don't have light posts or anything like that, just regular lights.
Okay. And are you requesting any signage for this site? I'll specify. You understand that the code, I should look at this because the code has changed. But previously, the code allowed for a very small sign for these uses if you requested it as part of this application. It's very small parameters that you can work within. So assuming you are allowed a small sign, would you like to have one?
Yeah, if I could. If the code allows, then that'd be great. I mean, whatever the code allows, I'll be within the confines of the law. I don't want to ask for anything that's not allowed, but I don't have one right now, but that would be nice to have a small sign at least so people know not so they can come to my property, but just so they can like call me and just say, hey, you know, I'm looking for an estimate, or I'm looking to get mulch delivered or something like that.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what I have in this packet marked as Applicant's Exhibit 3, which is actually several photographs. So I'm gonna give you a second to breeze through these guys. So, Jonathan, in looking at the photographs that are marked Exhibit 3, photos A through G, excuse me, is it fair to say that most of those are views out from the perimeter of your property?
Yeah, that is correct.
And specifically, photo C is not, and that is a photo of your residence, is that correct?
That would be you standing on the gravel driveway looking directly at my house, which is separated by trees.
Okay. In preparing for this hearing, did you have the opportunity to get a kind of just character support letter from a customer of yours?
Yeah, actually, this is,
Business contract?
yes, so this is Todd Kibler Excavating. We do some work together. He actually does like basement excavations, and I do flat work concrete also, so I'll do the concrete for him. But he comes to the property, and he's got some equipment that I use, or I have equipment that he might use, and they asked me about this, and they actually saw the hearing come up, and he called me about it, and he asked me, and I said, would you like to come? And they actually were going to come. And the reason they couldn't come is because their child has a graduation party. But here's a letter of support, just in support of my business and what I do. And I have a good relationship with both him and his wife, Lori.
I have marked that as Applicant's Exhibit 7. I did not have that in time to include that in your packet, but I have handed a copy to Mr. Dixon and a few other copies for the board to just take a look at. That concludes my questions for Mr. Villanueva, unless the board or any citizens have any.
Okay, does anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Villanueva's testimony? Go to the microphone. Please state your name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name, please.
My name is Robin Nesbitt. I own the property at
Wait a minute, spell for the record your last name.
I'm sorry, Nesbitt.
Okay. Thank you.
And 1237 Borner Road is directly across from this property of the farm there. I'm curious how many vehicles or trucks or pieces of equipment you're going to have on the property in total.
Currently own 7 trucks. I don't really anticipate owning more. I'm kind of happy with the size of the company right now. I may add another truck, but that would take years. In terms of my equipment, I have skid loaders, excavators, chippers, mini skid steers. I'm trying to think of the equipment I have. Excavators, skid steers. I have a small wheel loader, but just equipment like that. I don't anticipate like purchasing more equipment or a larger equipment. I may upgrade my equipment, but it would just be the same kind of equipment, just newer. But like I said, I don't anticipate on having 300 employees ever. That's kind of I'm happy with the size of my company, and I want to stay around the same size.
And you mentioned at the beginning a comment about things being picked up to go on job sites, piping and so forth. Does another company bring these resources for your business to that job site? So are there other trucks or large tractor trailers or anything like that having to need access to the job site to bring these tools and equipment for you?
Yes, yes to both. I have sometimes my clients live in a very tight tight area where you can't get a tractor trailer. So yes, I do, but I try to tell clients like this is like a last resort type thing, delivering materials to my shop. Most of the time, they deliver it to the job site. And in terms of like smaller materials is because obviously the more you buy, the cheaper it gets. Like I said earlier, I have one guy who kind of stays at the shop, and he's a licensed driver. So what I'll do some days is I'll have him drive to like Bel Air Road Supply, and pick up bulk supplies. Like he'll buy like 200 sticks of pipe instead of buying like 2, because it's cheaper if you buy bundles. So that's what I meant by like having materials there. They'll go to like Bel Air Road Supply, pick up the materials, bring it back to the shop, and like I said before, I keep all the materials organized. That's why I have the bin blocks there to kind of separate all the materials, so it's kind of organized. They'll get the materials, bring it back to the shop, organize it, and that's what the one guy, if there is one guy at the shop, that's what he'll be doing throughout the day, just kind of organizing. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, and the last question, would this ever be a retail business for someone to come up and buy a truckload, 2 yards of mulch?
No, never. I actually want to buy another property in the future where I can open up a retail yard, but I do not want. Number one, I don't want retail yard where I live. Just having people drive up to my house that I don't know who they are constantly I don't want that. So no.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Board members, any questions of Mr. Villanueva's testimony?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Caldwell.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Caldwell.
I have a question concerning the access to the premises. So when I did the site visit, I came up and I came into, it's very difficult to see on this map, it's a little small. There's a large driveway area up to the top of the diagram.
Yes, sir.
Picture.
Yes, I know what you're talking. Yes.
Okay. So is that a shared driveway?
Yes, sir. That is a shared driveway. Yes, sir.
Is there a written agreement on the sharing of that driveway?
Mr. Caldwell, we have not done a title report on this property, so I did take a quick look to see if there was something easily on record, because that question came up for myself as well. I found some zoning history that clearly talked about that being an agreed to point of access. It appears to me, and I'm not going to offer this as testimony because I haven't done all the digging, but it appears to me that that was done in exchange for restricting the previous point of access, which was down further on the property straight onto 482. That, if you look at this drawing and visit the site, you'll see that that now has a guardrail in front of it. And Mr. Bechtel will testify that, he'll offer testimony that the point of access that you now see has been SHA approved. So while I can't offer you an answer on that 100% concretely, I would say that it appears that what happened is that previously those two properties each had independent access onto Route 482, and at some point in time it was agreed with SHA that they would be consolidated to one point of access for those both properties, presumably because of site distance concerned with the previous point of access.
All right, I understand. So the one to the west then is closed off? Is that-
Yes,
that's
yes.
my understanding. Okay, fine. So also just a point of clarification, your residence is that to the west of what looks like the storage bins for materials?
Correct. You can see kind of the black dotted outline. That kind of separate that from my house. And then also there's a tree row that wraps completely around my house.
Okay.
That tree row is what separates from my house where I live from the actual property that we use for like the shop. And then also that driveway, like within a year of us moving in, my wife berated SHA with approval to be able to gain our own access, and they like undoubtedly shut us down there. They said, we will not remove that guardrail. I don't remember them telling us exactly why, but they said that guardrail is there for safety reasons, and then they said you have a shared agreement with your neighbor.
Okay. Have you, is the neighbor for that property that's, where the driveway is shared here today?
Yeah, she is.
Okay.
She's right here.
You plan to testify later?
No.
She didn't take the oath.
I'm just more or less here to listen, to be here, to see what it's all about.
We get along really well.
Oh, you do, okay. That true?
Yeah, she's very sweet. She's very sweet.
Okay, all right. I don't have any further questions.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Ford Mount?
I was curious the size of your property.
I believe it's under 12 acres. I believe it's under 12 acres. Yes, I believe it's under 12 acres.
And so you have equipment for snow removal. It sounds like you do some landscaping, some concrete. Is there anything else that you do through your business?
Yeah, we actually, we're also in the pool business. I install pools. So that's actually my biggest thing this year is pools. But just to give you a quick rundown is we do pools. We do outdoor living areas like pergolas, pavilions, patios, concrete, pavers, bluestone, flagstone. And I'm a licensed tree expert. I have a license in Maryland to do tree takedowns. And I also have a Maryland Home Improvement Commission license also to do home improvement. So just home improvement and tree work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a couple.
Mr. Snyder?
Thank you. Again, you just answered some of my questions. What's the name of your business?
New Village Landscapes and Tree Services, LLC.
Gotcha. And your testimony is clients do not come to your property.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. But you process, and if I understand correctly, you process the wood, the firewood process occurs on site. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir, yes.
Okay, so you bring the logs in or whatever the case may be, and you're actually, not manufacturing, but you're actually processing the wood into firewood.
That is correct.
And then I heard about the brush. So I'm assuming you're bringing rough trees in, and you're trimming them off, and then you're grinding it up, and then using it as mulch.
Both, because I have a 12-inch chipper, so anything under 12 inches, I run through the chipper. But as you guys know, I mean, trees come in all different sizes. So some trees are just too big to put through my chipper. So I have, like I said, skid loaders and excavators. I'll load them on one of my trucks. We bring them back to the shop, and then I have a bigger grinder that can fit up to 9 feet. And then we put that in there, and then that's what takes care of the bigger stuff. And like I said, I don't do that very often, though.
So if I understand your testimony so far, is it's an equipment storage yard, but it's also a material storage yard, in that you are, not that they're unique, but you're other than pipe, raw wood, firewood, brush, and mulch, what other materials are you storing on the property?
I also store broken pieces of concrete, like what we take off of jobs.
And
Like-
what do you do with that?
So I haven't done it in a while, but I have a small, like, little hydraulic crusher. We put them through the crusher, and then I use that as base for concrete jobs. It's a very small crusher, though. I actually sold it. I don't even have one anymore.
All right, that's my questions.
Ms. Eckert?
I'm curious about the variances, and maybe Mr. Bechtel is going to speak to that, so I might be premature to ask any questions about how that's going to cause a practical difficulty or an unreasonable hardship. Is that going to be addressed?
That is going to be addressed in Mr. Bechtel's testimony, and we can always recall Mr. Villanueva if he's more appropriate to answer those questions as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
With that, I would call Mr. Randy Bechtel. Mr. Bechtel, can you please state your name and address?
Certainly, Randy Bechtel, 150 Airport Drive, Westminster, Maryland, 21157, with BPR LLC. I have with me today in the back, if he'll stand up, Scott Landis, recently purchased BPR. I'm still working full-time for them. Scott is here in an observation, and most likely you'll see him in the future, so thank you.
So because Mr. Bechtel has testified several times in front of this board, I am prepared to ask him the qualifying questions, but I would like to offer him as an expert in the area of land use and site design.
And we'll accept him. as an expert in those fields.
Thank you. I just will also briefly note that I had included Mr. Landis's resume in here in case he was the one to testify for you, since he has not been in front of you before, but I have stricken that from the exhibit list as Mr. Bechtel will be testifying today. So you can disregard that for today, but perhaps you'll see it soon. So, Mr. Bechtel, were you present in this room and did you hear all of Mr. Villanueva's testimony in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you asked to prepare a drawing that accompanied this application?
Yes, we were.
In preparing that drawing, did you have the opportunity to visit the site, look at the zoning, look at the surrounding area, the surrounding zoning, topography, and natural features?
Yes.
Okay. And can you clarify for us what is the zoning of the subject property?
Zoned Carroll County zoning agricultural. All the surrounding properties in addition to Mr. Villanueva's.
I have in this packet, which somehow didn't get a page number, but is Exhibit 5. Mr. Bechtel, is this a copy of the county zoning map?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And does that show the subject property accurately zoned agriculturally?
Yes, it does.
Does that also show all of the surrounding property as agricultural zone?
Yes, it does.
And I believe Mr. Villanueva was just asked this question, but can you specifically tell us what the acreage of this site is?
12 acres plus or minus.
There's been a lot of information offered on the access, but how is this property accessed?
It's accessed through an SHA-approved commercial entrance from Maryland State Route 482.
Okay. And is 482 a state-owned and maintained road?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And based upon the testimony that you heard from Mr. Villanueva as to the traffic, the trucks, is that road built to handle that type of traffic?
I think it is, yes.
Okay. Now, I also did not have this when I prepared your packet, so I'm going to separately hand a copy of this to Mr. Dixon. But this is what Mr. Bechtel just referenced. It's a photograph of the access, and it notes that this is an SHA, State Highway Administration, permitted entrance from Mr. Bechtel's research. Mr. Bechtel, you are aware that the applicant has requested several variances as part of this application here today, are you not?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have a copy of the drawing in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you point out to the board, and I'll also pull a copy of the application. Well, I'll more specifically ask you, Mr. Bechtel, is this dotted bubble here that we're seeing on this drawing, does that show a 600-foot bubble out from the perimeters of the use?
The projected 2.1 acres of the proposed contractor's storage yard, yes.
Okay. And that's because there is a distance requirement that keys into the 600 feet, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So then those individual distance lines shown on here indicate the distance variances that have been requested to several of the properties, correct?
To the adjoining properties, yes.
Okay. And there's also an area variance request because of the acreage of the yard itself. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So are you generally familiar with the variance standard that's been created by the county code and by Maryland case law?
Yes.
Okay. And in looking at this property, in analyzing the elements of this property that are unique and unusual in comparison to surrounding properties, did you notice that this property is surrounded primarily by, or to the north and south, I should say, by ag property that is greater than 30 acres in size?
Yes, it is.
And if this property were similarly sized, if this property were 30 acres or plus or minus. Would it likely be able to then meet the distance requirements?
Yes,
Are you also aware that this property had a previous BZA zoning approval for
Yes.
commercial parking?
yes.
Okay. And that's been, again, included in the packet as Exhibit 6 for this board. Is this, are there any other unique and unusual elements of this property that you'd like to point out?
One thing that I would like to mention to the board, and, you know, and through my service to the community and creating house lots and doing subdivisions, this is another case where we've created a small remaining portions, whichever you would like to call them, that I think compliments to the county that we have a process and procedure to put other uses on that property. This property, as it is zoned ag, is not conducive to normal agricultural operations. It is conducive, I believe, to businesses much like Mr. Villanueva wants to run here. And through the process and procedure of the site development plan, through you folks first and then on to the site development plan, we can address that kind of a use for this. The topography in the front dips down, and you've most likely made a site visit. You can see that it's a pretty good valley in front of his house. If we talked a little bit about the entrance that SHA closed off to the I guess to the west, it's a little bit unique in the sense that Jonathan's property has some natural screening to the east, to the south, somewhat to the north, and then through the site development plan process, there'll be additional screening required for the residential use on the agricultural zone property to the west. So, I think we just got to keep in mind of these smaller remaining portions. They are a hardship to people if they can't have other uses to them.
To continue off of that thought, Mr. Bechtel, in looking at the practical difficulty component of the variance standard, it's accurate to say that a contractor's equipment storage yard is a conditional use in the ag zone, is it not?
Yes.
Is there anywhere else on this property where one could locate this use without needing distance variances?
No.
Even if this yard were brought into a 1 acre yard, is it also accurate to say that there would still be distance variances required?
From certain properties, not all the properties that we currently show on the zoning plat, application plat, but there would still be variances required, yes.
Do you believe that there is any threat to the public safety and welfare if these variances are granted?
No, I don't think there's any threat or welfare. This property appears to us, if you look at the history of the property, and it goes back to 2005 to the original zoning case, and then to when Mr. Villanueva bought the property. I thought about this later, but here's an historical map in 2017. The point I'm making, this site is operated in similar nature, maybe not totally the same as way he operates, but similar in nature. And I would like for Ms. Miller to present this to you. This shows a condition of the property that was in 2017 prior to Jonathan purchasing the property. That's straight out for Google Earth.
I'm going to mark that as applicant's exhibit 9. Mr. Bechtel, having said all of that, do you believe that the requested variances meet the Maryland case law standard?
Yes.
Are you also familiar with the Schultz v. Pritz conditional use standard for cases in Maryland?
Yes.
And In your experience and the years you've been working with this county, are you familiar with the county code?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the opportunity to work on other contractors' equipment storage yards in Carroll County?
Yes.
Having heard all the testimony and visiting the site yourself, is there anything that you believe is more intense about this contractor's equipment storage yard than others in the county?
This is a bit different than that New Villages, Mr. Villanueva does some recycling of products there. Tears out an old sidewalk, he may bring the concrete home, crush it up at some point in time and reuse it. I think it's compliments to him that he's maybe a little more environment friendly and not burying it in the landfill, providing a service to his customers.
Do you believe that the characteristics that have been testified to meet the Schultz v. Pritz conditional use standard?
Yes.
I have no further questions of Mr. Bechtel.
Okay, anyone have any questions of Mr. Bechtel's testimony? Board members?
One question. Mr. Bechtel, I appreciate your advocacy for the applicant, but I never really got a clear understanding in your response to the answer for the applicant's, from the applicant's counsel. Is this yard like other equipment storage yards that you've been involved in previously? Is there anything unique about this yard that is atypical?
This,
Not what you would perceive as a standard or normal equipment storage yard that you've dealt with in the past?
this is a little different. I think this is only the second time where processing of materials, recycling, processing, whatever you want to call it, of materials from a job site is returned to the premises, and that's one reason the acreage requirement here, the acreage request is a little bit here, so he can continue to do that. But it's for his use on future jobs. It's not for commercial use to where I can go over there and buy a load of mulch. But, does that help?
Thank you very much. I appreciate
Sure.
the answer.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions? Very good. Ms. Miller, any more?
That concludes my testimony. I would like to make sure that all, it's really 8, but they've been marked through 9 exhibits are entered, please.
And we will accept all of those exhibits into evidence.
Thank you.
Okay, now, if anyone wants to provide their own testimony, Ms. Nesbitt, you can go to the microphone and provide your own testimony.
The only concern that I have
A little bit
here-
closer to the
Oh,
microphone, please.
Sorry.
That's good.
Good. The concern I have here is safety on that road. Having grown up at the bottom of the lane there, Mr. Bechtel knows exactly what that property is. We had even inquired about developing that farm into lots, and it was recommended that that hill was so dangerous and people pulling out onto that road. My nephew owns the house to, if you're staring from the yard across the road at our farm, my nephew owns the last Cape Cod, the last home that adjoins the farm. People have come off that road and ended up in his yard. There's been at least a half a dozen accidents on that turn in the since December. It's crazy how accidents happen there. So my concern is trucks, tractor trailers and so forth delivering, pulling in and out of that driveway, even though SHA has approved it as being safe. That's the biggest concern that we have. So take that into consideration, however, that affects. I'm a realtor, so I get it. We all want to buy a property and use it, and we have to do our due diligence to make sure that we can do what we want, even if the guy before you was parking trucks there. He was parking 6 trucks. It sounds like this is a lot more traffic in and out on a daily basis as opposed to parking a tractor trailer and exiting and entering once a week after your run. So.
Ms. Miller, you have any questions of Ms. Nesbitt's?
I do not, thank
testimony?
you.
Board members? questions of Ms. Nesbitt's?
One very quick question. Thank you
Yes, sir.
for your comments. Prior to this gentleman's use as an equipment storage yard, the property was being used since 2005
Right.
as a place for storage of large vehicles and so forth. I'm sure they just weren't sitting there. Have you seen any significant difference in the level of accidents from 2005 to now? Or is it just basically consistently a bad situation?
It's just consistently a bad situation there, and traffic has increased. And school buses stop at the bottom of that turn. It's just a bad scenario there in general. I grew up there. I don't physically live there. My mother lived there until she passed away, and then the farm became mine. So I'm in and out of there, but I'm not there on a daily basis watching what you do. Even the people missed up the property next to that was all part of our farm originally. I spoke to the Lewises, who are not on the list to come because they don't have an adjoining property. They have the one to the left of Miss Zepp, which would be 2 from you. Their concern is similar with all the kids they have getting on and off the buses there.
Just to thank you for your response.
Thank you.
Okay. Presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summations are in order. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'll point out from Mr. Dixon's introduction that this is another planning comment that's consistent with the master plan for this case. Just as Mr. Bechtel testified to some of the recycling of material that happens at this site, I would say it's also somewhat unique, although not in a bad way, because Mr. Villanueva and his family live there. You've seen many, and I know because I've been involved in them, many contractors' equipment storage yards over the years that are much more commercial, fully in nature, meaning that there's no residence on the site. You heard testimony from Mr. Villanueva that his wife and his 3 young children live in that house, and I've spoken with him, and I know it's his plans to continue living in that house. So it's of utmost importance to him. His kids are some of the children that get off the school bus there. So it's of utmost importance to him that this site be maintained well and operated in a very reasonable way that accommodates his life, his personal life on the same site. That's not something that every applicant can say to you, especially for these contractors' equipment storage yards. I know from experience that you've seen them all over the spectrum in terms of this one here today and one that leases to multiple tenants. That, it's one big contractor's equipment storage yard. So I've also personally been involved in other contractors' equipment storage yards where materials are recycled on site, and that has been part of the testimony as well. So I can say that that's also not necessarily specific to this property, although perhaps not something you see at every yard. All of the testimony that you've heard presented from Mr. Villanueva and Mr. Bechtel have supported the case law standard for variances and for the conditional use request before you. I understand the concerns about traffic on Maryland 482. Those have always been concerns on Maryland 482. There's been state highway improvements to address some of those concerns. I don't think that those concerns, and I would submit to you, are specific to this site or are caused by this site. That is a geographical concern for that entire area. When that concern rises to the level of being entirely caused by a site, then the site is required to address that more through the site development plan process. Obviously, we have not gone through that process yet, so perhaps that will be a conversation. But at this point in time, I would submit to this board that the issues with Maryland 482 are not caused by this site. And so it is not the responsibility of Mr. Villanueva to address those concerns specifically, although, as I've said, he has a personal stake in maintaining the safety of that access point for his family and his children. I also think it's very relevant that Mr. Bechtel did some research and testified to the state highways access permit for that entrance. Because clearly there was some negotiation historically about concentrating that access for that site to that one point. And I appreciate Ms. Nesbitt's kind of history of the property, because I also found that in just looking at it, that was all part of one property. And so then as it began being divided, how did those access points work? And ultimately what we saw is what has been presented to you, which is one access point for those two lots. So although we've heard the traffic concerns, I don't think that they rise to the level of surpassing the Schultz v. Pritt standard and the elements that we've presented in our testimony. So I would request that this board look to the Maryland case law and approve this conditional use with the variances that have been requested based on all of the testimony and evidence that you've heard presented today. Thank you.
Okay. The hearing and record of this case is now closed, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland, the board will now consider the case. Board members, who wants to start? Mr. Snyder, you didn't start today, so we'll let you start.
Every day it seems. Anyway.
No, you didn't on the first case.
I know, I did, you're right. The easy ones, right? Anyway, thank you to everyone for coming today. We always appreciate the folks participating in the process. Equipment storage yard, something that got kind of forgotten for years. The county, I don't think, ever anticipated within the code the need for equipment storage yards. We have a growing community. We need places for folks to be able to operate their business. Commercial zones are so expensive, almost prohibitively expensive, that consideration need to be given. And therefore, it comes to the board as a conditional use. Like many we've dealt with, this is somewhat of a legacy legacy yard. It's been there for years, not necessarily used in the same way, but probably if you look at it from a key component relative to the biggest concern being traffic, it really has been there. So we do have some history, which kind of reflects the question I asked. Has there been a significant increase since the transition of use, for lack of a better phrase, has gone from what it was to what it is? And the indication is that it's not. Moreover, the traffic issue has not risen to a point where in the initial review of the request, no one in the county brought it up as an issue that needed to be addressed, that would be a prohibitive issue, would be an issue going forward. That was never brought up. You would think if it reached a level of significant intensity, that would have been brought up. The last issue, and I kind of focused on it a bit, was the intensity of the activities on site. It's relatively atypical. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying it's relatively atypical because we have equipment storage yards. And one of the things I always ask is, are you storing materials there? Because there's equipment and then there's materials. They kind of go hand in glove. And then thirdly, though, in this particular case, you have a higher intensity on site because you're processing. I didn't want to say, I tried to find the word processing, I couldn't find it, so I used manufacturing, but he's not really manufacturing firewood. He's processing it. And again, that adds to the intensity of what's going on in the equipment storage yard is certainly a consideration when we're doing these things. However, given the size of the property, the fact that it apparently is not overly or is not disturbing the neighbors to a level that they feel compelled to participate, it would indicate to me that it's not although it is, in my mind, somewhat atypical, it's not overly impacting to the area. So for those reasons, I would support the approval.
Ms. Eckert.
The only thing I have to add is I think it absolutely meets the Schultz versus Pritt standards. And I think that Mr. Bechtel enumerated the reasons why it would create a practical difficulty or hardship if we weren't able to grant the variances. So I'm prepared to vote in favor of it as well.
Mr. Caldwell.
Just to further amplify the point, Mr. Villanueva testified that he doesn't see his business growing in size. He's, quote, comfortable where it is right now. I think words to that effect. To to the issues of increasing traffic or risks there, I don't think that's a problem. He's been in business for several years. Looking at the site is well screened from the road. You can't see it unless you particularly look for it. The only thing that would bring it to your attention would be putting a sign down at the front saying there's a, contractor storage yard there or running a business from there. The code also allows for commercial wood processing. So from my point of view, that, taking materials in and then reusing them is perfectly valid. And from the fact that no one's complained about noise, and the operation there, he has a good relationship with the person who owns the property that has a shared driveway. I'm in favor of this going forward, approving it.
Ms. Ford Mount.
I don't really have anything to add. I think that I am in approval as well.
Yeah, the only thing I would just reiterate is, I think it meets the Schultz v. Pritz standard, and the practical difficulty there, Mr. Bechtel testified, even if the contractor storage yard was reduced to 1 acre, there would still be variances needed. So, and the properties that they're needed from, none of those people were in the audience today. So with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll give you one. In case number 6387 before the Board of Zoning Appeals, that the board approve the request for a conditional use for a contractor's equipment storage yard and multiple variances for area and distances.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second. Any further discussion or any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by the board. The board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court for Carroll County in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Thank you very much, and this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
We're going to call the BZA hearing to order. It's case number 6451. Mr. Dixon, could you go ahead and introduce the file for us, please?
All right, case 6451, an appeal of the zoning administrator's issuance of a temporary zoning certificate allowing a farmer's market. The site is located at 150 Rockland Road, Westminster, Maryland, on property zone A, agricultural district, in election district 2, by Paul and Kathy Verts, Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, sections 158.04801 and 158.133. A site visit is tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, May 17, 2023, at approximately 9:15 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Notice of public hearing, May 1st, 2023. Site minutes. Hearing notice was posted April 26, 2023 by Inspector Scott Robinson. There's a March 24th, 2023 letter from Andrew M. Kiphart, Esquire, for Jay Voigt, zoning administrator. There's a temporary zoning certificate issued by Jay Voigt, February 24th, 2023. There's a February 7th, 2023 letter from James Cook, Bureau Chief, Bureau of Roads Operations. There's a email from Russell Tarango. From Russell Tarango to Kathy Verts, Katie Poteet. He concurs with comments provided by the Bureau of Roads. Not sure what kind of vehicles the merchants will have, but the roadways are not conducive for large vehicle traffic whatsoever. This could lead to an increase in collisions. If this ends up being approved, I would suggest requiring ingress and egress from the Uniontown Road side of Rockland Road, especially for larger vehicles, as this is the path of least resistance. I could certainly foresee longtime residents becoming irritated about increased traffic on market days. However, this appears to only be an impact once a month. I seem to remember citizens in this area becoming upset when the surface of the roadway was changed and their concerns regarding increased traffic. See aerial photographs of various properties. See a March 24th, 2023 letter. Let's see if this is the same. I'm not sure if this is a duplication. March 24th, 2023 letter from Andrew M. Kiphart, Esquire, to Jay Voigt. I think that's a repeat. I see a temporary zoning certificate application. At the bottom it has October 15th, 2021. That zoning certificate is, looks like ZC 230005. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
So moved.
Been moved, do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to move the file into evidence. All of those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. We'll move the file into evidence. Before we get started here, there's a clipboard over on the side. If you haven't signed in, you're interested in this case, make sure you do before you leave today. Make sure you turn all electronic devices off so that they don't interrupt the proceedings. And make sure when you leave today, you leave by the same door as you came in, so that at the end of the day, they're not trying to track you down somewhere in the building. So with that, Mr. Kiphart and Mr. Lazuriaga, since this is an appeal of the zoning administrator's decision, I'm going to have Mr. Voigt go ahead and explain to us what has occurred up until this point. Is that agreeable to both of you?
Fine with me, Mr. Chair.
That's fine.
Okay. Mr. Voigt, how do we get here?
Just for the record, my name is Jay Voigt. I'm the zoning administrator for Carroll Mountain.
Stop.
Swear everybody in.
I didn't swear anybody in.
That's
If you
true.
plan on testifying here today in this case, could you please stand and take the oath? I forgot that. Okay, do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good, you can have a seat. Okay, Mr. Voigt. Sorry.
Just to start over, my name is Jay Voigt. I'm the zoning administrator for Carroll County, and I work here at 225 North Center Street. On January 30th, we received an application for a farmer's market from the Myers, John and Ginger Myers. And as our per standard operating agreement in our office, we sent a copy of the application to various departments in the county for their comments. So if there's any concerns or anything, they could be addressed. We sent comments to the roads department, the health department, sheriff's department, and we received comments back from all the agencies that we sent to fairly quickly. Within a week, we had most of the comments come back from all the agencies. At that time, after reading everything and looking over what the application said and what the Myers had told me beforehand when they applied, I went ahead and issued a temporary zoning certificate for a farmer's market for the last Saturday of May, June, July, and August. For those days specifically, for the Myers to have a farmer's market on their property. Once I issued that zoning certificate and we got concerns back, at that point, there was, people said they were going to appeal the decision, which is the reason why we're here today.
Okay, board members, any questions of Mr. Voigt's testimony?
Just one, if I may. When you said you got concerns were given to you, give me a broader scale or understanding of what that means.
Like I say, we send the application out to various different organizations within the county to see if they have any concerns and also to notify them that there is going to be an activity at this location. We did receive letters back from the roads department, the sheriff's department. We also got them back from building permits agency. We have State Highway. Some of the organizations had made comments, and I've read those comments and took them into consideration when I made my decision to issue the zoning certificate for that event. Some of the comments were very much against me approving it, specifically from the roads department and from the sheriff's department. They both stated that they felt that the road that the event was being held on was unsafe for large vehicle traffic. It is a county public maintained road, Rockland Road. Like I say, after reviewing their comments and reviewing the site, I felt that while their concerns were being noted, that it was, and after what the Myerses had told me when they applied, I felt that the amount of traffic and activity that was going to go on at that farm was not going to be anywhere near what both the sheriff's department and the roads department had stated in their letters.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Do you,
Go ahead.
do you know if the perception was substantially different than what the Myers presented to you? Do you know where they would have gotten that idea that the traffic was going to be substantially?
Like I say, we sent notifications to those departments, and they came, and the responses came back from those departments. I have no idea who, other than those who signed the letters, how they came up with their conclusion about the road being unsafe.
So to your knowledge, nobody that is involved in this case works for either one of those administrative agencies?
Yes, the applicant for the appeal works for the roads department, and the access to this farmer's market does run through their property on a right-of-way that the Myers and they share. Like I say, that's the only person that I know that works, for the roads department.
I was just trying to get a handle on why there would be one perception from the Myers and another from, you said, the sheriff's department and the roads department. Okay, thank you.
And it just, so I'm clear, like I said, we received the letter from the roads department, and they said that, in their letter, they said they did not approve the permit due to safety reasons. And the sheriff's department, when they commented, they basically concurred with the roads department's comments at that time.
But all the other ones were favorable?
Either no comment or, basically they were fine with it.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Foyt. Did they present any written evidence to you about the traffic situation or police reports that would support their findings?
No, they just basically wrote a letter explaining that they felt that Rockland Road was unsafe for access to the property. They felt that large vehicles would have a problem navigating the road, and that there was not enough room on Rockland Road for vehicles to pass each other. There was no other evidence presented that said, there was a traffic problem or there was, accidents or anything like that on Rockland. It was just their letters stating they felt they did not need to approve this request.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Either attorney have any questions of Mr. Voigt's?
First, for the record, Andrew Kiphart, K-I-P-H-A-R-T, on behalf of Kathy and Paul Verts, who are the appellants in this matter. I do have just one, if I can inquire. When my client requested a copy of the actual application, the Myers application for the farmer's market, included with that was a copy of the roads opinion as well as the sheriff's office's opinion, but I have not seen any other opinions from any other administrative agencies. So if those opinions were used in part of the zoning administrator's decision, I'd like to see those so that I can look at them and have my client review them.
Most respectfully, Mr. Bale, I don't think that's a question.
Yeah, he gave testimony, and we're, at this point, I'm sorry, you've only been before us one time. Let me start over the way I did in the first two cases this morning and explain the procedures. Because this is an appeal, of a zoning administrator's decision, we allowed Mr. Voigt to come and explain how we got to this point. And then you as the appellant's attorney will have the opportunity, so he gave testimony. We asked questions, you have the opportunity to ask him questions. After that's over, and Mr. Luzuriaga, I'm sure, is gonna ask some questions, then you will go ahead and present your case with an opening statement. I don't know if Mr. Luzuriaga is gonna give an opening statement. Then you can call your witnesses. They'll be questioned by anyone in the audience, this board, and then when you're finished with your witnesses, then Mr. Luzuriaga will do the same. And then after that, anyone in the audience will have the opportunity to ask questions, or not to ask questions, but to give their own testimony. So I just want to make it clear. So it's questions of his testimony at this point.
I understand the procedure, Mr. Chairman, but if he's testifying in part based off of documents that I have not reviewed, I can't intelligently cross-examine or ask questions of him.
Understand his question. However, our entire file is presented in with the board's records, so that they are available to be reviewed.
So that is in our file?
We submitted a copy of our file to the board.
Okay, so
when requested.
Mr. Caldwell says that it is in the file.
Just briefly, I'd like to look at them myself before I ask any questions of Mr.
I can
Voigt.
Present what I have here and let him look at these if you want.
Okay, if you will.
This is one from Mike Zepp, who is code official for Carroll County, building permits official. This is the one from Mr. Scott Newell, who's the regional engineer for District 7 for the state of Maryland. This is from Maria T. Myers, who's the county's recycling manager. This email is from the Sheriff's Department, Deputy, and I apologize for mispronouncing his name, Torek Cornu. I'm very bad at names. That's what he responded with. And this is the letter that we received from Mr. James Cook, who's the Bureau Chief, Bureau of Roads Operation. I don't think I have any others. This is the letter that Ms. Virts sent us stating that she was appealing the permit. Now, this is, yeah, I think that should be it. And of course, this is the copy of the letter that was sent by your office to me. This is a copy of the letter that I sent. Explaining my decision. That should be, I think, everything I have in my file.
Mr. Kiphart, do we need to take a 5-minute recess so you can review the documents? They were in the file, so I'm a little confused. You did not review the file?
Again, we only received the Bureau of Roads and the Sheriff's Office reply.
But you didn't review the file prior to this case?
Aside from the Myers application?
No, I'm talking the file was entered into evidence.
I'm ready.
You ready? Okay. Very good. So do you have any questions of Mr. Voigt's testimony?
I do. Mr. Voigt, is it correct to say that the temporary and seasonal use requirements are set forth in section 158048 of the Carroll County Code?
Yes, they are.
And specifically, that code section requires that an applicant demonstrate that potential impact to neighboring properties will be adequately addressed and minimized. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And the code further sets off, specifically enumerates 8 factors that an applicant may address, but that list is not exhaustive. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you had testified earlier that your decision was made in part based on the Myers application, paper application, along with any attachments, the administrative agency's comments on that application, as well as certain oral statements that the Myers had made to you. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
The paper application that the Myers submitted to your office contained the application form, a document that is titled Evermore Farm Food and Farm Stuff Monthly On-Farm Market Agreement,
Yes.
as well as what appears to be an aerial photo of the Myers property.
Correct.
Were any other attachments or documents submitted along with the Myers paper application?
Of course, the affidavit was submitted along with the application. The agreement that they have a sheet that explains the process and the market rules that came with the agreement. And the photo on that was,
You said there was an affidavit submitted along with the application. Is that the form?
yeah, that's part of the application form.
So looking at what was submitted, the paper application that was submitted and all the attachments, again, the applicant must demonstrate the potential impact to neighboring properties will be adequately addressed and minimized. One of the factors that's set forth is access and traffic impacts and controls. From the paper application that was submitted by the Myers, what, in your opinion, did the Myers demonstrate how they would address and minimize access and traffic impacts and controls?
They didn't submit anything to identify anything to that, but once they leave the public road and on their private driveway, we're not concerned about what goes on their driveway. That is a civil matter between property owners.
Mr.
Not
Voigt,
necessarily taken into consideration as part of that.
Mr. Voigt, are you telling me that you didn't take into consideration the impacts that drivers along a private driveway would have to adjoining property owners?
I did. I felt those impacts would be very minimal.
And what, based off of the paper application and exhibit or the attachments that were submitted, gave you the impression that it would be minimal? What evidence can you point to?
I can't point to any evidence other than what they gave me with the agreement and the application and everything. My knowledge of the area, in addition to that, and what the Myers told me, what they had proposed to do, and what they were going to do that day.
Okay.
What they expected to have that day.
So similar question with respect to off-street parking, with respect to the paper application and the attachments that were submitted along with the Myers application. Can you point to any evidence in the paper application that suggests that the Myers are going to address and minimize the impacts of off-street parking on adjoining property owners?
They did provide a aerial photograph with their application. And on that aerial photograph, they have labeled where parking was going to be. where their vendors were going to be, where their dumpster was, where their well and septic. They did indicate where all that was going to take place with this.
Does the aerial photo identify how many people the Myers expect to have at a farmer's market?
The aerial photograph does not actually indicate the number of people.
Does the aerial photograph notate the number of additional parking spaces that the Myers would use?
No.
Does the aerial photograph notate the amount of vendors that the Myers expected?
They indicated an area where they plan on putting the booths that they were having their vendors.
Sure. The question is a little bit different, though. Does it indicate the number of vendors that the Myers expect?
No, it does not.
Does the aerial photograph or any of the other attachments indicate how emergency vehicles would access the property?
No, it does not.
Does the paper application, any of the attachments, or the aerial photograph address anticipated noise levels?
No, it does not.
So Section C of 158048 also requires that an applicant provide a plot plan, quote, showing the location and dimensions of all existing improvements on the property. Does the aerial photograph or any of the other exhibits attached to the Myers application show the location and dimensions of all existing improvements on the property?
It does not show the dimensions, but it shows all the structures on the property.
It also requires locations and dimensions for all proposed temporary or seasonal structures, parking areas, points of access, traffic controls, sanitation facilities, food stands, and trash and recycling facilities. Does the Myers paper application, aerial photos, or any other attachments include any evidence of the location and dimensions of any of those items?
It indicates the location where there was going to be water available, where the dumpster was located on the property, where the well and septic was located, from where they draw water.
Does it include dimensions for any of those items? Where dimensions can be shown?
Dimensions could have been shown, but they were not, and they were not, since they were all existing buildings.
Mr. Voigt,
require that.
Would you agree that potential traffic related to a farmer's market along a mile-long private driveway could have an adverse impact on neighboring property?
I don't know if there was a large amount of vehicles going back and forth, yes, but from my understanding, from the application and from what the Myers told me, that they were not expecting a large amount of traffic at all.
Would you agree that the Myers application does not demonstrate, address, or in any way indicate how much traffic would be going to the farmer's market? You submitted the paper application and all its attachments to the county agencies, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Did you also in any way communicate what the Myers had told you in relation to the application to the agencies?
Did not.
Did you communicate it to anyone else?
Not that I remember, no.
Don't you think that it would have been helpful in assessing the potential impact to adjoining neighbors to have a full view of what the Myers were actually intending?
Objection. Mr. Voigt has already testified that his interpretation of the issue of the use in common driveway is entirely civil in nature and did not necessarily impact his decision.
You don't have to answer that question, Mr. Voigt.
That's what my testimony was, is the driveway that leads back to the Myers property is a use in common driveway that is shared by various property owners. That has no impact on, from my standpoint, on access to the property. Access to the property is to the beginning of their driveway, which is off of a county road, which is a publicly maintained road. Once they are on private property, it becomes a civil matter between property owners on what the use of that use in common driveway is. My understanding of that use in common driveway, and this is just my understanding, is that it's a use in common driveway that is allowed to be used by the Myers to come from their property and to their property. And as far as I know, there are no restrictions on that use in common driveway of who can use it and who cannot use it. So as far as I'm concerned, the driveway, that's an impact between property owners. If they disagree with that, that's a civil action that they need to take between themselves and address between themselves. It's the same as if your house is along the road and you have a driveway to the road, you pull into your driveway. Once you're on your property, that's your problem. My issue is making sure they have safe access to the property via a driveway. And they did. So I made my decision to grant the use.
Okay. Mr. Kiphart, any other questions of Mr. Voigt's testimony?
Mr. Voigt, you read the opinions of the Bureau of Roads and the Sheriff's Department, isn't that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you weighed it in your decision?
Yes, I did.
So what evidence can you point to that weighs against the opinions of the Roads Bureau as well as the Sheriff's Office that the impact to adjoining neighbors would be appropriately addressed and minimized by the applicant?
Objection. I believe he's already answered that question.
He has. And again, Mr. Kephart, it's the issue here as far as the road is limited to Rockland Road and Uniontown Road and whatever road you get onto Uniontown Road from. So that's where the traffic issues are.
No further questions.
Mr. Luzuriaga, do you have any questions of Mr. Voigt's testimony?
I do, thank you. And for purposes of keeping the record clear, my name is Matthew Luzuriaga, Luzuriaga, on behalf of Ginger and John Myers, who are present to my left. Mr. Voigt, so the issuance of the temporary zoning certificate, as Mr. Kiphart pointed out to you, that is governed by section 158.041 and 158.041.01. Is that correct?
Actually, the temporary and seasonal use requirements is 158.048.
Excuse me.
And the temporary and seasonal uses listed is 158.048.01.
Thank you for the correction. And 158.048B says the approval for temporary zoning certificates will be demonstrated on a case-by-case basis, depending on individual site conditions and the applicant's demonstration of all the things that Mr. Kiphart listed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And who ultimately has the final say in whether or not a temporary or seasonal use certificate is issued?
I do as the zoning administrator.
So it's not a function of the Roads Department's opinion?
We send, like say, copies out to the various agents to get any comments they have. But technically, the decision rests with me, not with those departments. We're just asking for their comments.
And you'd agree with me that the case-by-case language in 158.048B, that does not mean that you need to conduct an analysis under Schultz versus Pritz, correct?
Correct.
It's a completely different standard.
Correct.
Now, given that the seasonal permit or temporary permit was issued, and Mr. Kiphart's letter that's in evidence indicates that there was some sort of exigency because the first scheduled farmers market was to be this last Saturday. You're aware of Ms. Verts and Mr. Verts and their lawyers' attempt to stop this past weekend from having the market generally?
I did receive a letter from their attorney asking me to postpone the decision and revoke the zoning certificate. I did receive a letter from them stating that.
But you did not end up taking that action, is that correct?
That's correct.
To your knowledge, was the Myers temporary certificate utilized this past Saturday?
Yes, it was.
And how do you know that?
I was at the property for approximately an hour in length, and while I was there, I took some pictures to show what the activity was during that day.
And during the time that you were there, Mr. Voigt, did you make any personal observations that makes you change your mind regarding the decision you reached for the Myers application?
None whatsoever.
Did you see anything on Saturday that was inconsistent with your expectations that were based upon the Myers application and their discussion with you prior to you issuing the certificate?
None whatsoever.
Nothing further.
Board members, any questions of Mr. Voigt's testimony? Mr. Voigt, the temporary zoning certificate was for how many dates?
They had applied for 4 dates, May 27th, June 24th, July 22nd, and August 26th, which are the last Saturdays of each of those months.
And what were the hours of operation requested?
They put down here the market will operate from 10 a.m. to 1:30.
Okay. Any other questions, board members? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Voigt, but don't go too far.
I'm not leaving.
We may have some unresolved questions to ask you later. With that, Mr. Kiphart, would you go ahead and like to give your opening statement, and then we'll give Mr. Luzuriaga the opportunity to give his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The appeal today comes from two camps. First, it's our position that the Myers application was deficient as a matter of law, as it fails to address and appropriately demonstrate, as required by 158048, that the potential impact to neighboring properties, including my client, will be adequately addressed and minimized. You've heard from the zoning administrator that the paper application that was submitted did not contain any evidence or demonstration with respect to the items listed in 158048B 1 through 8. You also heard from the zoning administrator that the Myers paper application did not include the required plot plans, at least not complete plot plans, with respect to the location and dimensions of all existing improvements, as well as proposed or temporary seasonal structures, parking areas, points of access, traffic control patterns, etc. What has been occurring on the Myers property has been going on for some 14 years. It is essentially a snowballing commercial use of that property. Now, the only means of access to the Myers property runs along, as we've heard, a private 1-mile narrow common driveway. That common driveway first goes through a property owned by Jane Shaw, who is here today, and then it goes through my client's property, the Verts property, before finally getting to the Myers property. The Roads Bureau, as well as the Sheriff's Office, have produced opinions already and evidence that Rockland Road, the closest county road, is not safe for large truck traffic and larger commercial traffic, especially the type of traffic that is commonly associated with farmers markets, as well as larger commercial uses. That same concern can easily be analogized to Buffington Road, which is the name of the common driveway which services both my client's property as well as the Myers property. Buffington Road is a mile long. It is privately maintained. It is 9 to 11 feet wide. I know that the board, at least some of you, had the opportunity to come out and do a site visit and drive along Buffington Road, so you've seen it for yourselves. It simply is not suited to the type of commercial use or farmers market use, the type of vendor traffic, customer traffic, in addition to the already approved and existing uses that the Myers have on their property. The impacts that my clients have essentially been sustaining to their own expense have been significant and continuous. My clients, as you will hear, do an extraordinary amount of maintenance and improvements along Buffington Road relative to the Myers. The Myers simply do not contribute. They do not contribute to the expense of my client, and frankly, they benefit from all of the care, maintenance, and improvement that my clients have done to the road. And in return, the existing and proposed commercial uses of the Myers property result in continuous trespass on my client's property. Buffington Road is simply too narrow for traffic going both ways to pass without being forced to drive off of the paved surface and onto my client's property. There's not appropriate traffic control mechanisms that exist aside from what my clients have installed personally. There's not appropriate signage or instructions from the Myers for their customers to reach the Myers property without coming onto my client's property, trespassing, entering their barns, outbuildings, even sometimes their personal residence. A continuing use in the way and the sort of course of conduct that the Myers have used their property is only going to engender greater harm to my clients. They have not addressed any of the existing harms, and by the zoning administrator's own admission, the paper application that was submitted for this use did not provide any evidence that it would address potential impact related to traffic on Rockland Road or on Buffington Road. For those reasons that we are asking that the zoning administrator's decision to approve the temporary and seasonal farmers market be reversed, and that I would submit.
Mr. Lozariago.
Thank you, Mr. Bale. As a preliminary matter, given that the Vertzes or their counsel have not expressed any opposition otherwise, I want to make sure that the record documents the way this matter is proceeding, that the appellants, the Vertzes, will be presenting their case first, and they have the burden to prove that something different should be done. I point that out because a number of times in front of you I've said we're here on a de novo hearing. I think the de novo application or standard only applies under 158, 133.
No, Mr. Lozariaga, you don't have to go into all that. They are the appealing the zoning administrator's decision. They will go first.
Very good. And Mr. Bell, forgive me, my intent was not so much to convince the board, it's to document the fact that in the event that this matter goes further, that it's been addressed.
If you want to read into the record what Cody comes from, go ahead.
So long as there is no objection raised by the Vertzes, I think we're covered. So that's not an issue.
Are you okay with that, Mr. Kiphart?
We understand that we are going first today.
Okay, very good.
All right, great. I'll respond very briefly. I don't think, and of course it's your purview to decide, I don't think 95 to 97% of what Mr. Kiphart just said matters to you folks today. It just doesn't. You see ugly cases in here all the time that are really neighborhood disputes, and I tell clients when they come into my office for that sort of thing, and I'm not being facetious, I'm not trying to be trite. I say these things only go away when somebody moves or dies, and until then, this is where you live. I think you're going to be persuaded that that's what this case is here today. I don't think that you're going to be persuaded that anything whether it was in a paper application or what Mr. Voigt has now testified he has seen with his own 2 eyes, does anything detrimental to the Vertzes, or more importantly, is contrary to the zoning ordinance. We have an established roadside stand that's been in place for upwards of 13 years. This is basically taking similar products or products that are already available for sale on these same dates and same times and putting them outside under a 10 by 10 tent. The application that the Myers have presented said they will cap the number of vendors at 6. There is nothing that can be demonstrated to suggest that this is not an agricultural use or something that's not generally accepted under agricultural principles under the right to farm ordinance. I don't think you're going to hear anything other than I don't want this where I live. And to the point where it's been mentioned that there's issues about trespass, what you heard Mr. Kiphart suggest is the driveway paved on the ground. And I understand this board appreciates the distinction between what's on the ground and what might be in the land records, because that's very relevant here. What's in the land records is a 25-foot unrestricted right-of-way to and from my client's property. What's on the ground is between 9 and 11 feet. So that leaves you, by my math, anywhere between 14 feet or lower in area that's not being discussed. And if the Vertzes want to take the position that that's causing a trespass, they have an obligation to demonstrate it. And what you've not yet heard, and I don't know if it was there at the time that some of you made the opportunity to see the site visit, is that pending Mr. Voigt's approval of the temporary certificate, his unwillingness to revoke it at their request, and this hearing being delayed till today for whatever administrative reasons, the Vertzes installed a new fence that never existed right against the paved portion of the road. I think in a fair amount of time, I'm going to be able to demonstrate in another venue, that fence is within the right-of-way. But my point is, you're going to hear from the applicants today, appellants today, traffic is a problem. What I'm going to show you is that traffic might have been a problem, but nothing worse than you see anywhere else on agricultural properties that are serviced by a use in common driveway until 2 weeks ago. And it's been made worse by conduct of the appellants who are here to tell you today my rights weren't considered. So what I'm going to do is take matters into my own hands. That's what they've done. I don't think that you're going to be persuaded that Mr. Voigt should have done anything more today. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kiphart, would you like to call your first witness?
Yes.
And something I failed to say, witnesses, when you go to a microphone, please state your name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name. So with that, Mr. Kiphart, would you like to call your first witness?
I would call Catherine Vertz. Kathy, if you could state your name, address, and occupation as.
Kathy Vertz, 144 Rockland Road, Westminster, Maryland. I'm the Bureau of Roads Administrative Supervisor.
Kathy, can you briefly describe your property at 144 Rockland Road for the board?
Our property consists of 35.5 acres where we operate a horse boarding facility and farm the remaining ground. We make hay off of the remaining acreage that's not used for pasture.
And what is your relationship to the property we're here to discuss today at 150 Rockland Road?
Our property is prior to the Myers property on Buffington Road.
Sorry, are you adjoining neighbors?
Yes,
And how do you access your property?
from Rockland Road.
And do the Myers also use, I'm sorry, is there a common driveway that serves both your property and the Myers
Yes.
property? And what is the name of that road?
That is Buffington Road.
And have you looked at aerial photos of your property and surrounding properties
Yes.
before? Can I show you a aerial photo? Can you identify what's portrayed in this image?
It is Buffington Road that comes off of Rockland Road. It goes through Jane Shaw's property and then comes across to my property back to the Myers property.
Okay. And does this aerial photo accurately portray the general locations of all of those properties and the road that you just described?
Yes.
Is this for me, or are you gonna need this back?
That's right. I'd like to mark for identification. Appellants 1.
Okay, go ahead and approach Mr. Dixon. Are you going to lead with that?
Appellant's 1.
Appellant's 1, okay. You want to enter that into evidence, or you want to talk about it first and then enter it into evidence?
I would like to enter it into evidence.
Okay, we'll accept that, and enter it into evidence.
So I'm showing you a copy of Appellants 1, which was just admitted to the evidence. Can you describe for the board Buffington Road?
Buffington Road is currently a chip sealed road. When we purchased the property, it was a dirt and gravel road. It's a mile long, 9 to 11 feet in width.
And there's a recorded right-of-way over Buffington Road, isn't that right?
That is correct.
And how wide is that recorded right-of-way?
It is a recorded right-of-way of 25 feet over the road bed.
And is that for both you and the Myers?
That is correct.
Who maintains and improves Buffington Road?
My husband and I.
Can you briefly describe for the board some of the work that you've performed to maintain and improve Buffington Road?
We have previously blacktopped the two main hills, the one hill coming in off of Rockland and the other one entering once you hit our property line. After that, we have chip sealed the balance of the road. We've also had to install a new pipe in the driveway.
Have you made any improvements to control traffic along Buffington Road?
We have installed 2 speed bumps in the road.
Have you posted any signage along Buffington Road?
No. Oh, yes, we put a 10-mile-an-hour speed limit sign
And why did you take those measures?
to slow the traffic down that comes to the Myers property.
Have you asked the Myers to contribute to the maintenance and improvement of Buffington Road?
Yes.
And when do you ask them?
Prior to doing projects, I let them know plenty of time in advance for the chip seal project, asked for, contribution considering they had a business running out of it. And I was verbally told that John would allocate $10,000 towards the project, and that has never happened.
Have you asked the Myers any other times to contribute to maintenance and improvement projects?
Yes, over the years. We have well over $100,000 in the driveway, and since they've moved in and most of the damage to the driveway was done from a prior business they had, forced us to do the driveway just for safety and I just comfort. It was absolutely horrible.
What is the response that you get from the Myers when you ask them to contribute to maintenance and improvement projects along Buffington Road?
We don't get any. They have never helped. They helped one time with the pipe repair.
Is it fair to say that you have a number of claims and concerns with respect to the use of Buffington Road and the care, maintenance, and improvement, and the Myers contribution related to the same?
Yes.
And have you recently brought any action to forward those claims in any way?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a document which has been marked as Appellant 2. Can you identify this document?
And this is a court case that we are filing in the circuit court.
All right. And has that been filed?
Yes.
Ask that comments two also be moved into evidence.
We will go ahead and move that into evidence. Without objection, Mr.
I don't have an objection, Your Honor. I'm curious to see how this is going to help their case, but I have no objection to this coming into evidence.
Okay.
So that complaint sets forth sort of the history of the property as well as your disputes with the Myers, does it not?
Yes.
But you would agree that today we're asking that the zoning administrator's decision to approve the Myers proposed farmer's market be reversed, isn't that right? The Myers have run multiple businesses from their property, isn't that right?
That's correct.
What was the first business that they wrote?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Bale, at this point, I want to give Mr. Kiphart some leeway.
I'm in total agreement with what we are here. I guess it's not clear. We are here today on an appeal of the zoning administrator's decision to give a temporary zoning certificate for 4 times, or let's see, 3.5 hours at each time. That's what we're here about. What happens with that road? That is not our jurisdiction here with the Board of Zoning Appeals. And unless you can tie that to what our jurisdiction is, this is an appeal of the zoning administrator's issuance of a temporary zoning certificate, period. That is all that we can do. Anything outside of that is way beyond our purview and way beyond what we are entitled to do legally. So as it relates to that, I'm sorry, all the road issues that you have brought up in the last 15 minutes, I don't see, it was testified to that Mr. Voigt, in his decision, was looking at Rockland Road, not Buffington Lane, Buffington Road, whatever it is. So once we get onto Buffington Lane, I don't see the relevance of anything that you're discussing at this point, or you're trying to present as evidence.
Understood, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I'm showing you a copy of the Myers Farmers Market application. Have you had the opportunity to review this application?
Yes.
You are aware of section 158048 of the code?
Yes.
And you're aware that the Myers have to demonstrate that the potential impact to neighboring properties will be adequately addressed and minimized?
Yes.
Now, in your review of this application, have the Myers in any way demonstrated how access to the property and traffic impacts are going to be addressed or minimized?
No.
Has the Myers application in any way identified how many potential patrons they'll have at the farmer's market?
No.
Objection. If I may be heard briefly, Mr. Bale, I've got 2 parts. First, the application's already in evidence. The board knows what it says. You've also heard Mr. Voigt testify what it says and what it doesn't say. My real basis for interrupting, and I apologize to Mr. Kiphart for doing so, Mrs. Virts has testified that she is the administrative supervisor for the Bureau of Roads. She has brought this appeal in her own name. I am curious which purpose or which hat she happens to be wearing making these comments about what has and hasn't been considered for this board to take notice of. I think if she makes it clear that she is here testifying solely as a citizen, okay, then I'm fine with that. But she's introduced herself as an administrative official of some sort with a county agency, and the county is not doing anything to try and undo Mr. Voigt's decision.
I don't believe that Mr. Lozariaga's objection, if that's what it is, has any merit whatsoever. I mean, I think it's fairly clear that she's coming to the board and filing this appeal on her personal behalf. She is not here in any sort of official capacity, and she's never represented herself to be. You had asked that she state her occupation, and she did so. She happens to be a supervisor with the Bureau of Roads. That is not the capacity that she is here for today.
Okay, and as long as that's totally understood, then we're fine. I mean, she has that right as a citizen. But not to represent any county agency. Okay. Mr. Kephart, again.
Ms. Wirtz, what are your concerns with respect to traffic impacts controls of the farmers market?
I have concerns for people walking through my property, through my barns, as we've had in the past. We've had two almost break-ins where we've actually had sheriff reports from people not local to the area. I've concerned with the safety of my boarders and my clients using Buffington Road, our private driveway, to access the balance of our property, to be able to ride out on weekends. They work during the week, so they come to the farm to enjoy their horse during the weekend. I have concerns for my dogs that, run around the yard and, have been close to being hit multiple times. I have concerns for myself and my family. I almost had my mirror taken off on my Jeep just Friday from a client or a customer going to the Myerses, which I have a picture of. They missed my Jeep mirror by 2 inches, and I was sitting still, waiting for them to come past. I put, Mr. Lozariaga commented regarding the T-post, and he is correct. We did install T-posts down the driveway. We did that to help protect our horses and our clients, so they would have a little bit of a safety barrier if they chose to go out and access, Buffington Road to ride on the balance of our property, to prevent them from getting hurt. I've almost been hit head-on by a car on one of the turns, of which I emailed Ginger about that and told her about being almost hit broadside. My horse, right here, a car coming right at me on this road, probably 40 miles an hour, because they have no respect for the community and the area, and that it is a private driveway.
Okay, Kathy, I'm going to walk you back just a little bit to address the T-posts. When did you put up the T-posts along Buffington Road?
We put the T-posts up about 2.5 weeks ago, I guess. We had the opportunity and the time to get it done, so we put them up there with the anticipation of the farmers market on the 27th, and based on my history and my research of what a farmers market can bring, like the Ag Center or the one downtown, it could have a potential for 500 to 600 vehicles. So we did put the T-post up to protect our property, protect our fences, and to make an alleyway to protect our clients.
And you're aware that there's an existing 25-foot right-of-way?
Yes.
And did you make any effort to measure?
Yes, we had a distinct 25 feet all the way across, 25.2, 25.3. There was a guaranteed 25 feet for the area that we put the T-posts up, although the entire road itself, due to a stream and a bridge, doesn't even have a 25-foot access. There's multiple places on that road that there is not a guaranteed 25 feet due to ditches, banks, and creeks.
Do you have any concerns with respect to the Myers proposed off-street parking?
Yes, I have a hay building close to their property line that we have had people pull into on a regular basis entering their roadside stand. We have people pull into our property at our main horse barn and walk through it on a regular basis.
And showing you again the Myers application, the aerial photo, I hope you can see. It appears that the Myers have notated parking on one side of Buffington Road and then vendors on the other. Is that right?
That's correct.
Does the placement of either or both of the vendor space as well as the off-street parking area, does that raise any concerns with respect to your ability to use the right-of-way through the Myers property?
Yes, it does. We farm 4.5 acres of hay up on the top of the hill. And knowing the Myers Market was going to happen Saturday, we got our hay made and we brought it in early Saturday morning at 9:04. The market started at 10. At 9:04, there was a car partially sitting in the roadway that I had to squeeze through with a truck and trailer to bring our hay off of our property.
Did you happen to take a picture?
I did.
Showing you two photos, which I will mark as appellants 3A and 3B. Can you identify these photographs?
That is my son on the tractor trying to come from the top 4.5 acres down to where our storage facilities are, and then I am driving a pickup truck with a trailer loaded full of hay, bringing it back to our storage barn.
And did you say when you took those photos?
At 9:04 in the morning,
On what day?
on Saturday, the 27th.
Was this the same day as the Myers first farmers market?
Yes.
Board's indulgence.
Both of these is Exhibit 3.
3A and 3B. Now, does the placement of that vehicle appear to be within the same area that the Myers had notated on their
Yes.
application? And did the way in which that vehicle was parked affect your ability to bring the hay in that morning?
I managed to get around the car, but there's a sign on the right-hand side that I didn't want to run over, so I did have to squeeze through, and I was very, very close.
I believe there's also a porta potty
There's a porta pot there, yes.
depicted to the left of the vehicle.
Right.
Does that porta potty appear to be in the area designated on the Myers application?
I can't see that, I don't know. I'm assuming, maybe, I don't know.
Are you comfortable with the placement of the parking area, the vendor area along Buffington Road?
No, I'm not. We farm. We have a hay operation, and we need to access our upper 4.5 acres through that right-of-way when hay is ready to be made. We don't have the option of waiting a day or two. When hay is ready, you make the hay. And as I said, we tried to get it done and tried to get it in there prior to the market, but that's no guarantee. And if we have to bring a 16-foot discbine through there or a hay rake, we will not fit with parking on the side if vendors are on the right.
Are you concerned about the safety of the Myers customers with respect to
I'm very
the
worried.
placement of those two items?
Yes, I'm very worried that a kid could pop out from behind the barn where the goats are or something, and when you're in equipment, you can't see them. Small kids, you cannot see. And I do not want to be responsible for hurting someone.
You took a number of other photographs on the 27th, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Can you identify these two photographs?
These are picture of customers coming into the farmer's market. We're at our lower barn putting hay away, and this was a congested time when multiple vehicles were coming in and multiples were trying to go out.
And this is at the entrance to the Myers property, is that right?
This is before, no, this is on my property. This is prior to the Myers property.
How far away would you say is this from the entrance to the Myers property?
300 feet, 400 feet.
Can you, Mr. Kippard, can you mark that so I know which photo your client's talking about?
It's going to be first one 4A, second 4.
Is this 4A?
4A is
Yes.
at the entrance, yes. Excuse me, just call it 4. The second photo will be 5.
The one with the Jeep and the Ford?
Yes, 4. The second photo, can you identify that photo for me, please?
This was coming out with an empty trailer. And this is at the top of the road at Rockland Road, where another vehicle ran through a yard to be able to get back to the Myers property.
And you took this photo as well?
Yes, I was driving a dually. And you can clearly see the tracks where the vehicle ran through the yard.
I would ask that exhibits 4 and 5, appellants 4 and 5.
We will accept those and enter them into evidence.
You've taken another photo. Can you identify this photo?
This is at the bottom of the first big hill on the road, and this is me in a Jeep, which is narrow, and this is a picture of a vehicle going to the Myers and almost hit my mirror on my Jeep. They were traveling at a high rate of speed. I was sitting still.
Do you recall when you took this photo?
Steve, this was Friday heading to their roadside stand market.
Is the photo fairly accurately depicts the distance between the cars?
They missed my vehicle by about 4 inches.
Is it your understanding that that vehicle is traveling to the Myers property?
Yes. I was on the very edge of the roadway.
The general distance between vehicles, is that fairly common along Buffington Road?
I'm going to renew my objection at this point, Mr. Bale. The board's made it clear it's not interested in hearing about traffic on Buffington Road.
Mr. Kephart, I don't know how I can be much clearer. It was testified to by the zoning administrator, whose decision is being appealed here today, that his decision stopped at the edge of Rockland Road. And I haven't heard anything about Rockland Road.
So what I would argue is relevant is the entrance to the Myers property, which at least one of these photos.
Wait a minute. Rockland Road is a mile from the Myers property? That was what was testified to, I think, by Ms. Verts.
Yes.
We're a mile away. We're a mile apart. Rockland Road. Not Buffington Lane, not Buffington Road. There's a right-of-way through there that's been testified to that is, 3 properties have the ability to use that. That was testified to.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Luzuriaga, do you have any questions of Ms. Vertz's testimony?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Bale. Ms. Verts, you testified you have a hay operation, is that right?
That's correct.
And the hay that you sell, is it all produced on your property?
Would object to the relevance of the question? What it has to do with the farmer's market?
My son farms 400 acres.
Ms. Verts, I don't think you should answer until Mr. Bale makes a decision on the objection.
I'm going to give you a little latitude, but I'm going to give you a really short leash on where you're going with this, Mr. Luzuriaga. I'm warning you on that.
Very well.
Okay, so she can answer that question. But I again, the relevancy here, you got to circle back so I can see where the relevancy is.
So, Ms. Verts, my question was, is all of the hay that you sell made on your property?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I'll write, mark as Appalese number 1. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 photos. Tell me when you've had a chance to look through them.
I've looked through them.
Okay, so the first page of Appalese 1, I'll grant you, that piece of equipment was not for use on your property, was it?
That's not us.
Okay, my question was, this piece of equipment is not for use on your property, is that fair to say?
No.
Do you know where it came from?
I believe that belongs to the Reeses.
Okay, and when I mean where it came from, I mean which direction did it come from?
That would have, I don't know. I don't know how they access the Shaw property. They either come through the back. I would imagine there's a waterway from their property that comes down through their property across the woods and then comes out right across from where the guardrail is on our driveway.
Okay, so can I take from that you don't know which end of Buffington Road they utilized to get in the position they're in the exhibit?
I've seen them come across a field road. It's not Buffington Road. They come through their property, through Jane's property, down around the bottom hill, onto Buffington Road, and to access that property. I've seen them bring their sprayer, their hay equipment, everything through that direction.
I'm going to renew my objection to further questions with respect to these pictures. I'm confused as to where we're going and how this has anything to do with the farmer's market.
If the question were answered yes or no, I think I would have been able to demonstrate that by now.
My client testified that she did not know
Which direction?
which direction the piece of equipment was coming from.
So let's turn to the second page of the exhibit, ma'am. Do you recognize this location?
That is looking out towards Jane Shaw's property from the Myers?
And your property is on the left-hand side of that photograph,
That
is
is
that
correct.
right? And do you have any reason to believe that this photo would not have been taken this past Saturday as appellant's exhibits 4, 5, and 6 were?
I would object as to the form of the question. I'm not even sure I understand.
I'm not sure of the question.
Okay, fair enough. Move to the third page. What does that show?
That is us hauling hay to our back hay storage facility,
Okay.
which comes off a property that we farm.
And how did this vehicle get to this position? Did it come from Rockland Road or did it come from Uniontown Road?
I'm going to object again. Mr. Lizarriaga represented that he would be able to get to the point within a yes or no question. He has not done so. He's asked a question that was essentially unintelligible, and now he's asking another question.
So we don't know which direction the hay came from. Is that what we're saying?
That's correct. I'm not driving the truck.
Okay. You'd agree with me for that truck to get in that position in this photo, to make a left-hand turn coming out of the Myers property, that would be pretty tough, wouldn't it?
It would have come off of the front of the front, yes.
So you think it came from Rockland Road?
That's not what my client testified to. It's not a question either.
I'll move on. Flip to the next page, please. What does that show?
It's kind of blurry. That is a truck with hay,
Is that on your property?
yes.
So is that bringing hay in or taking it out?
I don't know. I'm not the one driving the truck. I don't know.
Okay. So your testimony is it's your son that runs the hay business?
We help him.
He doesn't live there, right?
I'm going to object again. My client's hay business is not the issue.
But she testified that it was her son's hay business, and I'll allow that question. That was part of her testimony.
He is part of the farm.
Ma'am, my question was, does he live there?
Physically live there? No.
Does he spiritually live there? Withdraw
does
the
not live
question. Ma'am, you recently had a portion of your property surveyed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
For what purpose?
To show property lines and boundaries.
Okay. And the markers that are in the field now, what is your understanding of what they demonstrate?
I would object. This has nothing to do with my client's direct testimony, nor does it have anything to do with the farmer's market, which we are here to discuss today.
If we're going to have the same thing on both sides, Mr. Bale, then fine. If we're going to limit the presentation of evidence regarding the road.
But she testified to putting T-posts in.
She did.
Does this relate to the T-post?
It
That's
does.
what I'm asking, Mr. Luzariaga.
It does.
And if it does, then you can go forward with the questioning.
So what is your understanding of the orange markers, be they spray paint with pins, be they temporary wooden markers with flags, whatever they are, running along your property side of Buffington Road? What is your understanding that line represents?
That line represents the property line of our property and the beginning of the 25-foot right-of-way over the roadbed.
Okay.
For our
And you used
surveyor.
Mr. Protolak as your surveyor?
He was the company that did the survey, yes.
Okay. All right, so you concede that if the right-of-way is 25 feet and you've placed a fence line immediately adjacent to the paved portion, it's possible your fence line is within that right-of-way.
It says 25 feet over the road bed. It does not say 25 feet from center.
And do you have any expert here to testify as to exactly where the right-of-way lies?
No.
And Mrs. Verts, the installation of the new fence, how much room is between that and the fence that was there prior to 2.5 weeks ago?
8 feet, maybe.
So your testimony to this board is you fenced off 8 feet of what appears in photographs I've seen to be lawn to help control traffic?
To help protect my clients.
Mrs. Verts, you've put into evidence the complaint that's been filed in circuit court. You remember that?
Yes.
Let's not mince words. It's your goal in that lawsuit to shut down the Myers' entire business, isn't it?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Okay, does anyone in the audience have any questions of Ms. Vertz's testimony? And again, questions of her testimony. Okay, seeing none. Board members, questions of Ms. Vertz's testimony? Go ahead, Mr. Caldwell.
No, I'd like to talk to you first before I do so.
Oh. You have any questions?
I do. So if I understand correctly, the first farmer's market has occurred?
Yes.
If that is the case, I just have a suspicion that you were probably monitoring traffic.
That's correct.
How many cars went down the lane?
50 between.
Did you actually count them, or are you giving me a ballpark?
I can tell you because I have an exact amount. I have a camera that is there, and there were 26 vehicles there, not including their employees.
Okay, so 26 cars over 3 hours went down the lane. 3.5. What was
Correct.
it? 3.5 hours?
3.5 hours.
3.5 hours. Okay, so the participation was certainly less than 100 people, I would say.
Correct.
That was my question.
Second.
I have a question. There was talk about the hay facility or the hay business that you run from the property.
Correct.
There's also you're also a commercial equestrian facility, or?
Yes, we're a licensed boarding facility. We are licensed through the state of Maryland. We have an inspection every year. We have been in business, which is why we bought that property, was to be able to have a boarding facility that didn't have traffic, that our clients could use and enjoy and not have to worry about the dangers of cars flying in and out of a driveway.
So when you purchased that property, did the Myers own their property?
No.
So they purchased their property after you did?
Yes.
Okay. And when you put up the T-posts, do you know if they're do you know if they are where the right-of-way is, or if they?
The deeds, both deeds state 25-foot right-of-way across the road bed.
And Mr. Podolak or one of his surveyors located that roadbed?
Yes.
During the survey?
Yes. I do not have a complete draft of it yet.
So is the paving where that roadbed was?
Yes.
And you testified that the paving is 9 feet? 9 or 10 feet?
There are certain places where it's 9. There are certain places around the bend it may be 12.
Okay, so that gives there still should be additional room on each side for people to pull over and pass.
On certain places, yes. There are certain places on the road where you can't get 2 vehicles past. As I stated before, there's banks, there's ditch lines, there's a creek.
And I apologize, I think I misunderstood when you were saying that you have 4.5 acres of hay that you take off. Is
Correct.
that, do you have to go further down your driveway through the
You
Myers?
go through the Myers property to access that. Our deeded right-of-way goes through the Myers property, across 4.5 acres on top, through some woods, and enters back out on Uniontown Road.
Do you use that back access?
We do use it on occasion for UTVs and going back, and my cousin has a farm back over the hill. We do use it to make hay all winter or all summer. And then to access back, it's the back way over towards my parents' house and different things, yes.
Do any of your clients for your boarding facility or your hay operation
No.
use that? No?
No, we use it for the hay, to bring the hay through, that's our access. We used to have a field road that the Myers shut down when they first moved in that would have prevented us from going up the tall bank. So now we go all the way through them and up across the edge of the road.
So the point I was confused about, and thank you for clarifying that you have to go through their farm to get to your 4 acres. You indicated that you had an issue with where the parking might be located. That's not on your property, correct?
That is on the road that goes through their property. So we have a legal right-of-way through their property.
Right, but like, for instance, where it was, I think, illustrated on something I saw, that they were proposing putting parking, you indicated that would potentially impede the use of your barn.
That would impede the use of the right-of-way if they park along the road, that we would not be able to get a 16-foot disc line through that property. If they were parked if we were accessing our top field and they were parked on the right, as that black car was.
And so that's this?
That's the car, yes. So I'm in the truck coming back down.
Okay.
So if we were trying to get hay equipment through there and vehicles were parked like that, we would not be able to function. We would not be able to get through. We have big equipment.
So if they were steering clear of that 25 feet and not allowing people to park in there, that would address that issue?
On that end. But that does not, it doesn't take away my concern of hitting a kid or hitting somebody going through there while we're trying to farm.
Thank you.
Mr. Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very confused about a number of things here. There's been a lot of discussion about this roadway. You said you maintain the roadway and you put it in, is that correct?
The road was gravel when we built our facility, and we put tons and tons of millings in it over the years. When the Myers moved in, they had an eBay business that they ran out of their barn. And I know this is history, but this goes to the driveway.
No, hang on, just keep to the question I'm asking. Did you pave the road on top of the gravel?
Yes.
Did you have a professional surveyor verify that that roadway was in the right place before you paved it?
No. The surveyor found the pins in the roadway, though.
That's contradictory. You're saying you didn't have a professional surveyor, but he said your surveyor found the pins.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Before we paved it, no, we did not have a surveyor survey it prior to us paving it. But the surveyor found the pins in a portion of the roadway.
If I might clarify,
Go ahead.
the survey was completed, that you're speaking about, where they found the pins. When was that completed?
That was just completed Thursday.
Oh, the roadways were there long before that, though, right?
The roadway is originally an old mail route that goes probably back to the 50s, 40s.
So my question is, did you ever have, at any time, a professional surveyor verify that the roadbed was actually where it was?
No.
Thank you. Okay, and the second question is, I'm a little confused about this. You said it in testimony that you were representing yourself as a private individual, yet in the file, you're representing yourself as a county official. So I'm a little confused as to what your real status is.
I'm not sure what.
Well, in the file, you reference yourself as a county road, was it supervisor?
Roads administrative supervisor. I was replying, I sent, I guess it replied as an email. I don't know what you're looking at.
Well, the document has a county seal at the bottom of it, indicating that you are, if he's passing along to
Yeah,
the
sorry.
detail. It says Kathy Verts, Road Administrative Supervisor, and then it has the county seal below it. So it's in an email that you've sent out. So to me, that looks like you're using it as an official capacity.
No, I believe that was just a reply that I sent over to Katie just maybe to ask the process to do an appeal on a personal level. I had no intentions of using my employment with Carroll County government for this. This is 100% a personal appeal.
That's not clear at all as far as I'm concerned. But I'm just trying to make some sense out of this, because it says on that document, you know, road comments below. So,
I believe that was a letter that I emailed in behalf of my supervisor.
right, if it was
That was sent across.
from a personal, if it was from a person representing themselves, then one would think it would be on a personal email, not on a county email. Just a point of, you know, that's how I perceive it. Thank you.
Ms. Ford Mount.
I just have a quick question. So the road department and the sheriff's department sent a letter, excuse me, saying that they didn't agree with the farmer's market, but there's been no traffic study, or there's nothing that they can lean toward why, or officially say why they have a problem with it. It's just they sent a letter saying that they just didn't like it.
I believe you'd have to ask Jim Cook and the sheriff's department that, whether they did studies or not. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Okay, Buffington Road, and I know I've already said it stays on Rockland Road. Who pays the taxes on Buffington Road? Who owns the property? Who pays the taxes?
Jane Shaw owns over half of it.
Okay,
It's on her property. I suppose we would pay the taxes on our portion.
so Ms. Shaw's property goes from Rockland Road to your property line?
Correct.
So, and then from your property line to the end of your property line where the Myerses are, you're paying taxes on that right of way?
I believe Jane owns opposite our property, so I believe Jane would probably be paying
So Ms. Shaw owns the right of way.
Miss Shaw's deceased husband, Andy, is the one who granted the right-of-way when
So
that
Ms.
property
Shaw
was
pays the
sold.
taxes on that. So then, and I'll ask the Myerses then that question when we get there. So what I'm getting to is the right-of-way that you use from your property line and Mrs. Shaw's to your property line and the Myerses. That right-of-way, the property taxes are paid by Mrs. Shaw, is that correct?
Honestly, I don't know.
You only have a right-of-way, is that correct? And the Myerses have a right-of-way.
Based on where the survey was done, I would say we do pay taxes on that based on where the survey was recently done. We do pay taxes on that right-of-way. Based on where the pin locations are at this point, yes, we do pay taxes on the right-of-way, as does Ms. Shaw. From Rockland Road to my property, Ms. Shaw pays the tax.
That's interesting, because normally right-of-ways are paid by one person, and you have the right to use that, and the person that granted the right-of-way is the owner. So that's a unique situation. Okay, my question is, when who gave the information? Did you give the information to the sheriff's department and the roads department on the number of vehicles you thought would be coming in and out of Buffington Lane as a result of the temporary zoning certificate for a farm market?
No.
So what you testified to was 500 to 600 vehicles.
That was my own personal research when I received
But it
counsel.
wasn't 500 to 600 vehicles this past weekend.
No, it was not.
How many was it?
I came up with 26.
Okay. So there weren't 500 to 600, but you had testified 500 to 600.
That based on my research through the farmer's market at the Ag Center and the one that's downtown at 27, based on Facebook posts and things that you see on social media, that they have, you know, I've done my own research. They could have 700, 600, 500,
And you didn't,
2,000.
and you didn't relay the 500 to 600 to the roads department for them
No.
to write that letter?
No.
Okay. Any further question, board members? Okay, very good. Mr. Kephart, or any follow-ups, Mr. Luzuriaga?
None from me.
Just briefly, thank you, in light of some of the questions from the board. Mrs. Verts, you put into evidence photographs 3A and 3B. You testified this was a car that was parked in the proposed parking area at 9:04 this past Saturday. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And then Ms. Eckert just asked you some questions about whether or not, if the car had been in the location where the Myers indicated they expected to park cars, would you have the same problem? Do you recall being asked that?
Yes.
So, what leads you to believe that the car shown in 3A and 3B has anything to do with the farmer's market?
It was on the Myers property.
What? Did you stop and ask the driver what they were doing there?
No.
Would it surprise you to learn it was Mr. Voigt?
I wasn't sure who it was. I assumed it was either a vendor or a patron.
And your testimony was that this appeal is purely personal in light of some questions from Mr. Caldwell, is that correct?
100% personal.
Do you think that if Ms. Shaw had been the one opposing this, that a letter from your supervisor would have been transmitted echoing your concerns the same day?
Excuse me?
If Ms. Shaw was the one opposing this, and she doesn't work for the Bureau of Roads, does she?
No.
So if she became aware of this proposal on February 7th, 2023, as you did, would your supervisor have been able to respond to her concern and pass that along to Mr. Voigt on the same day? Because that's what happened in your case, right?
I'm not sure if he would have reached out to her directly. I don't know. That you would have to speak to him.
Nothing further.
Mr. Kephart, any follow-up?
No.
Okay. So are you ready to call your second witness?
I am.
Okay, before we do that, we're going to take about a 5 or 10 minute break. Mr. Kephart, would you like to call your second witness?
Yes, and just before I do that, I do want to mention that I've got at least 5 further witnesses. I know that we had just talked about timing, but
Then we will be looking at probably July for a continuance if you've got that many witnesses. So, okay, go ahead.
I'd like to call Jane Shaw.
Jane Shaw, 150.
Ms. Shaw, please come to the table.
Won't bite.
Jane Shaw, 154 Rockland Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21158.
Now, Ms. Shaw, you are adjoining neighbors with both the Vertzes and the Myers, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And your property is a frontage road along Rockland Road, isn't that right?
That's correct. Neither the Myers nor the Verts have frontage on Rockland.
And when did you first purchase or begin living in your property?
I began living there in 1985.
And was that prior to both the Vertzes and the Myers?
Yes. My
And
husband purchased it in 1979.
are you familiar with the right-of-way that's been discussed in this matter?
Yes, I am.
And are you at all aware of the original intent of that right-of-way?
Objection. That is purely a legal conclusion. It's defined within the document in which it's granted. Unless Ms. Shaw is going to testify she's a lawyer that issues title insurance, she's not qualified to answer that question.
And I'd have to concur on that.
What was the purpose of the right-of-way as it was used, in your
Objection.
experience?
That's the same question.
It is.
What was the right-of-way used for in your experience?
From 1985, at the time, the road went back to property owners whose name was Porter, and they used the road. They had a right-of-way through our, at that time, 365 acres. And we had a horse facility with lots of horses, and we rode on that road all the time on horses.
Ms. Shaw, do you have any concerns with respect to the Myers' proposed use of their property for a farmer's market?
Well, I have 2 concerns. One is I understand not the issue, but it's my concern, is that the road goes through my property. I own both sides probably 90% of the way, and the other part goes back and touches the Myers property on the left-hand side. I have hay fields on some of it. I have corn planted on some of it, soy on some of it, and it has been my experience, and I am not a traffic supervisor. I don't go down and say, this car is for the Vertzes, this car is for the Myers. I don't know. I just know that there's a tremendous amount of increased traffic on that road since 2005, 2006, along in there. And I have seen people pull off over onto my property where we have fields. I've seen trucks actually pull way into the property and turn around to go out the other way because they can't, the road's so narrow they can't turn around on it, and these are big trucks. So I'm very concerned about increased traffic. And I'm also concerned that neither of them have any front property on Rockland Road. And over the years, the market started as just simply a few things that I assumed they sold on that they raised on their own farm, but it has increased over the years. And if they're only going to have 22, 26, whatever it is, cars at these events, what's the purpose of it? They do the market in town. This is just increasing traffic on a very narrow road, which is really a private road that goes through me. And people don't respect other people's property. My property is being used to turn around in all the time.
Ms. Shaw, do you have similar concerns with respect to traffic along Rockland Road?
Rockland is narrow. I think at the widest point it's probably about 18 feet wide. And it increasingly has more and more traffic all the time, too. People don't obey the speed limit. And a lot of times you have to pull over and let somebody go by, whether it's in a large vehicle or whether it's a truck. I mean, You know, there's a couple of curves in it that are dangerous at the speed that people go around. So, yes, Rockland Road also, I think, would have a lot of trouble handling a lot of increased traffic.
Michelle, does it concern you that in the application that was submitted, the Myers didn't include any indication of the number of vendors or attendees that would come to the farmer's market?
Objection. I don't know how Ms. Shaw's opinion of the application matters. The application
And it doesn't. She's not testifying as an expert witness, so.
Ms. Shaw is an adjoining property owner, and the law requires that they address and minimize impacts to adjoining property owners. I think it's a fair question.
And where it stops, again, is Rockland Road. I don't know how much clearer I can be. We have run down a rabbit hole here that we shouldn't be. It stops at Rockland Road. I don't know how much clearer I need to be. Rockland Road. So as it relates to the traffic on Rockland Road, entertain those questions.
Okay. Ms. Shaw, do you have...
And let me make this perfectly clear. Mr. Voigt testified that that's where he stops. And the part of, what is it, 158.041, B1 through 8, it stops at Rockland Road. The considerations that you laid out stops at Rockland Road.
Understood.
Okay.
Ms. Shaw, do you have concerns with respect to the Myers application's failure to include any indication of the number of vendors or attendees to the farmer's market and as it relates to traffic along Rockland Road?
I have not seen the application. I do not know what questions are asked on the application. I do have concerns that, I mean, if they're not doing this to grow their business and to grow their market, then why are they doing it? So I am concerned that the county should put a limitation on it.
No further questions from Ms. Shaw.
Mr. Lazariaga, any questions of Ms. Shaw?
Ms. Shaw, does the authorization of 4 calendar days out of 365 for 3.5 hours sound like enough of a limitation for your concerns?
No.
It should be less?
My concern is the number of people that can use the road in that 3-hour period. I mean, if they're doing it for 20 or 30 cars, how do you know that's what it's going to be? How do you not know it's not going to be 75 cars, 100 cars? The road can't handle that kind of traffic.
Do you have any objective evidence to indicate that if the Myers continue to have their pop-up markets as permitted, that there will be more traffic on Buffington Road than there was this past Saturday?
I don't think anyone has any evidence because there's no history.
Nothing further.
Anyone from the public have any questions of Ms. Shaw's testimony? Board members? Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Mr. Kephart, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, I would call James Cook. Mr. Cook, if you could state your name, address, and occupation for the record, please.
James Cook, 3755 Backwoods Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21158. I am the Bureau Chief of Roads Operations.
How long have you worked in that capacity, Mr. Cook?
4.5 years.
And can you generally describe the purview of your occupation, your duties in that capacity?
To oversee maintenance operations.
And is part of your duties as Bureau Chief to respond or make comments to zoning applications such as the Myers?
That's correct.
And I'm going to show you a letter which is already part of the evidence dated February 7th. Do you recall writing that letter?
That's correct.
Did anybody help you in the drafting of that letter?
No.
Do the opinions stated in that letter Are they your own and only your own?
No. We have a staff of area road chiefs who also maintain that road, who I seek opinions on also.
Okay, so in the drafting of the letter, did you seek the opinions of your area roads chiefs?
I did not seek it, but we referred to the histories of their maintenance on that road is what I came to the conclusion on. Okay.
Did you speak to anyone else in drafting this letter?
No.
Can you describe for the board your concerns with respect to the Myers Farmers Market and traffic along Rockland Road?
My safety concerns are with Rockland Road. The road from Uniontown Road has been recently paved. That's the widest portion of it. That's the northern section. The southern section is a bit narrower, which is also been repaved, but with a chip seal application. And that is my concern, which is there's a couple of 90-degree S-turns and some oververts that are blind. And coming up the south side is some banks that make the road a little narrower that is almost impossible to pass.
I'm showing you a copy of the Myers application for the farmer's market. This includes the form application from the zoning administration, a vendor agreement, as well as an aerial photo of the Myers property. Did you review all of these documents in coming to your opinion?
Yes.
In your review of these documents, and to the best of your recollection, anywhere in the Myers application, does it indicate how many people or vendors they expect to come to their farmer's market?
No, it didn't.
Does that raise a concern to you with respect to the amount of traffic that may occur as a result of the farmer's market?
It does.
If I told you that the zoning administrator approved the Myers application and did not impose any conditions on that approval, would that raise a similar concern with respect to traffic along Rockland Road? No further questions.
Mr. Lozuriaga.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, what is the rating of the intersection at Rockland Road and Uniontown Road?
I don't understand what rating you're looking for.
Okay. What type of road is Uniontown Road? What category does it fall into in terms of the amount of traffic that it handles?
Uniontown Road is a dual-lane road, or two-lane road. It's a major artery.
Okay. And what about Rockland Road?
Rockland Road is an unlined, single-lane, county road, lower volume.
And do you know how many residences there are on Rockland Road?
No, I don't.
Do you know how many farms there are on Rockland Road?
No, I don't.
So it's fair to say your concerns about Rockland Road's safety exist regardless of whether or not the Myers have a pop-up farmer's market. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Cook's testimony? Board members? Mr. Snyder?
Just two quick ones. So, again, and forgive me if I missed it, because I do miss things at times. I assume you're not an engineer?
No, I'm not.
Okay, gotcha. And just to kind of making sure I understand what you said, you have general concerns with Rockland Road.
That's correct.
Again, the curves, the overbrush kind of hides turns as you go around it and stuff. So your observations were not unique to the farmer's market, but to Rockland Road itself?
That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood what you were saying. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Eckert.
I'm not sure how to phrase my question yet.
Okay.
Is it okay to come back?
Ms. Ford Mount.
The only question I have is, you were saying about Rockland Road that it becomes narrow and windy, but is that past where the Myers and other driveways would be? Is it from Uniontown to that, is it wider there, or is it very narrow?
I guess it would depend on which way you're coming in.
Right, if you're coming from Uniontown?
Yeah, if you're coming in from Uniontown, yes, it's past. The narrow port is past it.
Okay, it's farther down.
Coming
Okay.
from Roots Mill, then it's not past it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Caldwell.
Just to be clear, in your testimony, you said you didn't take any input from staff. You said you had safety concerns about the road, but we don't know what they were based on fully. You don't know the rating of the intersection, you don't know how many residencies, and you don't know how many farms. So what did you really base your assessment on?
I based it on my own traveling of that road, and I didn't use my staff's opinion for the letter, but I use it as maintenance issues that we have addressed over the years, and that's where it kind of does, lead towards the letter, but that's not the basis of what I used for the letter. So it was based on my own driving through that road and addressing different issues that our staff has dealt with over the years.
Okay, thank you.
You want me to go first? You've got your question formulated?
Well, no, quick follow-up to Ms. Ford Mount's question. You indicated, unless I missed something or misunderstood, that the Rockland Road off of Uniontown Road is not narrow there. That's not where your area of concern is. It's after you pass the property, the driveway we're talking about to the Myers, between there and Rockland Road. Is that what you're testifying to?
That's not totally correct. It's from Uniontown to that specific address is been paved and is widening, but there is a couple 90-degree turns there. That is my concern. That has had some maintenance issues over the years where people have run off the road into private properties, and we've had to kind of address those issues as shoulder maintenance and stuff like that.
So we heard testimony here today that, and recognizing this could fluctuate, that the farmer's market that happened last Saturday generated, I believe, 26 cars. Based on the letter that you wrote, it's your opinion that 26 cars on that roadway would materially impact the road? And we're talking once a month. 26 additional cars, once a month.
Now, I wasn't aware of the amount of traffic that was going to be there, so I didn't base it on that.
So does
I
your
based it
opinion
on-
change now?
No, I based it on my safety concerns for the Rockland Road itself, and that was due to some maintenance issues and some other damages that were done over the years that we've addressed.
So you're I think I'm reiterating perhaps what Mr. Snyder suggested, so that you're concerned about everybody driving that roadway.
I'm concerned about everybody, yes. But my opinion was on the type of vehicles supposedly that would be coming towards that property, and that, to me, coming around those curves and at the blind areas would be my safety concerns. That
And-
you're gonna approach a little wider vehicle, a little, bigger vehicle.
And perhaps you can educate me, and my apologies, but what types of vehicles did you anticipate being on that road?
Just from my understanding, it would be flatbed trucks, box trucks, that type of delivery trucks.
So anything more, anything larger or more dangerous than what appears to be perhaps being utilized in support of the hay operations in that area. It's beautiful horse country. The horse operations, the trailers, anything more substantial than those
don't-
vehicles?
I don't know what type of vehicles they use for the hay operations, but just from what I've seen and experienced with farmers markets, they have a little bigger, wider truck, box truck type of things, flatbeds, that type of truck.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the number of trips generated, so you didn't use any criteria for the number of trips, trip generation with this farmer's market in your writing of the letter. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, so what level of service is Rockland Road and Uniontown Road?
I'm not sure what you're asking there.
Level of service?
Yeah, it's just, to me, the Uniontown Road is a.
Wait a minute. Every road and every intersection has a level of service rating by the county.
Right.
What is the rating of Rockland Road, Uniontown Road intersection?
I don't have that information in front of me.
Is it failing?
Is it failing?
Yes.
It was just, no, it's not failing that I know of.
So it's not failing, okay. There were recently, on the south side of Rockland Road, some additional homes built. Did you write the same letter of recommendation to the Planning Commission saying that those houses shouldn't be built there as a result of the width and the turns on Rockland Road?
No.
Why not?
I wasn't aware that I needed to write a letter of.
Planning Commission gets a letter
Yeah.
from Roads Department on every, I served 15 years, 5 months on a Planning Commission. They get a letter from the Roads Department. It tells what the level of service is at the intersections, and it also tells what the status is of that road and whether it can handle the additional traffic.
Right.
But you don't know the level of service.
No,
And there were new homes built, and the same type of letter was not written. Is that what you're saying?
that's correct.
And we heard Ms. Wirtz testify, where is it at? 500 to 600 vehicles would be going to this farm market. Was that number ever in your mind when you wrote this letter?
No. No.
There were 26. 26 times 4. That's 104. Okay. I don't have any other questions.
I have a quick one.
Okay, go ahead.
So my question is, why this letter then? What triggered this, for you to write this letter for this case, when there is development down the road that you didn't write a letter for? So what triggered this?
For just a residential house, that we figure there's only a couple cars at the most per house, not multiple, different levels of traffic coming for a farmer's market.
Okay. But you testified that you are worried about this road in general,
Yes.
but you weren't worried, you didn't feel like a letter was necessary for
Right.
the
I
homes?
didn't feel.
Okay, thank you.
And yet the trip generation on a home is every day, and this is once a month. I follow that.
My question.
I follow that.
Yeah,
Any other questions, board members?
non sequitur.
Any follow-ups, Mr. Lazuriago or Mr. Kiphart?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
No,
Kiphart?
Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to call your next witness?
Yes. Would call Sergeant Tourangeau. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Good afternoon, Russell Taranjo, Carroll County Sheriff's Office.
Wait a minute. Spell for the record your last name.
Absolutely, Tourangeau.
And pronounce it again for us?
Tourangeau. It's easier than it looks.
Okay.
Sergeant Tourangeau, can you state your occupation for the board?
Yeah, I'm a sergeant with the Carroll County Sheriff's Office.
And what are your duties with respect to providing comments to zoning applications, as in this case?
Typically, it's kind of random number, maybe a couple times a month. I will get an email, basically a canvas letter, different agencies within the county requesting comment on a particular temporary zoning certificate applications.
And I see that you have the email dated February 7th in front of you. You wrote that email in response to the Myers Farmers Market application, is that right?
Yes.
And you had identified some concerns with respect to traffic along Rockland Road in that email, is that right?
That's correct.
Can you explain to the board your specific concerns with respect to traffic along Rockland Road as it relates to this farmers market?
Sure. So I didn't have an opinion of whether to obviously approve or deny. That's not on me. That's on Mr. Voigt, thankfully. My concern was just about the possible increase of traffic. Part of my duties, I also deal with some of the special event or all the special events in the county with large crowds and everything. Obviously, with this application, we don't have anything with crowds, vehicles, anything like that as far as numbers go. So my concern was if there was a large, both in size and in number, vehicle traffic on Rockland Road, that could be an issue for sure. I know Rockland Road was just chip and sealed within the past couple of years, and it was gravel prior to that. And it's pretty thin, especially past this property from the Roops Mill side. So I do have some issues with large commercial vehicles coming through that area, as well as an abundance of traffic. We have a lot of traffic complaints on Rockland Road specifically, so I didn't want those concerns to increase.
Does the fact that the zoning administrator's approval of the farmer's market application was not conditioned on any specific number of vendors or attendees or cars, does that raise an additional concern with respect to traffic along Rockland Road?
Yeah, not to my knowledge, there wasn't a number. I'm not sure if that was a follow-up question that Mr. Voigt had with the applicant. I can't advise on that. I just have the initial application.
And did that initial application include any indication as to how many vehicles or attendees would be attending the farmer's market?
No.
No further questions.
Mr. Luzuriaga.
Sergeant, I don't have any questions for you, but thanks for being here.
Anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Tourangeau? Is that close?
Tourangeau, yes, sir.
Mr. Snyder?
You know, I used to do these.
Oh.
Back in my era as a boot trooper, every now and then you would get a message to go out and look at a particular community street and to provide your opinion, not being an engineer, just kind of a common sense approach, which I believe is what we're talking about here, as to what your viewpoint would be relative to what the speed should be, should a stop sign be put in, should a speed bump be put in, and it was merely an input to a much larger process. So am I to assume that's basically where we are with your review?
Yeah, absolutely. In my mindset, Mr. Voigt wanted my opinion on my mindset, my department's opinion, yeah, on the whole application here. Yeah.
Understood.
I just want a word of warning. See what happens when you're in that job so long, you don't need a barber anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
Sorry. It's getting late in the day.
It is getting late.
Ms. Eckert.
Well, now knowing it was only 26 cars, does that change your opinion? Does that alleviate some of your concerns? Recognizing that there's still going to be concerns no matter who's driving on that road.
Sure. I mean, the only, I guess, caution there would be, it's the first time this occurred. It could increase. This happens often with different events and different farmers markets or whatever the case may be. So once the word goes out, it could get larger, and that would be my only caution and concern there.
Thank you.
Ms. Ford Mount.
I'm not sure that this question is specific to you, but I'm thinking if you've seen the Myers farm, I don't know where they would put 500 people, even if 500 people decided to show up, luckily, one Saturday. So I'm curious if, and this again may not be for you, if anyone kind of looked at the farm itself and said, there's simply not enough room there to park even 200 cars, unless, yeah.
So I didn't look at the farm itself. However, just because it shouldn't fit doesn't mean it won't or try to.
Okay.
So that's a concern, because I've seen that go that way as well.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Caldwell.
You'd mentioned traffic complaints. Were they related to any events on the road?
No, just general traffic, not to any events
Like
or.
speeding or things like that?
Correct, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask you the same questions I did Mr. Cook. Do you know what level of service Rockland Road and Uniontown Road is?
No, not at all.
And when you evaluated, when you went out there and you looked, and you're familiar with the area, what in your mind did you think the trip generation was going to be for these events?
I had no idea because there wasn't any kind of estimate. And unfortunately, I can't predict the future. It could have been large, could be small, could be 26 vehicles, could be 2,600. I'm not sure. So my concern was more so if it was the larger amount and larger vehicles.
So if you would have had the number of 26 vehicles before you wrote your letter and when you went out there and looked at things, would you have written the same letter?
Probably not. It also depends on the size of the vehicle too. If I knew it was 26 passenger cars, I'd probably definitely okay with that.
Okay, very good. Any follow-up questions, legal counsels?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
No questions.
Good to go, guys? Okay, thank you.
I would call Ed Gregg. Mr. Gregg, if you could state your name, address, and occupation for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Ed Gregg, G-R-E-G-G, and I live at 201 Rockland Road, and I'm in healthcare.
And how would you describe your relationship to the Myers property at 150 Rockland Road? Where are you in relation to them?
It's across the road from me. If you were coming up the infamous Buffington Road, I'm on the right-hand side on the other side of the road. If you know people that live on there, I live next door to Steve Boone, or I should say Steve Boone lives next door to me.
And in response to the Myers application for a farmer's market, you had written me a letter, is that right?
Correct.
Is this that letter?
Correct.
And does this letter describe your concerns with respect to the farmer's market?
Yes, it does.
Marks this letter as, it's 7? Is that right, Mr. Dixon?
Yep, 7.
Evidence.
We'll move that into evidence.
I'll finish reading it, but I'm going to assume
I was looking at you.
if Mr. Gregg's going to testify to the contents of the letter, it's going to come in anyway, so I don't have an objection.
Mr. Gregg, can you describe your concerns regarding the Myers Farmers Market application?
Well, I'm going to dwell on Rockland Road. You've been waiting for that. My wife and I have resided on that road longer than anyone else. We bought there in 1976. We were offered 150 Rockland Road, and I turned it down. I will mention Buffington Road because my real estate person, Al McDaniel, said, "You don't want to get involved with that." And he was right. And we bought across the road one of the oldest houses in Carroll County, built in the 1700s. We've watched Rockland Road when it was a gravel road, when it was crowned. If you ever remember old dirt roads, they crowned them so the water would go down into gullies on each side. And that was, and still does kind of remain there today. They've leveled it a lot since it was paved. But I drive a pickup truck, and if there are two pickup trucks coming, one in each direction, you better slow down, because you're just going to, particularly if you have some big mirrors on the side, you may not pass. We have UPS trucks up and down now, and of course we've got the ubiquitous Amazon trucks. So they're up and down the road. I have witnessed at least 3 clipped poles. These are not electric poles. Our electric is underground. We have, it's a Verizon landline, and clipped poles to the point where the county roads department has put glow bands around all of the poles on the road. There are 4 90-degree bends on that road, true 90-degree bends, 2 of which are approaching the Myers property, 2 after their property. One is the entrance into my driveway. And I can't tell you the number of times people speeding on the road have run off the road, have torn trees apart, have ruined a piece of culvert that runs under Rockland Road at least 3 times. I know that because I mow around it. So I am, and I have seen Rockland roads from the 1976 when nobody came down the road unless you were a farmer or had some business to deal with people. And to answer questions you had before, there's about 7 farms on Rockland Road, and I know up to my house, there at one point was less than 12 homes. And I know that because the county would not, did not enforce the cable rule that said that if you have more than 12 houses per mile, you can have cable, and we don't have cable. So that is to answer some of those questions.
Did you say that you and your wife walk along Rockland Road?
My wife does. I used to run on Rockland Road, but I gave it up because I didn't like the traffic. And so I go to the Westminster City Gym, even though I'm not a resident of the city of Westminster. I find it easier and safer. My wife will walk on it, and there are a lot of people that walk on the road. The road has historically been used for running races. It's part of some of the 5K events, and with cones up, so it has been used for that reason, and one of them being that it's bends and things, and it takes people out into the country.
Does the fact that the zoning administrator's approval of the farmer's market, even if it is only to occur on 4 days, well now 3 days, given that the first one is passed, given since that approval is unconditioned or unrestricted in terms of the amount of people or cars that will come through Rockland Road to get to the farmer's market, does that cause greater concern for you?
Yes, it does. I do have concerns, great concerns about the impact of the traffic. But I also have concerns. I'm a rules and data person. And when the rules, and I'm not a lawyer, but if the code says that you should do this when you submit an application and you don't have all the information and yet somebody makes a decision, I'm troubled by that as a taxpayer.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg. No further questions.
Mr. Lozuriaga, any questions of Mr. Griggs?
I don't think so. Thank you.
Any member of the audience have any questions of Mr. Gregg? Board members?
No question.
Mr. Gregg, I can attest to what the road was like back in the day because, yes, I rode my bicycle there in my youth, and it was a stone road and it was crowned. And I probably have some embedded stones to prove that the road was crowned.
I have a scar on my knee for that reason, yes.
And are you Dwayne Gregg's dad?
I'm sorry?
Are you Dwayne Gregg's dad?
No. My relatives are all from Southern Virginia.
Okay, never mind then. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kephart, I'm assuming final witness? You said 5. That was number 4, correct?
Said 5 to 6. I've
Oh,
got
you said 5 to 6, okay.
Two more witnesses.
Okay, that's fine.
Sherry Amrine.
And please state your name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
My name is Sherry Amrine. I live on 311 Mooresburn Circle, Westminster. I'm a homemaker, and you spell my last name Amrhein.
Okay, very good.
Miss Amrine, can you describe for the board your relation to the Myers property at 150 Rockland Road?
My husband and I walk on Rockland Road.
How often do you walk on Rockland Road?
We try to go every day,
And how long have you been doing that for?
years.
Over the years that you've been walking Rockland Road, have you seen an increase in traffic on that road?
For a quiet country road, I'm always amazed at the amount of traffic occasionally can happen.
And do you have any specific concerns with respect to the Myers application to host a farmer's market at their property?
I have concerns that the increased traffic with walking on that road. We have several neighbors in our neighborhood that also walk on that road and ride their bikes on that road.
And does the fact that the approval for the farmer's market, that it is unconditioned in terms of the number of people and vendors and folks coming to the farmer's market, does that raise your concern?
Yes, it does.
No further questions.
Mr. Lozuriaga, any questions?
Ms. Amrine, do you have any specific evidence to share with the board that the Myers property, specifically Saturday pop-up markets, generate more traffic than would otherwise be on Rockland Road?
No, I do not.
Nothing further.
Okay, anyone from the public have any questions of her testimony? Board members? Mr. Colwell?
When do you walk on Rockland? What time of day?
Different times. Saturdays, we usually do it in the morning. Otherwise, during the week, we're in the afternoon.
Okay. Any idea what time in the morning? Is it first thing, like, 7 or 8 in the morning?
Oh, like 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, okay. Thank you.
Board members, any other questions? Thank you. Okay, now, Mr. Kephart, if I counted correctly, is this your last one?
Yes. Ginger Myers.
You can stay right there.
Ms. Myers, can you state your name, address, and occupation for the record, please?
Ginger Myers, Myers. My address is 150 Rockland Road, Westminster, Maryland. I'm currently a farmer because 2 years ago I retired from the University of Maryland Extension as a state marketing specialist for ag and food systems.
And you and your husband submitted the farmer's application that is being appealed today, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And did you cooperate in tandem to produce this application? Was this your work product, his, a combination of both?
It was my work product.
Are you familiar with the relevant county code sections with respect to temporary zoning certificates, uses?
In making the application, I first contacted Diana Hare, who is the marketing specialist for Carroll County, and vented this idea with her and said, do I need some kind of permit to do this? And she sent me a link to a county webpage where I could get the application. And so as far as the code itself, I never had the verbiage of the code. What I had was the county's application and written directions how to complete it and where to send it with my check.
Now, the code requires that the application for a temporary and seasonal use requires you to demonstrate that potential impact to neighboring properties will be adequately addressed and minimized. Isn't that correct?
The application form dictated that I mark entrance and exit from my property, but it didn't say to do any kind of other detail about that. I can tell you, it said where I was going to put things and where we were going to park, trash, where we were going to handle trash, and where we were going to have a facility like a porta pot. That's what it asked for.
So you weren't aware of the requirement that you demonstrate that potential impact to neighboring properties will be adequately addressed and minimized?
Objection, I don't know how that's relevant. Her knowledge of what she's required to demonstrate is not material here. Was it demonstrated and was it approved by the zoning administrator?
The requirements of the application that we are here to appeal is absolutely relevant.
So are you saying that there were parts of the application that she fraudulently filled out or did not fill out?
I'm saying that she did not submit a complete application. That is our position in this case. They did not adequately demonstrate potential impact to neighboring properties will be adequately addressed and minimized. They did not submit any evidence.
If I might.
Was that in the app? I'm not familiar with the application. I'm going to tell you that. I've never seen one except in the file. And I didn't see where there were blank spaces, so I'm at a loss here. So where are we going with this?
The code requires.
But wait a minute. The application. Are you saying that she didn't fill out the application correctly?
I am saying that a complete application under the law is required to demonstrate.
The application that she filled out, are you saying that she misled or she left things blank? Is that what you're insinuating?
The form?
Yes.
No, that is not my position.
So, other than filling out what more is the applicant to do than fill out the form? That's probably a rhetorical question. You're insinuating that there was information that she didn't share that's not required by the application. So explain to me how that's relevant.
Again, the code requires, in black and white, a demonstration that the applicant's demonstration that potential impact to neighboring properties will be adequately addressed and minimized, including but not limited to the following. And it goes on to list 8 factors that must be considered.
Was that on the application?
On the form application from the zoning administration?
Yes.
It's not on the form application, but it's required by the code.
But isn't that Mr. Voigt's
That's Mr. Voigt's determination.
Ms. Myers.
That's Mr. Voigt's determination.
This says the applicant's demonstration, not the zoning administrator's demonstration.
Mr. Kiphart, I'm going to have to disagree with you there because,
Case-by-case basis.
yeah, it's a case-by-case, yeah, thank you. I got it sitting right here too. Case-by-case basis depending on the individual site conditions. You're insinuating that she withheld information. In your questioning, you're insinuating that she withheld information that she should have offered that's not on the application.
With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, there is an and after where you just left off, individual site conditions and the applicant's demonstration that potential impact to neighboring properties will be adequately addressed and minimized. That is the applicant's burden per the law.
So
Please.
it's my understanding of the process that in addition to that application that Mrs. Myers submitted She also had a meeting or discussion with Mr. Voigt to tell him about, or phone conversation about, this is what we're going to do, to,
Let me read from the file. Use description information. Pop-up farmers market, the last Saturday of each month, May through August. No fee for vendors, but a vendor application required. Agrees to have all required licenses and permits, must have proof of liability insurance. Market will operate from 10 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. So that's on the temporary zoning certificate application. Mr. and Mrs. Myers signed it. There is no other area, no other questions on this. And you're insinuating that she was deceptive somehow or was derelict in her duties in this application. But I fail to see it when I look at this app. Do you have the application? Do you have a copy of the application?
I have it right here, Mr. Chairman. Again,
I'm having a hard time understanding this because you're accusing her of doing something that wasn't asked for on this application. She made application, Mr. Voigt granted the temporary zoning certificate.
so again, the law requires her to demonstrate that these factors will be addressed and minimized.
But how would Ms. Myers know to do that? How would she know that,
Yeah, this-
just like the number of cars, how, if no one asks her that, how would she know to do that?
The code requires it.
Okay,
It's not an application.
that argument's out the window.
Yeah.
Okay, next question. She met everything on that application, okay? Do we agree with that?
We do not, Mr. Chairman.
So where was that question on the application? Where was it? I didn't say in the code, I said in the application.
So I think that there is a,
Where was it in the application?
clearly we are drawing a distinction between what the code requires and what appears on the zoning administration's form application.
But you're saying, you insinuated that the Myerses did not provide the information that was required of them.
By the code, yes.
By the application. I said application.
I
You're mixing apples with oranges.
I don't believe I am. I agree that they filled out the application. I disagree that they met their burden to demonstrate the potential impact to neighboring properties will be adequately addressed and minimized as the code requires.
Go with your next question.
Ms. Myers, isn't it true that the paper documentation that you submitted along with your application does not address access and traffic impacts and controls?
I completed the application as it was presented to me and sent it in.
Does the application, as you've completed it, address access, traffic, and impacts and controls?
Objection, Mr. Chair. I don't mean to derail this process. The application is in evidence.
It is in
Every
evidence.
witness has testified it's not there. I don't understand the purpose of the questioning.
I couldn't agree more.
Ms. Myers, as part of your farmer's market, you have done certain marketing campaigns or advertisements, isn't that correct?
Please clarify when you say my market, what are you referring to?
The farmer's market.
My on-farm market?
The farmer's market that we are here today discussing.
Can we call that the pop-up, just to clarify things? She has like an existing market, a roadside stand.
The pop-up farmer's market on your property.
I posted on social media a call for vendors. I also took pictures on Saturday to remind people that we were doing it.
In your call for vendors, isn't it true that you did not specifically say any specific limit on the number of vendors that could apply?
I did not limit it because I want the opportunity to select. I basically was casting a very large net. They had to apply through me. Just listing yourself as a possible vendor didn't get you in.
And isn't it true that the Evermore Farm Facebook page has over 3,000 followers?
Yes.
And you posted your call for vendors on that Facebook page?
Yes, it's my farm Facebook page.
Have you done any other measures or efforts to market the pop-up farmers market on your property?
No, only word of mouth to my friends.
You maintain a website for Evermore Farms, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have any idea how many people visit your website?
I hope a lot.
And
I've not checked the analytics lately.
do you intend, or have you posted an advertisement for the farmers market on your website?
No, I have not.
When you purchase your property at 150 Rockland Road, at that time you were aware that it was subject to a right-of-way, isn't that correct?
Objection. No idea how that's relevant.
I'm going to allow it with the noted objection.
You
Yes.
can answer the question.
Yes.
Isn't it true that my clients have had some long-standing issues with respect to the number of people and vehicles that traverse Rockland Road to Buffington Road to get to your property for your various businesses?
Historically, they have complained, but not directly to us, but through others.
I'm sorry, is it your testimony that my clients have never directly complained to you related to the traffic and
They have made complaints more about the maintenance of the road than any kind of traffic until they recently put up that traffic cam where they count.
And isn't it true that you haven't taken any measures to address my client's complaints with respect to traffic, folks coming to your property, or as it relates to Rockland or Buffington Road?
We put up a sign on the road to help direct people, because when you come down this lane, it's kind of hard to tell where you're going. We've had that sign stolen twice now. We also have posted directions on our website specific to where you should come and the description of the house, the barn, where the market is open. We have signage on our own property that says Farmers Market ahead. There's a big sign on our gate when you enter a property. We've tried to make it as clear as possible where to come to. We have tried to put some step-in signs along the right-of-way coming down to our place, but there's been some objections to those, so we do put a step-in sign at the end, where Rockland Roads enter, so people know where to turn.
Have my clients' complaints with respect to traffic or your patrons persisted after the posting of that signage?
When you say persistent as, I mean, I don't understand, I don't get. farmer's market is open 12 hours a week, from 10 to 5 on Friday and 9 to 2 on Saturday. So the traffic that reflected on Saturday is pretty much a typical Saturday actually for us. And we can talk about the scope of the market another time. We have encouraged folks to slow down. The road is rough. Please stay on the pavement. We've had, use the designated pull-offs, but those have been disappearing. But the traffic on that lane is not ours alone.
Isn't it true that the aerial photo submitted with your application depicts the vendor spaces and parking areas abutting either side of Buffington Road on your property?
Correct, because it goes right through the center of our farm. But we have grassy areas on both sides that we designated with setbacks of where the tents would be. There's signage that goes out in the morning about where you can park back off the right-of-way.
Isn't it true that my clients have a right-of-way through that section of your property?
They have a right-of-way, and we've never blocked that.
Is it your position that the current vendor spaces and parking area that you've designated are outside of the 25-foot right-of-way?
The tents are for sure because they're 10 by 10s, and I put them up because I own the tents. As far as the parking goes, I've got to make sure people stay back, and we have monitored that. This was our first one, and so we've got to, check that the right-of-way will be maintained. But nobody parks right on the edge of that lane, except Mr. Voigt.
Prior to submitting your application, did you measure to ensure that 25 feet right-of-way would be preserved?
I did not. We've lived there for almost 18 years. I can pretty much eyeball how wide a tractor and baler or haybine or wagon, the room they need to get through there.
Now, I've heard representations from your counsel that you have placed a limit on the number of vendors at 6. Is that true?
That's correct. That's a maximum number, 10 by 10s.
And that number did not appear in the paper application submitted. Did you express that to Jay Voigt?
It's sketched out on the plot plan that I submitted. It's been my own personal control in that market to have no more than 6. And as I said, I own at least 2 of the tents will be operated by us, and then the other 4 I can select as appropriate.
Would you be willing to commit, if the board upholds the approval of this farmer's market, to limit the number of vendors to 6?
Yes, absolutely.
Are you willing to commit to limit the number of cars to your event to 26?
I'm going to instruct her not to answer that question.
You don't, Ms. Myers, you don't have to answer that question. We haven't restricted, in my tenure on this board, we haven't restricted the number of vehicles that can go to businesses. We've restricted hours of operation. We've never restricted number of vehicles.
No further questions.
Mr. Zuriaga.
Mrs. Myers, can you briefly describe what your existing zoning certificate for your roadside stand allows you to do?
I have a 400 square foot market in a portion of a garage building on the farm. It allows me to direct market the beef, chicken, pork, eggs that we produce on our own farm, we market in there. We do carry some additional local foods like honey, cheeses, and butters. The permit I have says it can't open before 7, has to be closed by 7 in the evening. As I said, we operate only from 10 to 5 on Fridays, 9 to 2 on Saturdays. The market does open at 9. The pop-up market was set from 10 to 1:30 so that we could get everybody started in the store, pop up the tents, and have it all tore down by 2 o'clock so that that was enclaved into my existing business.
Okay. So the current application that we've spent a lot of time talking about, to the extent that it requires any additional information other than what's on it, what are you hoping to accomplish?
I was a farmer's market vendor for the past 14 years. Since 2018, the market has increasingly declined in its economic worth to our farm. Couple that with from 2020 to 2022, I had 2 knee replacements and a hip replacement done, which now necessitates that we would have to also hire someone to go to an off-site farmer's market. So we decided this year that we are going to stay totally local with our customers at that small market. The idea of the pop-up was, we have a pulled pork barbecue sandwich that was real popular at the market we went to. I got a temporary food permit, so I can still serve that and have additional sales inside. We don't raise a lot of produce, but when customers come, produce is something they want. One of those tents was to at least have a good local produce available, at least that fourth Friday. The other 2 booths I thought could be for maybe someone else who has an agricultural product or a food specialty product that they want to see if they can direct market. So it's entrepreneurship from them. A 4th one was a demonstration maybe of some kind. Maybe the 4-H bunnies could come. This past week, we had Gary Sadikas from the Senior Center who does stained glass. He came and demonstrated that and sold ornaments with the funds going back to the program. So it's been a little extension of my market from inside out, and then using the space I have, again, to promote something that my customers might be interested in and does some community good.
In the application that's in evidence, you mentioned earlier, you have a screening process by which you're going to evaluate what vendors you will or will not have. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely, because of the regulations involved. Anytime we talk about food, we've got to have either their home business certified, they've got to have applicable license. I have license and permits and inspections of my own market. They've got to have liability insurance, their own tent. They've got to come in on time, got to take their own trash out. There's, I want to be able to scope that. This is not a flea market. So, when somebody says, I'm making my jewelry and my pot holders, can I come? That's not the intent of this little pop-up market. It is to be agricultural products and specialty food products.
I'm going to show you what I have marked as Appley's Exhibit 2. It is 1, 2, 3, 4 photographs. Can you take a look at each of those, please, and let me know when you're through?
Yes, okay.
The first 2 photographs, do they show the same area of your property from different angles?
They do.
Right? And is the first 2 photographs, do those show where you expected to and did have people park for the pop-up market?
We did.
And behind the chicken coop on the right-hand side of the first one, is that correct?
Yeah, that's a chicken coop, and our porta pot sits back
Right behind
that.
it?
Yes.
Okay, so you can't see it in this photo. And then in the foreground of both of the first two photos, is that Buffington Road where it continues to the back of your property over to the Vertz's 4.5 acres?
Yes.
At any time on Saturday, save for Mr. Voigt's vehicle, was there any obstruction within the paved surface of the roadway?
No.
I want to direct your attention to the third and fourth pictures in the exhibit that you're holding. Do those each show the same area of your farm from a different angle?
Yes.
And what is this area proposed to be used for under the current application?
It's for the pop-up tents, and you'll see where I have a raised bed with my peas growing on there. Basically, from there down on the flat land, that's where the pop-up tents go, set back into that little grade.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what I've marked as Appalachia 3, and I will pass these up in just a moment, members of the board. That consists of 1, 2, 3, 4 pictures. You let me know when you're through with those.
Okay.
What does the first picture show?
That's a picture of the produce and plants tent that we had. I did source those. I purchased them from Clayton Farms, a young new producer who's trying to get started in the county. He's out doing a farmer's market, so I bought his product to sell here as a way to get his name out. And plus, he had nice greens and the plants to sell.
So the first page of Exhibit 3 is from this past Saturday?
That's, yes, booth number 3.
Okay, and how many booths were there this past Saturday?
3.
Let's move to the second page. Can you tell me what that shows?
As I said, that's Gary Sadikas from the Senior Center with a display of the stained glass ornaments that they make in class and a little bit how that works. And so he had some things there to sell with the money going back to the program.
And this portion of this exhibit, does that depict the second booth you had this past weekend?
Correct.
Right. And let's go to the third page. What is shown on the third page?
This was the first booth, and this was our pulled pork sandwich booth, along with, we did a little meal deal. As I said, I went and got the temporary food service permit needed to have this, so it could be inspected with proper temperatures. Our products are all USDA processed, so the county doesn't have any problem with a heat and eat type product like that would be, because it wasn't cooked in my kitchen.
So
That's my granddaughter, Emma.
So the third photo, is that the third booth you had this past weekend?
Yes, that's all 3 booths.
And let's go to the fourth page. And this is the picture that was taken from the Bigfoot photographer.
Yes,
But what does this show?
This shows all 3 tents set up alongside the market, which is the burgundy building behind the bushes there. This is taken from our barn. There is a little sign down here across from the big bush that's indicating where you go over to park.
Why don't you circle that with my blue pen, please? Okay. Anything else of relevance in this photo?
No, it shows where the lane goes, and certainly the open country that's on both sides of that lane.
I would move for admission of Appalese 2 and 3.
And we will accept those into evidence?
You didn't offer 1, right?
No, and in fact, I can't find it. So I need to find it, but I
Okay.
did not.
So we have 2 and 3, and we're awaiting number 1?
If I can locate it, yes.
Okay.
All right, so Mrs. Myers, I think you've answered this. Your original application for the temporary permit was submitted January 30th of '23, is that right?
Correct.
And you sent it to Mr. Voigt.
I sent it to their office.
Did anybody from the county at any point ask you for additional information other than what you applied or what you included in your original application?
No, they did not.
Did anyone from the county ever advise you your application was incomplete or lacking enough information for a decision?
No, no one.
Can you describe for the board, what is a mobile farmer's license from the state of Maryland?
A mobile farmer's market license is issued by the state to vendors who have frozen products such as meat and those with eggs, perishable ones. There was problems years ago with every county leveling a fee for every farmer's market, and it got to be very onerous for farmers. So the state put into one application, it's called on a mobile farmer's market, only meaning that you can transport that meat anywhere in the state frozen under those regulations.
And do you have one of those licenses?
I do.
And you testified you have a hot food permit for?
I have a temporary food service permit. The county issues those you got to get it 2 weeks in advance of the event. You got to list what you're serving, temperatures, all that. You go to the health department and get those.
Okay, and you have one of those?
I did. I
Or
did.
you did for this past Saturday?
Yes.
So you'll get another one for
I
the
will,
next, if you're
yes.
allowed to have it?
Yep.
Okay, now let me show you what I have located is Applebee's 1. Take a look through each of those photos, please, and let me know when you're through.
Okay. Yep.
All right, let's start with the first page. What does that show?
That shows a four-wheel drive tractor with a 4x4x8 baler on the end of it, setting off into Jane Shaw's property off of the lane. And I'm not sure how it came in there, but most of this equipment comes down Rockland Road because she owns property on both sides. Vehicles come in and get into her fields. This is past her property at the entrance. This is actually a turn. Now, it is her property. Once you make this turn, you'll start to abut into the Vertz's on one side and her property on the other.
Let me ask you, did you take that photograph?
No, my husband took that photograph.
Do you know when he took it?
This was just recently in the last 2 weeks, because it's when they made hay.
Okay. Can you move to the second page, please?
The second page shows two vehicles on the lane trying to pass. This I took last Saturday, and it's actually the Vertz's vehicle on the right, and I understand it was one of their boarders on the left passing.
Okay. Does, what's shown in that photo, does that, to your experience, depict basically as bad of a situation as could exist on Buffington Road with one car going in one direction and another going in another?
That's about as tight as it gets. Again, some of this is just common courtesy to slow down and move over, but vehicles can pass. Not on all the portions, you have to stop and back up a little bit, but everybody passes and has for years.
Let's move to the third page, please. What does that show?
I took this picture Saturday morning. Well, it shows the size and scale of loads and trucks that are also using this Buffington Road and the type of weight and scale of those loads compared to vehicular traffic, a common car or pickup truck.
Well, let's talk, since the board doesn't have the chance to look at it just yet. So there's a fence about in the middle of that photo, is that right?
There is a fence. That is our board fence that we built after we had a number of trees die that used to be on that line.
And the other side of that fence, is that the Vertz property?
Correct.
So the vehicle there with the round hay bales, is that on the Vertz property?
It's on the Vertz property, headed to a hay barn behind their other barns.
Do you know which direction that truck came from?
It came from Rockland Road.
And that was this past Saturday?
Correct.
Let's move to the next page. What does that show?
This is another picture of a load of hay that came in there Saturday morning. It's somewhat blurry, but it does show, it's got round bales on it, and they're in the process of storing it in one of their barns. But it speaks to the size and scale of the vehicle that came in.
So those are not round bales, that's a different vehicle, is that right?
That is a different vehicle with a different load of bales, but those who can see this with that unloader can tell that's a round bale on there.
Did you take that photograph?
I did.
And it was this past Saturday?
Correct.
And that is on the Vertz property?
Yes,
Do you know how that truck came in?
from Rockland Road.
Let's go to the next photo, please. Can you describe what that is?
This is the Reese's Haybine. They made rye straw on Jane's property that they rent, and when you see this, this is a 16-foot, I think, haybine, which is exactly the kind of equipment that they need to use to do their type of farming. I met him on the lane. I backed up. When you see this picture, you're going to see two fences on both sides. He ended up just going through the fence on the one side to get to his field, and I backed up.
I'm sorry if you've already said this, when was that photo taken?
That was taken about, I want to say, 2 weeks ago. I don't have the exact date.
Did you take it?
I took it. Mhm.
And let's move to the next photograph, please. What does that show?
This is another photograph of the loads of hay that came in Saturday to the Verts property. Again, they have a hay operation, which is perfectly approved agricultural enterprise, but you'll count 4 trucks here, 2 which are fully loaded with hay. One's a trailer, one's a flatbed. They all came in there Saturday morning.
This past Saturday?
Yes.
And how did they get there?
Down Rockland Road. Well, I can only say they came in the lane from Rockland Road.
Move for admission of Applebee's 1.
That's your one? You found it?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll accept that into evidence.
Mrs. Myers, obviously, it's already been put into evidence the fact that the Vertzes have seen fit to file a lawsuit against you and your husband in the circuit court. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you heard Mrs. Verts testify today. Her goal is to put you completely out of business. You heard that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware, or you are aware that, Mr. Dixon, am I on 4 or 5? My apologies.
4.
You are aware that on May 25th, 2023, Judge Brian DeLeonardo of the Circuit Court for this county denied the Vertz's request for a temporary restraining order. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Applebee's number 4. Is that a copy of that denial to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Move for admission of Applebee's 4. You heard Mrs. Verts complain today that you and Mr. Myers have never contributed to the maintenance of Buffington Road. Is that correct?
No.
No. Did you hear her say that?
I hear. Yes, I heard her say it.
Okay. Are her accusations correct?
No.
Mr. Chair, in the interest of time, I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Kiphart, do you have any follow-up questions?
Ms. Myers, with respect to that last question regarding maintenance and improvement of Buffington Road, is your contribution referring to about $1,250 in reference to a drainage pipe that was essentially installed or improved along the driveway?
That's inclusive, but I don't have all the numbers today of the other inputs that we've put onto maintaining the right-of-way.
No further questions.
Okay, anyone from the audience have any questions of Ms. Myers' testimony? Board members?
No questions?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Myers. Mr. Luzuriaga, do you have any more witnesses?
No further witnesses.
Mr. Luzuriaga, do you have any witnesses?
No.
Okay. Presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summations are in order. Mr. Kephart.
In the interest of time, I'm going to keep my remarks very brief. Clearly, we have a disagreement with respect to what the code actually requires an applicant to produce. It's our position that the applicant was required to demonstrate that potential impact to neighboring properties will be adequately addressed and minimized, and that the code outlines 8 specific factors that an applicant is required to demonstrate and speak to. Clearly, there is an ongoing and larger dispute between these two property owners with respect to the use, care, and maintenance of Buffington Road. Now, we've got testimony from Mr. Voigt that his decision was based only on the impacts to Rockland Road and not Buffington Road. However, again, the code only speaks to potential impact to neighboring properties. The Myers' use of their property, as you've heard from both my client as well as Ms. Shaw, has been continuously growing in nature, the impacts of which have not been resolved, and again, their application does not speak to any resolution to those impacts to my client or other adjoining property owners. The approval of the Myers Farmers Market, again, was taken without any evidence or demonstration as to those eight factors pursuant to the code section, but it was also taken above the express objections of the Bureau of Roads as well as the Sheriff's Office, both of whom identified specific concerns with respect to traffic along Rockland Road. The Bureau of Roads, Bureau Chief, Mr. Cook, expressed essentially an all-encompassing concern with respect to traffic along Rockland Road. And he also testified that his concern would be increased by the fact that the approval of the farmers market is unconditioned. There is no limit to how many folks, vendors, trucks, traffic that the Myers can bring onto their property. They are advertising it to their 3,000 Facebook followers. My client's own personal investigation, and I think common sense experience with other farmers market in this community, is that they easily get over 100 people. Again, there is nothing in the Myers application that would counterbalance 26 people, as was testified, that came to this first farmers market from over 100 people. And there's nothing in the zoning administrator's approval of their application that would place any limit on such a growth. The ongoing effects of the Myers' prior, existing, and proposed use by and large affect my client. We've been pretty adamant about our position, but you've also heard from other folks here today, other homeowners in the area, which I think is important. Share my client's concerns with respect to traffic, especially traffic along Rockland Road. It's our request that the BZA essentially rely upon the decision and opinions of the experts that we use to identify potential safety and other concerns with respect to this proposed farmers market. I don't think that those concerns have been adequately addressed here. They're certainly not addressed in the Myers application itself. And there's been no acknowledgement or appreciation today from the Myers of those ongoing and essentially the proposed use and how those impacts might be felt far into the future. The application is totally unconditioned. If the board decides to uphold the decision, we would ask that you place common sense restrictions or conditions on the use of the farmers market to include a restriction on vendors as Ms. Myers has offered. And I would also defer to the board with respect to any other conditions on the number of cars or related traffic to alleviate both the Bureau of Roads and the Sheriff's Office concerns, but also my client's concerns with respect to the traffic impact upon her clients, and her business. I'll submit.
Mr. Luzarriaga.
Thanks for your time today, Board. If decorum and good taste were to be thrown into the wind, I would quote one of my favorite trial movies here. I would quote Mr. Gambini's opening argument in My Cousin Vinny. And if you're familiar with that, I think you'll understand what I'm saying. And if you're not, I encourage you to go watch it sometime. But what you have before you right now is abjectly offensive to me personally. I'm going to put that aside. Objectively, what you have is someone who complied with what was asked of them by the county in the form of Mr. Voigt. And Mr. Voigt, in his capacity, on a case-by-case analysis, which the code says you can treat each one of these as different as you want, found this to be okay. There has not been one piece of evidence to suggest anything to the contrary here today. The experts that were called by Mrs. Verts, one of them's her boss, and he testified his concerns about Rockland Road remain regardless of whether or not there's a pop-up farmers market. It's just the way the road is. So that has nothing to do with my folks and what they're asking for. The other expert, in the form of the sergeant from the Carroll County Sheriff's Office, effectively changed his mind while he was here in response to a question from Miss Eckert, excuse me. And I heard Mr. Kiphart say the approval's unconditioned. That's not true. Mrs. Myers asked for 4 days for 3.5 hours each on specific dates. That's a condition. She's not approved to do it the Friday before. She's not approved to do it in the middle of the week. You know, it is unconditioned, and I don't mean to be hyperbolic. In what's been discussed here today in the form of the 25-foot right-of-way is the word unconditioned appears in the granting clause in that in both the Verts' deeds and my clients. Unconditioned and unrestricted access to and from, period. That's it. The distinction that Ms. Verts would have you believe here today is that the traffic associated with their hay business that's in evidence in photos that just came in is okay, but traffic, 26 cars on a Saturday morning that are passenger vehicles isn't okay. That's not how zoning works. You folks know that, and I'm glad that you know that because I know you're going to make the right decision here today. But the distinction between one commercial activity, and I know that's a bugaboo when people come in front of you, but what everybody can agree on is commercial and agricultural are not mutually exclusive. Farmers, God bless them, we need them, aren't in business for just the fun of it. That's how they make their living. That's what my folks do. To suggest that their ability to sell their products outside of a space where they're already allowed to do it for a total of 12, 14 hours a year needs to go by the wayside But their traffic for a hay business, for someone who doesn't live there, should be able to continue without restrictions is offensive to me. So, board, I ask that you affirm Mr. Voigt's decision. I don't think that there need to be any conditions placed upon this other than those that were asked for in the application, and that's a limitation to the dates and times that my clients have asked for.
Okay, the hearing and record of this case is now closed in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland. The board will now consider the case.
I'll do it. If you want to kick it.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Caldwell.
I know I was coming.
Give Mark a break.
You're like a dog that's getting ready to be disciplined. You look the other way, huh? Okay, Mr. Caldwell.
All right, what we have here is basically a nasty dispute between neighbors. And that nastiness doesn't seem to have any end in sight. I suggest that both parties go back and have a look at the shared driveway agreement, the original recorded document, find out exactly where it is, because I think the applicant just took matters into her own hands and decided to pave it where she wanted it and so on and so forth, and used her authority in the county government to manipulate events. That's how I perceive it. As far as Mr. Voigt's ruling, I uphold it. I think he did exactly the right thing in the purview of his job. He's been in that job a very long time. He knows it inside out. So I'm going to suggest that we turn down the request for this appeal. Thank you.
Ms. Ford now.
So I think that the Myers filled out the application to the best of their ability, what was asked on the application, and what they felt they had to supply. And I understand that leaning on the air toward caution is what most people do, and I understand that. There's a huge difference, though, between 500 cars and 26 cars. I feel that they've done their best to be good neighbors. I'm sure that a common driveway, a common drive is very, very challenging. But we have to look at Rockland Road, which sounds like it has its own issues without anyone on Ms. Myers' part. So I feel that we should uphold Jay Voigt's ruling.
Ms. Eckert.
I don't have anything to add.
Mr. Snyder.
Thank you. I've listened very carefully to the dialogue today, and you know, the traffic situation. I appreciate the candor of the State Highway Administration as well as the Deputy Sheriff who testified that it's basically a general view of the road, whether this is happening or not happening. I mean, there are roads that are, you know, very prone to very safe traffic, and there's old country roads that have 5 90-degree turns or something like that, someone said. So I think that puts that in context. If an engineer were to come in and said because of this and based on certain counts, but there wasn't a criteria put forward, it was go out and look at the road, tell me what you think. And that's kind of where that fell. When it comes to the code, I have a significant appreciation for the code and abidance by the code. On the flip side of the equation, I understand the code is managed by those that we entrust it to. And that's entrusted to, and Mr. Voigt is empowered to make those types of decisions. And to say a certain criteria was not fulfilled, oftentimes he took a personal visit there. He felt those criteria may have been fulfilled and his questions answered sufficient to the point where he could give his approval through his personal observation and conversation. And that certainly is a discernment that we allow our senior staff to make. So I feel the applicants were forthcoming in the application, provide the information as needed, and based on those items, I do not have a problem with denying the appeal, supporting the original decision, whichever way you want to say it, double negative or otherwise.
Guess it goes back to my planning commission days, but level of service is a grade put on intersections and roads. And if the intersection was a failing intersection at Rockland Road in Uniontown, it would be a whole different set of circumstances here today. The deputy or sergeant testified about the letter he wrote and then had reservations about whether the same letter would be written based on the number of vehicles that were there this past Saturday. The temporary zoning certificate is not subject to Schultz v. Pritz. It is not subject to Schultz v. Pritz. It's a standalone. And I really question, with all the homes that are on Rockland Road, which it's quite a few for an ag district, it is quite a few. If that road would even be limited to 100 average daily trips that were generated by the residences there, and that's every day. Based on the number of vehicles that were there this past Saturday, we're only talking slightly over 100 vehicles for the entire year. 4 times a year. I agree, it is conditionally approved, Ms. Luzurgiaga. I absolutely, positively agree with you. Well, that's scary to say, but 4 times, from 10 o'clock to 1:30. That is a condition on there. There's a condition, Ms. Myers testified 4 pop-ups. And one of those is gonna be, I'm gonna call it, as I would call it otherwise, a crafty thing. I don't see where this is an impact on anyone in the neighborhood. There's no greater impact here, and I'm gonna use the Schultz v. Pritz standard. There's no greater impact with their business than what it is with the Vertz's hay business. So I don't understand what the issue is here. And Mr. Voigt was correct in doing that. The only problem with Mr. Voigt is he didn't know where to park. And he was the one that was restricting the Vertz's ability to get in and out of their 4-acre hayfield. Board members, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll get one if you want.
Oh, wait a minute.
Please,
I'd like to do it.
go ahead.
In case 6451, I move that we deny the appeal of the zoning administrator's issuance of a temporary zoning certificate allowing a farmer's market.
Seconded.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion that was offered? Seeing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision, which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by the board. The board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court for Carroll County in accordance with the provision of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Thank you very much, and this hearing is adjourned.